racism, racketeering, and the political economy of boxing. Dr. Gerald Horne, welcome to the Socialist Program.
Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you. Dr. Horne, this week is Thanksgiving, celebrated by families all over the United States. People get a day off from work, perhaps a couple days off. Thanksgiving, of course, is part of the narrative, one of the creation myth stories presented by the U.S. government, the U.S. ruling class, through all different mediums, including school, religious institutions, about how the settlers came from Europe. Pious Christians came to Europe and they had a hard time getting used to the new environment, but the indigenous people in Massachusetts, being generous, gregarious people, helped them survive, and they were all giving thanks. Because this is the Socialist Program and we're coming at history from a Marxist point of view, from a point of view of historical materialism, I want to just start, before I ask you to comment about this creation myth, I want to go to something that Karl Marx wrote in 1859. It's the Introduction to the Critique of Political Economy, very famous, important work written by Marx before he wrote Capital. He writes, "It is not the consciousness of men that determines their being, but on the contrary, their social being that determines their consciousness." Very different from the way Christians or religious organizations present consciousness. For Christians, in the Genesis, in the Bible, in the beginning there was the Word, and the Word was good, the Word of God. Anyway, let's talk about creation myths, how people understand history, and how social being rather than social consciousness actually determines how we think.
Well, with regard to settler colonialism, there were different models. Recall that it was the people we now refer to as the Spanish who had a first mover's advantage, since they sponsored Christopher Columbus in 1492. And yet, here we are on this continent, hundreds of years later, speaking English. A part of the philosophical idealism that has governed the ruling classes in North America and their acolytes has been a failure to interrogate that simple point. And if they did, they would revert to what you just made reference to, that say they'd revert to an analysis of religion. They'd look at the fact that the Protestant secession from the Roman Catholic Church, as we now call it, in 1517, spearheaded by Martin Luther, was then adopted by the monarch in London in the 1530s, supposedly because the church would not grant him a divorce. But I think it's fair to say that he, as his successors did so assiduously in coming years, also wanted to scoop up Catholic property, which they proceeded to do over the decades, which was part of the liftoff of this new system that we call capitalism. But there was a fundamental problem with regard to Protestant London challenging a Catholic Madrid for the feast in the Americas, because there were not enough Protestants to go around. Catholic Spain, for example, the term we now use, with regard to settling Cuba in the 1500s, were willing to make Africans conquistadors if they professed the faith. Also, if you did not profess the faith, like Muslims who had ruled the Iberian Peninsula for hundreds of years before being systematically ousted, culminating in 1492, or the Jewish population, were systematically expelled post-1492. London, the Protestants, since there were not enough Protestants to go around, could not take that route. And so despite the fact that England had expelled its own Jewish community in the 13th century, it proceeded to welcome Sephardim, that is to say, Iberian Jewish folk, into the fold in London. And speaking of idealism, subsequent historians and analysts have suggested that this had everything to do with enlightenment, Suddenly they saw the light when actually it had more to do with material realities. That is to say, needing more warm bodies to confront the indigenous population of the Americas and keep the enslaved Africans in line, which not only brings us to the 17th century and the Thanksgiving myth that you articulated, but somehow that Thanksgiving myth, which has to do with New England to the north, does not deal with Virginia, where the invaders arrived in 1607. Whatever the case, I think that taking a materialist viewpoint lays the groundwork for trying to unravel the current crises in which we find ourselves, in which we are now ensnared. And certainly, I'm also happy to say that there is considerable ferment right now in the United States ideologically with regard to contemplating the past. And we need an accurate assessment of the past in order to move forward. Just like if you go to a doctor, the doctor needs an adequate and accurate medical history before making a diagnosis and prescription. And it's not just the 1619 Project of the New York Times, which has stirred up so much controversy. It's also the recent books by Woody Holton, for example, who is the son of a former governor of Virginia, the brother-in-law of Senator Tim Kaine of Virginia. And his book, Liberty is Sweet, is a step forward in terms of the understanding of the formation of the United States of America, moving away from this idealism that sees abstract issues of liberty somehow as driving this revolt against British rule that leads to the formation of the United States of America. And I would also point to some books, interestingly enough, that have not gotten sufficient publicity by Harvard law professors, of all things. Michael Klarman's book, The Founders' Coup, which points to the Constitution as a kind of coup d'etat by elite forces in North America at the end of the 18th century. The new book by Noah Feldman of Harvard Law School, The Broken Constitution, which also has a sharp critique of this founding document that has been bathed in idealism. And so this kind of ferment, which obviously has met a fierce counterattack and a fierce counterreaction in the form of laws circumscribing what is called critical race theory, although most of the legislators would not know critical race theory if it smacked them in the face. The backlash against CRT that helped Glenn Youngkin, a Trumpista, into the governor's chair in Virginia in recent days. And so right now, fortunately, the issue is joined. You have not only radicals speaking out more vigorously about these creation myths, you have even some liberals speaking out against these creation myths. And I think that that bodes well for the future.
Yeah, I think that's so important. You know, when we think about the trajectory of how history is being taught, and if we look just even at the last 30 years, the last 29 years, a remarkable shift has taken place. And I would have to say that you have played a very principal role in this sort of re-examination, rethinking about U.S. history, because 29 years ago, there was the 500th anniversary of Columbus and Columbus arriving in the Western Hemisphere. And that was supposed to be, you know, something to celebrate. But instead, social justice movements, social justice historians, meaning people who actually want to tell the truth, took issue with the official dominating narrative about Columbus and Columbus' arrival in the Western Hemisphere. And there was a struggle about how to remember. And at that time, you know, those of us who were demonstrating, say, on, you know, so-called Columbus Day, demanding that it be called Indigenous Peoples Day instead, we were few in number. Those who joined with indigenous communities in Massachusetts a month later on Thanksgiving to say, no, this is not something to give thanks for. This is a day of mourning for what happened, the genocide that followed from the European invasion. When you think about what's actually happened in this very, very short period of history, there is a lot of progress. I mean, it's kind of important that progressives, especially, and of course, we're socialists, we're progressives of a particular variety, that while we're paying attention to the here and now, where we see this right-wing racist revolt against so-called critical race theory, this effort to ban, to criminalize the teaching of American history, that seems pretty bad. And it is pretty bad. There is this push and pull, as you mentioned. But when you look at the last 30 years, a lot of progress. Go ahead.
Well, certainly so. And I would be remiss if I neglected the gigantic leaps forward made in historiography of Native Americans. Recall that even not so long ago, even those who consider themselves radical and Marxist routinely ignored Native American history and basically accepted the founding myths. They might have put themselves on a particular side of the political spectrum, but they did not contemplate the taking of the land. And you would think for a Marxist, that would be fundamental. That is to say, who controls the territory? Who controls the land? And what's happened in recent decades, starting with Black studies, but then spreading to Native American studies and Asian American studies, Latino studies, et cetera, Mexican American studies, is that has helped to create a core of scholars who focus on this subject. And they have forced the Native American question onto the agenda. I think of not only Roxanne Dunbar Ortiz and her book, An Indigenous People's History of the United States. I'm thinking also of the recent documentary by the filmmaker of Haitian descent, speaking of Raoul Peck, Exterminate All the Brutes, which is a sweeping analysis come castigation of settler colonialism. Of course, the term settler colonialism also has forced its way onto center stage. That is to say, not looking at the migration of Europeans beginning in the 1500s into the Americas. It's now seen as an invasion. It's now seen as a particular form of colonialism, and a form of colonialism that we now use the descriptor settler colonialism, which means that the land and who controls the land has become a foremost question. Likewise, with regard to certain steps forward that have been made in labor history, I say certain steps forward because I'm afraid to say that many of our labor historians are a little bit behind the curve. But eventually, I think that even labor historians will come to see the question of the enslaved population also as a question of class, in addition to being a question of race, also being a question of labor, and helping to shed light on why and how it is that hundreds of years after the first enslaved Africans arrived on these shores, you're still having elections, such as the governor's race in Virginia, where attempting to demonize, marginalize, and otherwise defame the Black population is still front and center. This is nothing new. Recall the Willie Horton ad of George H.W. Bush some decades ago that helped him to defeat Michael Dukakis for president circa 1988. Recall all the controversies about busing, which I'm afraid to say helped to propel the current US president, Joseph R. Biden, into his Senate seat in the 1970s. Recall all of the demagogy about law and order, which was an essential core element of the so-called Southern strategy of Richard M. Nixon, circa 1968 going forward. All of these issues are seeking to use demagogy in order to defame and demonize the descendants of the enslaved population, which of course points to something that too is barging its way onto center stage, which is that it also exposes and reveals how the US Civil War, 1861 to 1865, was resolved in an unsatisfactory manner. Certainly, we salute the fact, at least I do, that the enslaved population had their chains broken. But we also realized that there was no reparations to the descendants of the enslaved, which put them back, set them back in terms of competing in this capitalist economy. Not to mention the fact that with the defeat of the planter class circa 1865, that set the stage for a further push to liquidate Native Americans, to further seize their land, etc. And these sorts of basic facts and truths are becoming the way that we are teaching US history. And that is outraging many conservatives and even some liberals who prefer the old time religion. But fortunately, now the issue is joined. And I don't think that what I'm articulating will be going away anytime soon.
It's critically important for everyone who cares about social justice, who's fighting against white supremacy, fighting against racism, fighting to tell the truth, to recognize that telling the truth isn't simply about study, even though the study is critically important, the scholarship critically important. If we look, Gerald, at the way the U.S. Civil War was interpreted, I mean, the North won the Civil War. There was a wave of anti-racism that did sweep the country in northern states, even in the state of Maryland, where Maryland Union soldiers who were voting in that referendum in 1864 about the issue of whether slavery would be abolished in the state of Maryland. The vote was going against the referendum to abolish slavery, and then the ballots came in from predominantly white soldiers, or maybe exclusively white soldiers, I guess, at that time, who were in the Deep South fighting shoulder to shoulder with enslaved or formerly enslaved people to liquidate the Confederacy. When you look at that sort of wave of anti-racism that came about as a consequence of a war, which for the enslaved people was a war of liberation, and then there was, the celebrations of John Brown all over northern cities for a while. And then as the northern capitalists abandoned Reconstruction, as they turned their back on the notion of Black freedom, as they in fact formed common cause with the old planter class in the South, as apartheid became legal in the 1890s with Plessy, the Plessy decision, the same time that we got Columbus Day, in fact. And then it was only in the 1930s where the Northern interpretation, the original Northern interpretation of the Civil War started to be taught again in New York City schools. And that was a consequence of the teachers union in New York City, largely led by the Communist Party or communist teachers, who demanded that instead of telling the Southern side, the slave owner side of the Civil War, that the truth be told. I mean, when we look at all of these pushes and pulls about how we remember history, it's so critically connected to the struggle of social movements where history and scholarship is tied to grassroots organizing.
Well, that is certainly the case. And speaking of the Civil War, I should mention at this point that it's difficult to understand the Confederate Army without understanding the origins of settler colonialism. What I mean is, as advocates of the South who seek to rationalize slavery oftentimes suggest, the Confederate Army was overwhelmingly comprised of non-slave owners. Now, of course, the apologists for slavery then use that to suggest that slavery was not at issue. But actually, what that exposes and reveals is this vexing question of class collaboration. As I pointed out in my book on the 16th century, when you had the first settlers, invaders, arrive from England in the 1580s in what is now Virginia, it was comprised, this invading force was comprised of a heterogeneous force of class elements. However, they were sponsored by the 1%, and they were united on this premise that they could mutually benefit from pillaging and plundering the indigenous population and then importing enslaved Africans to work for free. And so, likewise, those soldiers in the Confederate Army and Confederate Gray, they may not have been slave owners, but they had been imbued with the propaganda of the planter class. We all know, to revert to fundamentals, that the ruling ideas of any society are those of the ruling class. And just as many of those who fought in Iraq during the administration of George H.W. Bush or his son, George W. Bush, they may not have had investments in oil companies. They may not have been able to point out Israel on a map, but they were imbued with the ideas of the ruling class, which is why they were fighting. And likewise, these Confederate soldiers not only were imbued with the ideas of the ruling class, but many of them thought that with some pluck and some luck, they too could become a slave owner. And therefore, that gave them further impetus in terms of fighting. And you mentioned John Brown, the great hero who in 1859, with a hearty band, sought to lead an armed revolt against enslavement. In the first instance in the western part of Virginia, but actually spreading throughout the South, and unfortunately was captured and executed along with a number of his comrades. Well, it's interesting that John Brown probably receives more honors in Haiti than he does in Virginia. And there hangs a tale, because we cannot begin to talk about the abolition of slavery without widening our scope to look beyond the narrow confines of North America and to recognize that the Haitian Revolution, 1791 to 1804, ignited a general crisis of the entire slave system that could only be resolved with this collapse. It helped to move London towards abolishing the slave trade circa 1808, abolishing slavery decades before the United States in the 1830s. It even encouraged Mexico in 1829 under a president of African descent, Vicente Guerrero, to move towards abolishing slavery, which in turn speaks to the territory from where I'm now sitting and speaking, that is to say, Texas, because just as the settlers led by real estate speculator George Washington rebelled against London in 1776 because London seemed to be moving towards abolition of slavery, because London was putting restraints on the real estate speculators moving west, fighting Native Americans, taking their land, engaging in these grand real estate plays. Likewise, Texas came out of Mexico, seceded from Mexico with a similar motivation. It was a mini-me, so to speak, of the United States of America, except on a more bloody basis, because what's interesting about Texas is that it was much more explicit about what it was doing than the so-called founders of the North American Republic. What I mean is that the Texas settlers, led by Sam Houston, Stephen F. Austin et al., they pursued a conscious policy of, quote, extermination, unquote, their word, not mine, of the indigenous population, which then cleared the land, in their estimation, allowing for a massive importation of more enslaved Africans, which helps to explain why Texas has the largest Black population in the United States of America, according to the 2020 census. And it also sheds light on why in the 1930s in Berlin, you had the budding fascists who were looking to the United States for tips on how to construct fascism, which is one of the reasons as well why we have to be on our guard going forward in this country with regard to beating back fascism. Because if you look at the history of the United States, as these residents of Berlin, these leaders in Berlin could well instruct, you see all of the seeds of fascism, starting with extermination, for example, a conscious, intentional policy, particularly directed at the Comanches, but also directed at the Kickapoo, the Caddo, the Tonkawa, the Karankawa, etc., who hardly are to be found right now, although they existed in the thousands, the tens of thousands, a mere 150 years ago. And then, of course, the slave labor camps, which were a hallmark of fascism in Europe, but were also a hallmark of North American capitalism. So history has a lot to tell us. It has a lot to instruct us. The only question is, will we heed history's lessons?
Very, very important. I mean, when you think about Nazism, it wasn't just Germany. It wasn't just Italy. It wasn't just Spain under Franco. I mean, by the time World War II starts, almost all of continental Europe is fascist. And this comes on the heels of a global capitalist economic crisis that began right here in New York City on Wall Street. This global system that colonized and dominated other parts of the world using all kinds of techniques, either settler colonialism or other forms of colonialism, that grew rich from colonialism, that grew rich from the enslavement of a huge part of the U.S. working class, kidnapped African people, got rich from the theft of the lands, the fertile lands of indigenous populations throughout the Americas. The same system was in a state of collapse, in a state of crisis. And its leading centers, including the British Empire, for which the sun never set up until that point, they were in crisis. And fascism became sort of the go-to method of stabilizing the system. But in fact, it destabilized the system, led to World War II, which in turn,
I need to pause this. So chat, I'm gonna let you in on a little sausage making here, right? And let me just hide that real quick while I fix that. The entire time, right, that like, you know, we do these little intro videos, right, to give everybody enough time to like kind of come in and be like, oh, you know, like the Twitch streams that I love, the two guys that like I love watching at least 3 days a week, right? If not more, if you know they decide to do that. The entire time that little like half hour of like, you know, little morsel, little what do you call it before you have like a meal, like an appetizer. Right? Like an appetizer, right? The entire time that's happening, me and Pat, we're talking. Right, you know, we're discussing, you know, shop. We're talking about, we're getting ready for today's chapter and whatnot, right? Like he's sending me like the slides and whatnot, and I can't hear like half of what he's saying because the video is playing, and if I have it any lower, you guys can't hear it. But if I have it raised to a volume where you can hear it, I have to try and like sort out what Pat is saying the entire time while the video is playing.
Why did it say that I can't send that?
I don't know. Feverishly beating the meat, racing the clock. Can I bust and clean it before the camera clicks on?
Okay.
No.
A lot of talk about busting in chat today. A lot of busting talk.
What's going on today? Are we all feeling all right? November's over. It's okay. You know, you can freely live your life as you see fit now.
You're no longer constrained. Whoa, Namdinet. Thank you so much. Insert smart comment here. That might be the smartest comment insertion possible. Thank you so much for being a 2-month subscriber. Appreciate it so much. One of the guys mentioned Biden and bussin'.
Bussin' Biden. What should I put on today?
How's everybody feeling tonight? How are you feeling? You ready to learn? You ready to talk about liberals? You ready to talk about slavery?
I mean, one can only hope that you're ready to talk about it because that's what's happening tonight.
What's finna go down?
Done and done. And now I can put that back up. And again, thank you so very much.
Guys, let's get some house cleaning out of the way beforehand. That would be called house cleaning? Upkeep? House upkeep?
House burning?
So let's first, for those of you that don't know, I'm very excited about my Twitter right now. Johnny, can you put my Twitter on screen?
Yes. Yes, I can.
The spice that I've been tossing out into the world. And you should be following me on Twitter now because I'm letting it rip. This is me right here. Can we get a untap upkeep draw? Yes. Can we get the link in chat?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
So now you can have a direct line directly to Pat. This is probably the most available that Pat has ever made himself on the internet to all of you.
Correct. And look, these are the little morsels that you can get, Johnny. Can you go down to my second to last tweet from today, please? So first of all, I know that there's a big controversy going around about the river to the sea, and saying from the river to the sea is so wrong, and like, you know, you can't say it on a college campus, and it's implicitly anti-Semitic, and it's implicitly genocidal. Well, doing my readings today, I noticed that Likud's 1977 party platform states, between the sea and the Jordan, parentheses, river, there will be only Israeli sovereignty. Funny how this phrase is problematic when used by those resisting genocide, but completely ignored by those who are perpetuating it. So it's those, you know, those little quips and those pieces of information that. Wait, am I silent? I'm not muted, right?
No, you are definitely able to be heard right now. There's no way in hell they can't hear you. Although you might want to turn your mic up a little bit.
Can you guys hear me now?
There you go. That's probably why I couldn't
hear me. Please tell me you could hear me when I was talking, please.
That's probably why you couldn't hear me, or I couldn't hear you like the entire time before we went live, right? I'm like jamming my earbud in directly against the tympanic membrane of my eardrum, trying to hear you. And you're getting like angry because you're like, I'm talking into the mic. And I'm like, I know you are. I'm struggling to hear you because the video's loud. But yeah, no, dude, it's actually a shame that you weren't like on the call with Ethan and Hassan to bring this up.
Well, but also when that was happening, I didn't know about this. Also.
I know, sure.
I just learned about this last night, so.
Well, you know.
But yeah, and go up. We got one more here that I did. First of all, let's look at what I'm responding to first. For those of you that love Simpsons quotes, so I noticed this individual here saying Egypt refuses to accept Palestinian refugees, Jordan refuses to accept Palestinian refugees, Syria refuses to accept Palestinian refugees, Lebanon refuses to accept Palestinian refugees, Yemen refuses to accept Palestinian refugees, Iran refuses to accept Palestinian refugees. Where are the human rights groups? Where are the protests? Where are the rallies? The world doesn't actually care about Palestinian lives. They just hate Israel.
Which, all of this kind of seems to be a little doubtful.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah,
untrue.
Sure.
Like,
yeah. But it's also like, you know, refugees of what?
of which Nakba?
Well, no, because, I mean, obviously there was a bunch of refugees that were taken in the surrounding Arab countries then, but it just seems like, you know, so interesting to be like, yeah, you know, here, you got to go to the words of it. Yeah. Could it be the nation engaged in a relentless bombing campaign, which is killing over 90% civilians, is wrong? No, it's the neighboring nations who are enthusiastically acting as reception centers for ethnic cleansing who are wrong. And that's a little play on the classic Simpsons. Or is it the children? Am I out of touch? No, it's the children who are wrong. But yeah, so follow me on Twitter. That would be cool. Or X or whatever. And I'll make more stuff like this as I continue to read books and find little pieces of information.
X, formerly known as Twitter.
Yes. So that would be very nice for you to do. and I would appreciate it.
Yeah.
You know what else I would appreciate if you haven't already? The YouTube. You know what I mean? We got the YouTube. If you're not following us on YouTube, please do that. Please watch what's that thing that I did? I made a video. I made a YouTube video.
That's right.
A little while ago. And, some people watched it. I wish a couple more people. Thank you, Frank and Panny. You know what I mean? Oh, look how short my hair is. It would be really cool if some people follow me on this. It's a long, it's like a 40-minute produced video where I talk about HDI and communism, socialist countries and HDI. I talk about literacy rates. I talk about all that fun stuff that we all love to talk about. And most importantly, I dunk on an ANCAP the entire time. So I think it's pretty fun. Please check it out and let me know what you think. There he is. There's the little guy.
There's a face you can trust, right? But yeah, no, follow Pat on Twitter if you can, if you're still on there. If you're not, I'm working on it, everybody. I'm gonna get him on Blue Sky soon enough, and then he'll be inundated with nothing but like lewds and not nearly as many people to argue with.
Is that what they got going on over there?
Dude, I go on Blue Sky like thinking I'm gonna get some kind of hot take or something, and no, it's just endless lewd. It's just endless lewds.
From who?
Mostly Benny, but it's mostly Benny just posting half naked pictures of herself, and a bunch of other shit. But whatever. It's you could just probably just copy and paste from Twitter onto Blue Sky and send.
But yeah, so show me a little love on there. Show us some love on YouTube. Also, the Patreon. I know it's been a while since we were plugging the Patreon a lot. The whole book debacle and everything like that. But honestly, I'm planning a trip to Colombia in either February or March. To still do everything that I said I was doing. There's just a little bit of switch up on the particular country because my friend is having visa issues in Ecuador, but the COFAN nation spans across the Colombian-Ecuadorian border. So it's the same people, the same issues, perhaps even worse on the Colombian side. There's a lot of political turmoil and political unrest in the nation of Colombia. Colombia actually has the second, if not the most internally displaced people in the entire world, at around 5 million or something like that. I think it's only bested at this point by Syria. So it goes Syria and then Colombia for the most internally displaced people in the world, because of the war that's been going on between FARC and the state, essentially the state that is propped up by the United States government.
Just you wait, Pat. All right, because soon, right, I'm sure Guyana will be right there with it.
Yeah. So I'm going to be going there. I'm going to be seeking out leftists in Colombia to speak with, to take me around and show me some stuff. I'm going to be recording the whole thing, and I'll be going into the jungle to meet with the COFAN people. I have a direct connection with the elders of the COFAN through a very, very, very close friend of mine. So I'll be documenting all of that. It will be somewhat expensive. So I'm doing my best right now to, I guess you could say, is fundraising an incorrect word for that? Because I don't want to make it seem like it's a charity.
Funding.
Funding. Yeah, we're working on funding for that. So anybody that wants to directly contribute to that, you can definitely gift us some subs. You can definitely hit us with some bits, or you could definitely sign up for the Patreon for a very direct way of supporting us financially. I'm probably going to be making a lot of announcements of that, maybe twice per stream now, because I'm really trying to hammer this home over these next 3 months so that I can do the most that I possibly can. I'm probably gonna have to buy some lavalier mics and things like that, a couple pieces of equipment in addition to all the other things that I just have to do, in terms of travel and accommodation and everything like that. So I do want to give a quick shout out, because I know I was supposed to do this and I get really lazy about it, and I'm sorry about that. But I do want to give a shout out to NinjaCan, Sam, Pollen, Rylan, Plants Fanon, Mystery Daniel, All Good, Hunger Games 1989, Salty Kami, Wilco, Radispi, Maverick, Tay, Sinchow, Philbo, Sedan Hussein, Poinks, Robbo, Frank and Panny, Dave, Ben, Guillotines, whoever you are subscribed to the Patreon, but you're subscribed at the free tier. So I'll give you a shout out for now, but that may not always last. Zoot and Genki's Barber. Thank you so much, everybody, for supporting us.
Yeah. So, if you're excited about like watching us stream with Pat having like the literal fucking rainforest, in the background, right?
Yeah.
Subscribe to that Patreon.
To stream from there as well. So not only make like the produced video content, like travel, like I kind of have this idea. Let me know what you think about this, Johnny, because I love travel vlogs.
Yeah.
Like that are in like countries.
Yeah.
But like they're always very neutral. Like I was like, what about like political travel vlogs? Like, you know what I mean? Where it's like the same kind of like man with camera on the street, but also like heavily political. So it's kind of like you're appealing to BreadTube and like travel vlogs at the same time.
I guess. I think the reason there's so few is because nobody wants to be like, the travel vlogger that was like arrested in some foreign country for, saying like political statements while they're still there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's something that definitely I need to be careful of. You know what I mean? Because like you don't want to like, cause anyone any issues while you're there, like talking about politics. So
yeah, just ever so slightly be like conscious of that, I guess.
I'm very conscious of it. Yeah. What's up, Lance? How you doing? Wonder what the problem is in Colombia. Hint: it's the white Colombians. What's up, Ree? How you doing? Good to see you.
How you doing, Ray? What's up, Plants? How you doing? So, all right. You think we've done like a pretty good intro today? I think.
Yeah, I might do another one later, but yeah.
So, for now, for anybody, right, that has never been here before or has only been following us for like the last week, and has yet to hit one of our book streams, right? You might be wondering, like, I thought like, these two funny guys, all they do is, rant and rave about like, politics or something, and they're always talking about books, but I never see them reading anything. Well, let me tell you what Subversive History is all about. We are a multimedia community project seeking to bring attention to the revolutionary struggles of the world's often unsung and frequently misunderstood sectors. These are the stories of the demonized, vilified, whitewashed, or otherwise forgotten campaigns against imperialism, colonialism, capitalist exploitation, and racial apartheid. Now, the orthodoxy of Western hegemony has often labeled these dissidents as subversive. These are the struggles that we aim to illuminate to you. So you'll see that the socials have just been posted by our beloved mods, and in them is the link to a Discord of the combined might of Subversive History and Left Flank Vets. And within that Discord, you may find a PDF-sized surprise where you'll be able to follow along with us and tell us what you think about this book out of the things that you have read out of it.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Oh, and Pat,
I'd like to see a travel video blog like that. I think it would be neat, and I think I'm not the only one who would find it neat. Hell yeah. And here's another thing that I'm thinking, right? I have gigabytes and gigabytes of footage from when I was at the Communist Party Congress in India about 2 years ago, like a year and a half ago.
right?
And I was like, I'm always like I always had this idea of it being like this grand project, and now I'm just kind of thinking like, what if I just made it like, and tell me what you think about this in chat. You can all tell me about this too, but like, what if I made it like a super clickbaity like kind of thing where I just go like call it something like, how did this white guy end up at the biggest communist rally in India? And like, have like some like
record scratch.
make it almost like a retrospective travel vlog. Like, not like I don't have like the thing, but like kind of just talk about more about like the story of being there as opposed to like a massive like research video essay about Kerala.
I actually love the idea of this.
I'm actually going to talk about Kerala, but like obviously I just can't make that big of a commitment to that right now because I'm already doing a big video on Israel right now, a specific chapter of Israeli history, and I have all these other ideas and stuff I want to do, and it's like it just seems like I could easily do it, like talk about like the story of it in a way and like my experience, almost like a almost like a vlog, but it's like a retrospective vlog because I'm not like narrating it while I'm there. But
Do
I
you
still
have live footage of you shaking hands with the Gandhi impersonator?
maybe?
Okay,
Maybe.
you need to have it on that, and
Problem
as
is,
you're shaking,
I have to go through like hours of footage.
so listen to what I'm saying. All I'm saying
Right,
is I just want this one moment, all right? And it has to be at the beginning, right? Where like you shake hands with like the Gandhi impersonator, right? And then record scratch noise, and it's and just a voiceover you saying, "Now you might be wondering how I got here," or however way you want to say it, right?
Yeah,
But it has to be like that, and it has to be that moment.
But yeah. So like I'm thinking about doing that, like, because it would be kind of like low effort. You know what I mean? Like it would be like kind of like, you know, I wouldn't have to like read a whole bunch of books to like make that, and I could do something cool with the footage that's just been sitting on my hard drive. You think that's a good idea?
Yes.
Okay.
I think that you've been sitting on that long enough that like you got to do something with it, and whatever is easiest to do with it, right?
Yeah.
I think would be best. You know what I mean?
All right. Cool.
'Cause, hey,
All right,
look, they're gonna win again. We're gonna go back. All right.
If that happens, I have to go a second time. And like also, it's like I want to see if like people were. I have a feeling people will remember me because it was kind of like a. I hate to say this. I'm not trying to toot my own horn, but it was kind of like a big deal that I was there. like I was there the first day, and that's when like everybody kind of went. Like I was taking pictures with all the people. The next day, I went to. The next day I went to there's this old fort. It's like this old Portuguese fort from like colonial times. I was just doing something in the daytime. So I was like, oh, I'll go see this. I'm walking around at like, I'm not even at the party congress. And people are like, after a while, I'm like walking and somebody's like, yeah. Like, you're the guy? Like you're the white guy?
You're the white guy.
You're the white guy that was there? And like, so I'm like taking with pictures with people just at this like historical site that's completely different. And then like by the time it's like the third day, when I'm like walking in the big crowd, people are like, Patrick, like calling me and shit like that. It's like, and then I ended up on the newspaper as well. I was on the front page of the newspaper too. So I have a feeling that if I go for the second one, it would be like, yo, he's here again.
I like the idea of this. So yes, I honestly think that you should edit that video into like a retrospective sort of thing like that.
Cool. Fuck yeah. And Neuro Riot, yes, I think that's a good idea. It would also be like personal. I think that would vibe with a lot of folks. Absolutely. Like accessible to people who might not watch a 2-hour video essay about the topic. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
It's a good, thank you. I appreciate the feedback, everybody.
All right. So today we begin chapter 2 of Domenico Losurdo's Liberalism. Frank and Panty, a wild white guy is here.
That's kind of how it was too, because like also I didn't, my entire time in India, I didn't see another white person until I got to Munnar, which Munnar is like the most touristy place in Kerala. It's where like, you ever seen like the pictures of like the rolling tea fields? It's like huge, like mountains of tea fields and shit like that.
Yeah.
That's Munnar. And that's the first time I was probably in Kerala for like 3 weeks before I saw another white person. And when I was in Kannur, which is where the party congress was, I saw like literally zero. Like I was like the only white guy for miles that I saw. I don't know. There might have been other ones.
Every time you locked eyes with him, it's like, huh, hey.
I didn't. The entire time that I was there, dude, one day I'll show you the footage. Like I don't see another. And if I did, I would have been like, I would have probably tried to talk to him or something like that. And been like, yo, where are you from? White people were essentially made honorary higher caste members because of colonialism. I wouldn't get the same reception in India as a black dude. Yeah, I could see that. I guess I was hoping that it wasn't necessarily still like a vestige of that, and just that there's not that many white people that come through there that often. You know what I mean? Like it's just like a little bit, it's kind of like off the beaten path of like tourist India. So it's like,
it's not like the Taj Mahal or something, you know?
Exactly, yeah, exactly. Where it's like, or even when I was in Delhi and shit like that, like, you know what I mean? There was white people all over the place in New Delhi.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. So, oh, by the way, chat, tonight, 10 p.m. EST, I got to pull the plug.
Yes. All right. So then let's get into it, right?
Yeah.
So we're going to talk about liberalism and Pat tries to use bind. It's not very effective. Is that like the Pokemon move bind where you like, what is that? Where you like save up your energy for one turn and then use it the next turn?
I don't remember at all. Sebs would be the person to ask for that because I don't remember anything about Pokemon.
All right, so what we're going to be talking about is the twin birth between liberalism and racial slavery. And you know, if you know that we've been what we've been talking about, we're talking about the contradictions and the hypocrisies of liberalism, which claims to be a political system, a social system that is completely based on the personal liberties of individuals, the opposition to undue authority from the state, from, you know, the respective individual property rights. But the glaring contradiction to that is that there was a bunch of slaves. There was a bunch of slaves, which I don't think there could be anything that's more counterintuitive to the idea of personal liberty than owning someone as a chattel slave. Secondary with colonizing people, second thing with, you know, ethnically cleansing people, genociding people, all things that are inherent to the liberal projects. I'm not, you know what I mean? Like, obviously there is the lip service that is paid to liberty, but then there's the practice of these liberal projects, which all ubiquitously entail ethnic cleansing, genocide, settler colonialism, or just whatever other kind of colonialism for like a place like, no, I guess it was all settler colonialism. Maybe France? France didn't do that much settling, right? I mean, some. I'm not saying they didn't do any, but not as much as Spain and England and the Dutch.
Well, if I recall what Walter Rodney was talking about and how Europe underdeveloped Africa, I believe that is true. That is the difference between
There wasn't a lot, yeah. There wasn't a lot of French settlement in Africa that I know of. Not quite like German and English settlement.
Yeah, where like no, they like live there.
I'm pretty sure there was French people that lived in Vietnam. I'm pretty sure there were French people that lived in Vietnam that had like servants, but I don't think it was the same as like, this is now a French neighborhood. Like,
yeah,
you know what I mean?
Well, I mean, like no. Here's the thing, right? Like, you know, my friend growing up is Vietnamese and spoke fluent French, and like, you know, literally could go to Vietnam. I forget what part of Vietnam he was from, but like, you know, he could literally just speak French and like be fine. And this is like nearly like a century after French colonialism. You know what I'm saying? And also, speaking of like, you know, Desi comrades, like that's my family history. The only reason that like I'm here is because, you know, what is it, like 6 or 7 out of 10 like, you know, women in India, in colonial India, were marrying you know, foreigners, right? So
now there's a lot of French colonialism in Africa, Upper Volta, Cote d'Ivoire. Yeah, we're not saying that there wasn't any colonialism. We're talking about specifically settler colonialism, where there is like a population of, well, Algeria. Algeria is the one main where there was actually large amounts of French people settling. They actually viewed Algeria as an extension of France. So I forgot about Algeria, but like in sub-Saharan Africa and there certainly wasn't as big of a settler colonial element to France's.
What does it refer? It's like the Sahel, right?
I'm not sure.
Like that region just beneath, like on like the western coast of Africa. You know what I'm saying? Like that whole region that still has like 90% of its banking tied up in the French National Bank. Yeah. Yeah. Like I don't think there was many settler colonies there, but in Algeria at least, I think there was a yes.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like I think like 1/3 of Africa was like colonized by France at one point. So I mean, like, you know,
Niger, probably another one, but I don't know if that's just like them replacing the language, right? Yeah. The native language with French and promoting the French language rather than actually having French settlers within Niger.
Right. All right, so now that we've kind of given you some like the groundwork here, let's get deeper into this chapter, which is talking about the twin birth between liberalism and racial slavery. To render it explicable, the paradox must first be expounded on in all its radicalism. Slavery is not something that persisted despite the success of the 3 liberal revolutions. On the contrary, it experienced its maximum development following that success. The total slave population in the Americas reached around 330,000 in 1700 and nearly 3 million by 1800, and finally peaked at over 6 million in the 1850s. Contributing decisively to the rise of an institution synonymous with the absolute power of man over man was the liberal world. In the mid-18th century, it was Great Britain that possessed the largest number of slaves, 878,000. The fact is unexpected. Although its empire was far more extensive, Spain came well behind. Second position was held by Portugal, which possessed 700,000 slaves and was, in fact, a kind of semi-colony of Great Britain. Much of the gold extracted by Brazilian slaves ended up in London. Hence, there is no doubt that absolutely preeminent in this field was the country at the head of the liberal movement, which had wrested primacy in trading and ownership of black slaves precisely from the Glorious Revolution onwards. It was Pitt the Younger himself who, intervening in April 1792 in the House of Commons on the subject of slavery and the slave trade, acknowledged that no nation in Europe has plunged so deeply into this guilt as Great Britain. And the big point to take away from all this is that the establishment of liberalism and liberal values did not diminish slavery, it accelerated slavery.
Right.
So like 1776 or the French Revolution was then replaced by Bonapartism. So let's take that. Let's forget that for a second. The Glorious Revolution in the late 1600s and the American Revolution of 1776, we see slavery peak. Well, not only peak, but exponentially rise the 100 years following these liberal declarations in these countries.
Right.
So that's the big point that I wanted to make.
For those of you that remember the counter-revolution of 1776, and then what was the other one? I think that was the main one where we talked about like American slavery, right? Where like they kept just bringing in slaves even like before England banned it, or after they were like, please stop, you're gonna have too many enslaved people, and then you're gonna have a slave revolt, and you're not gonna be able to stop it. And they're just like, we don't care.
Yeah, well, and it's not even that they're like, we don't care. It's that when you have something that is so free marketized, like a free market ideology, a laissez-faire ideology, capitalists, like, you know, in a commodified slave trading endeavor, if there's no way, if you do not have the liberty, if you respect the liberty of the slave traders and you can't interfere under some kind of like regulatory apparatus, you're never going to be able to like constrain it, even if like there's like a broader understanding that this may result in catastrophe. Because the thing is that there's always going to be a desire for short-term profit. It's the same thing with like climate change. Like you can look at the whole thing and be like, hey, collectively, this is very bad for the environment. But there's still going to be people that stand to make individual gains that are going to be like, I don't give a shit about any of that, nor do I even believe in it. So I'm just going to fucking keep doing it.
Right. So that is not all. To a greater or lesser extent, there survived in the Spanish and the Portuguese colonies ancillary slavery, which is to be distinguished from systemic slavery linked to plantations and commodity production. And it was the latter type of slavery established above all in the 18th century, starting from the Liberal Revolution of 1688, and clearly predominant in the British colonies, which most consummately expressed the dehumanization of those who were now the mere instruments of labor and chattels, subject to regular sale on the market. This did not even involve a return to the slavery peculiar to classical antiquity. Certainly, chattel slavery had been widespread in Rome, yet the slave could reasonably hope that, if not he himself, then his children or grandchildren would be able to achieve freedom and even an eminent social position. Now, by contrast, his fate increasingly took the form of a cage from which it was impossible to escape. In the first half of the 18th century, numerous English colonies in America enacted laws that made the emancipation of slaves increasingly difficult. So I don't know if you remember when we were talking about 1776, the counter-revolution, one of the things that was brought up was that, like, even if, like, the children born of slavery from, let's say, a relationship, basically an assault, because, you know, an enslaved person cannot consent, right, to, you know, any kind of relationship, right, of a sexual nature that, like, you know, produces children. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right. So sometimes the children would literally, like, come out, you know, pale, right? But that child, despite the coloration of their skin, because the one parent was a slave, they would still be considered a slave.
Right. There is the matrilineal association with slavery. You're born into being a slave.
Right. No matter what the color, of the children is, the point is that like one of your parents was a slave. Therefore, you will be a slave.
Yeah. And we're going to talk more into and that's something that we're going to talk about too, is we're going to talk about the uniqueness of American slavery, because we're going to talk about prior forms of slavery where there actually wasn't that same kind of, what's the word that I'm looking for? Lineage style slavery. What is that called? When it's like your children.
Inherit? No, not inheritance. It's
Jesus Christ.
We're both G-jacking right now.
I'm so close to the fucking word right now.
All right, maybe like generational.
Generational, yeah, there you go.
That's it.
Generational slavery, and it talks about how prior forms of slavery were like someone could convert or somebody could do things like that. And it talks about how we're going to talk about the slave codes of the United States. It actually made slavery like a far more like disastrous institution. But here's a quick video right here that's just on slavery by Crash Course History, which is actually quite good and actually kind of like makes the case of the liberalism book also. Like he actually brings up John Calhoun in this video and shit like that. It's actually pretty funny.
Interesting. In this video, we will see that even the libs cannot deny the logic of having a historical materialist. Even though they try to deny it to the best of their ability, they once again rupture their liberal reality and are forced to make amends with the material history. I believe in Europe.
This is Crash Course U.S. History, and today we're going to talk about slavery, which is not funny. Yeah, so we put a lay on the eagle to try to cheer you up, but let's face it, this is going to be depressing. With slavery, every time you think like, oh, it couldn't have been that bad, it turns out to have been much worse. Mr. Green, but what about... Yeah, me from the past. I'm going to stop you right there because you're going to embarrass yourself. Slavery was hugely important to America. I mean, it led to a civil war, and it also lasted what, at least in U.S. history, counts as a long-ass time, from 1619 to 1865. And yes, I know there's a 1,200-year-old church in your neighborhood in Denmark, but we're not talking about Denmark. But slavery is most important because we still struggle with its legacy. So yes, today's episode will probably not be funny, but it will be important.
I mean, are you even going to try and make it funny?
So the slave-based economy in the South is sometimes characterized as having been separate from the market revolution, but that's not really the case. Without Southern cotton, the North wouldn't have been able to industrialize, at least not as quickly, because cotton textiles were one of the first industrially produced products and the most important commodity in world trade by the 19th century. And 3/4 of the world's cotton came from the American South. And speaking of cotton, why has no one mentioned to me that my collar has been half popped this entire episode, like I'm trying to recreate the Flying Nun's hat? And although there were increasingly fewer slaves in the North as northern states outlawed slavery, cotton shipments overseas made northern merchants rich, northern bankers financed the purchase of land for plantations, northern insurance companies insured slaves who were, after all, considered property and very valuable property. And in addition to turning cotton into cloth for sale overseas, northern manufacturers sold cloth back to the South where it was used to clothe the very slaves who had cultivated it. But certainly the most prominent effects of the slave-based economy were seen in the South. The profitability of slave-based agriculture, especially King cotton, meant that the South would remain largely agricultural and rural. Slave states were home to a few cities, like St. Louis and Baltimore, but with the exception of New Orleans, almost all Southern urbanization took place in the Upper South, further away from the large cotton plantations. And slave-based agriculture was so profitable that it siphoned money away from other economic endeavors. Like, there was very little industry in the South. It produced only 10% of the nation's manufactured goods, and as most of the capital was being plowed into the purchase of slaves, there was very little room for technological innovation, like, for instance, railroad.
That's so interesting, right? Because we just read How Europe Underdeveloped Africa by Walter Rodney. And
Yes.
Walter Rodney makes the same thing about the slave economy of Africa, meaning that like the trade in slaves became so dominant that it hindered
Yes.
other forms of technological or industrial development. And I didn't even put this together when I first watched it. John Green's saying the exact same thing for the American South. Now, while you know, in Africa, it was slave catching and procuring, etc. There's just the process of slave plantations had like the similar effect on the South's industrial economy. Only 10%, despite having all of this slave power in the South, there's almost no manufactured goods coming out of there. And actually, he's saying that there's actually even less development with things like railroads. The same situation that happened in Africa.
Right.
I'm sure there was railroads for taking cotton out of the South, but in terms of like for other things, I'm sure that developed very little, at least if we're going off what John Green's saying.
Right. Also, I think that it should be noted and maybe zeroed in just a little bit more because like they really didn't make They didn't make much of an effort to hammer that point home in school for me that like the North was actually economically quite dependent on the South for raw materials.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Because
and we grew up in New Jersey where they have this like air of like, that wasn't us. Actually.
We didn't do that.
You know what I mean? Like we're actually the people that were, we stopped that. We put an end to all that. We can feel very, very righteous in our position in slavery. It's
right.
Like, so then we all, Miss Caravelli. So we also made black people full citizens, right?
Right.
You know, that probably goes along with the contempt for slavery, right? Like we we integrated people and didn't treat them as less than.
It's like teacher, how come when I go up to North Jersey, like North Jersey, like up in the mountains of Sussex County, everybody has the Confederate flag and wear like camo and stuff and say things like the South will rise again. It doesn't make any sense to me, and I'm pretty sure my teacher would probably just look at me and be like, it doesn't make any sense to me either. No one understands those people but them. I don't even think they understand themselves.
For some raw material, never try to make sense of people from New Jersey, dude. Like for some raw materials, lack of industry meant the South lacked lots of raw materials like iron and coal, even if they had deposits. So, Duttmeister, is what you're saying, though, is that there was iron and coal available in the South, but it just wasn't being mined, and they had shortages of it just because they were so concentrated on slave plantation agriculture? Is that what you're saying there in that? I see the 13 colonies flag and the "Don't Tread on Me" flag over here all the time. Yeah.
But I'm sure that that kind of like insistence, not even just like dependence, but insistence on slave labor stunts yes, there were mines and refineries, but very raw, right? So it stunts any sort of like technological development in refining those raw materials, right? Or having technological advancement to make the extraction of those raw materials any easier.
Right.
The North
The North got all their money from slavery too. They were just higher up on the production chain than the South.
Right.
Yeah. Like wasn't New York like big in like trying, like wasn't like the state of New York trying to keep slavery as well? Like wasn't there like a thing in New York like because they were like using it for production?
You mean like Wall Street, where like they literally were handing out loans and like doing a lot of banking?
But also, weren't we talking about how like wasn't like Rhode Island one of the biggest like slave entry points in the United States? Also, like South Carolina and Rhode Island was the other one, and there was a lot going on in Boston also, right?
Yes, which we all talked about in the Counter Revolution of 1777. Yeah, 1772.
Of industry and railroads would eventually make the South suck at the Civil War, thankfully. In short, slavery dominated the South, shaping it both economically and culturally. And slavery wasn't a minor aspect of American society. By 1860, there were 4 million slaves in the U.S., and in the South, they made up 1/3 of the total population. Although in the popular imagination, most plantations were these sprawling affairs with hundreds of slaves, in reality, the majority of slaveholders owned 5 or fewer slaves. And of course, most white people in the South own no slaves at all, although if they could afford to, they would sometimes rent slaves to help with their work. These were the so-called yeoman farmers who lived self-sufficiently, raised their own food, and purchased very little in the market economy. They worked the poorest land, and as a result, were mostly pretty poor themselves. But even they largely supported slavery, partly perhaps for aspirational reasons, and partly because the racism inherent to the system gave even the poorest whites legal and social status. And Southern intellectuals worked hard to encourage these ideas of white solidarity and to make the case for slavery. Many of the founders, a bunch of whom you'll remember held slaves, saw slavery as a necessary evil. Jefferson once wrote, quote, "As it is, we have the wolf by the ear, and we can neither hold him nor safely let him go. Justice is in one scale and self-preservation in the other." The belief that justice and self-preservation couldn't...
That reminds you of like how I feel about like Palestine as well. You know what I mean? Like this like idea that was Jefferson that they were quoting, right? Like that it's like, you know, we've got this like entity. They're using a wolf. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to
anthropomorphize
animals.
Yeah.
No, it's not anthropomorphize. I'm not trying to call people animals, but you're at this thing where you've wrestled down this wolf, right? And it's like, hey man, you're not supposed to be doing that to that wolf. You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of fucked up. You're out here like wrestling a wolf. Why don't you let it go? And it's like, well, the thing is, even if I wanted to let this wolf go, this wolf is very upset at this point.
I have done a lot of things to this man.
I've done a lot of very bad things to this wolf. And this wolf is very angry with me and is probably going to fucking attack me.
It's the guy trapped in the closet of his own house again. All right? I've been doing a lot of very fucked up things to this man for years at this point.
I can't let him out of there. No.
If I let him out, he is gonna kill me.
He's gonna fucking kill me. So I just have to keep him in there forever at this point. You know what I mean? And it's like It's the same thing with this like wolf analogy. It's like I just have to hold the wolf forever at this point because we've severely we've done some very unjustifiable things to this wolf. And
To be fair, we have come very close to like peace agreements, right? You know, agreements of nonviolence that I have broken several times over.
numerous times. The wolf has no trust left in me whatsoever. Good luck getting this thing to agree to anything at this point.
And I really like, you know, let's be real here. I can't blame them.
If I were this wolf,
I'd kill me too.
And as a matter of fact, I've actually killed a lot of wolves for doing exactly what I've done. Much less than what I've done. There's actually a graveyard of wolves out back for doing much less than the things that I've done.
Right. So if we just change the wolf to people, then suddenly like, oh shit,
Whether it's funny how it's like the same thing when it comes to like slaves in the United States and Palestinians. Like both of this thing where it's like there's just like aggrieved people that have just been like suffering humiliation and degradation and oppression for decades, and in some cases centuries. And it's like even if like there's this enlightened liberal mentality that's like, well, we can't let them go and give them rights. Like it's the same thing with Israel. They're like, we can't make this a one-state solution. What are we going to let them all vote? They're going to vote in their interest, and they're very upset with me for the things that I've done.
Right.
And and white people going back to where they came from is out of the that part's also out of the question. So they're going to have to leave.
If we let them free, they're going to do everything we did to them, but to us.
And that's why I have like that, like when people try to oppose the one state solution and they're like, oh, if you give them all voting rights, you know, who knows what they'll do? They might want Israel to not exist. And it's like, so you're like, we can only engage in like a speculative idea of what Palestinians may do if they get the right to vote. And your conclusion as to what will be like the horrific scenario if they do is what you're presently doing.
Right.
So
and
it's like
Neuro Wright makes an excellent point, and then but when no great black vengeance came, like after apartheid in South Africa, the white people tried to manufacture or fake it.
Yeah, but like, do you see what I'm saying? It's like, yeah, but well, look, why don't you just let them be full citizens and vote? And they're like, oh, they might want to end the state and the existence of our nationality. And it's like, you mean the thing that you're doing right now, right? It's like, and it's like, well, like if that's such a bad thing that you're afraid of it happening on the horizon, but you're doing the thing.
Right. You're actively doing the thing that you're afraid will happen to you.
Exactly. That's what I mean. It's like it's like when you think about it like this, and it's like, well, the justification for keeping them in perpetual like second class citizen. It's not even second class. It's like fifth class. I don't even know what they're called. It's like prisoner status, concentration camp status. We have to perpetually hold them in that, because if we stop that, they may do something similar to us. And it's like, yeah, but if that something similar is exactly what you're doing, then what you're doing is unconscionable and untenable. Like, you have to stop it. And they're like, no, we can't.
And it's like, and then on top of that, they always try to use the like, well, all these other states, we're surrounded on all sides by enemies, like, that'll destroy us. And it's like every other country around them is just like, yeah, no, we're not trying to catch that kind of smoke. So, we wish you would stop, but like, we're not going to directly intervene. We are expected to entertain the idea that white people can just set up a state nation wherever they want because they consider themselves genetically, culturally superior. The whole premise is white supremacist eugenicists. There is nothing to discuss. Neurorion says, mostly people are glad to be not under apartheid. They know how awful it is, so they generally don't want to be as awful against others. Right.
On the same side of the scale, was really opposed to the American idea, and in the end, it would make the Civil War inevitable. But as slavery became more entrenched and as ideas of liberty and political equality were embraced by more people, some Southerners began to make the case that slavery wasn't just a necessary evil. They argued, for instance, that slaves benefited from slavery because, their masters fed them and clothed them and took care of them in their old age. You still hear this argument today, astonishingly. In fact, you'll probably see asshats in the comments saying that. I will remind you, it's not cursing if you are referring to an actual ass. This paternalism allowed masters to see themselves as benevolent and to contrast their family-oriented slavery with the cold mercenary capitalism of the free labor North. So yeah, in the face of rising criticism of slavery, some Southerners began to argue that the institution was actually good for the social order. One of the best-known proponents of this view was John C. Calhoun, who in 1837 said this in a speech on the Senate floor: "I hold that in the present state of civilization, where two races of different origin and distinguished by color and other physical differences as well as intellectual are brought together, the relation now existing in the slaveholding states between the two is, instead of an evil, a good, a positive good." Now, of course, John C. Calhoun was a fringe politician.
Now, as we know, we covered John C. Calhoun. John C. Calhoun was this figure of American politics that we were comparing to John Locke. Like, which one of these is liberal? Can they both be liberal? Can one be liberal and one not be liberal? How can you put this one into a box of liberalism, then exclude this one? And that was really the exercise that we went through last week. And I'm sorry. Wait. Duttmeister, can you just go back 5 seconds and let it play?
A good. A positive good. Now, of course, John C. Calhoun was a fringe politician, and nobody took his views particularly seriously.
Well, he was Secretary of State from 1844 to 1845.
Well, I mean, who really cares about the Secretary of State, Stan?
He was also Secretary of War from 1817 to 1825.
All right, but we don't even have a Secretary of War anymore.
And he was Vice President from 1825 to 1832.
Oh my God, were we insane? We were, of course. We justified the insanity with biblical passages.
You got debated, Duttmeister.
Owned.
And with the examples of the Greeks and Romans, and with outright racism, arguing that black people were inherently inferior to whites and that not to keep them in slavery would upset the natural order of things, a worldview popularized millennia ago by my nemesis, Aristotle. God, I hate Aristotle. You know what defenders of Aristotle always say? He was the first person to identify dolphins. Well, okay. Dolphin identifier. Yes, that is what he should be remembered for, but he's a terrible philosopher. Here's the truth about slavery. It was coerced labor that relied upon intimidation and brutality and dehumanization. And this wasn't just a cultural system, it was a legal one. I mean, Louisiana law proclaimed that a slave owes his master a respect without bounds and an absolute obedience. The signal feature of slaves' lives was work. I mean, conditions and tasks varied, but all slaves labored usually from sunup to sundown and almost almost always without any pay. Most slaves worked in agriculture on plantations, and conditions were different depending on which crops were grown. Like slaves on the rice plantations of South Carolina had terrible working conditions, but they labored under the task system, which meant that once they had completed their allotted daily work, they would have time to do other things. But lest you imagine this is like how we have work and leisure time, bear in mind that they were owned and treated as property. On cotton plantation, most slaves worked in gangs, usually under the control of an overseer or another slave who was called a driver. This was back-breaking work done in the southern sun and humidity, and so it's not surprising that whippings or the threat of them were often necessary to get slaves to work. It's easy enough to talk about the brutality of slave discipline, but it can be difficult to internalize it. Like, you look at these pictures, but because you've seen them over and over again, they don't have the power they once might have. The pictures can tell a story about cruelty, but they don't necessarily communicate how arbitrary it all was, as, for example, in this story told by a woman who was a slave as a young girl. The overseer went to my father one morning and said, "Bob, I'm gonna whip you this morning." Daddy said, "I ain't done nothing." And he said, "I know it. I'm gonna whip you to keep you from doing nothing." And he hit him with that cowhide. You know, it would cut the blood out of you with every lick if they hit you hard. That brutality, the whippings, the brandings, the rape, was real, and it was intentional because in order for slavery to function, slaves had to be dehumanized. This enabled slaveholders to rationalize what they were doing, and it was hoped to reduce slaves to the animal property that is implied by the term chattel slavery. So the idea was that slaveholders wouldn't think of their slaves as human, and slaves wouldn't think of themselves as human. But it didn't work. Let's go to the thought bubble. Slaves' resistance to their dehumanization took many forms, but the primary way was by forming families. Family was a refuge for slaves and a source of dignity that masters recognized and sought to stifle. A paternalistic slave owner named Bennett H. Barrow wrote in his Rules for the Highland Plantation, "No rule that I have stated is of more importance than that relating to Negroes marrying outside of the plantation. It creates a feeling of independence." Most slaves did marry, usually for life, and when possible, slaves grew up in two-parent households. Single-parent households were common, though, as a result of one parent being sold. In the Upper South, where the economy was shifting from tobacco to different, less labor-intensive cash crops, the sale of slaves was common. Perhaps 1/3 of slave marriages in states like Virginia were broken up by sale. Religion was also an important part of life in slavery. While masters wanted their slaves to learn the parts of the Bible that talked about being happy in bondage, slave worship tended to focus on the stories of Exodus, where Moses brought the slaves out of bondage, or biblical heroes who overcame great odds, like Daniel.
What about this part of the Bible?
With the part with the slaves being freed and all that jazz?
Yeah, what about this one?
Cut that part out. Cut that part out. Cut that part out.
God was wrong about that part.
Yeah, no, that's this is Christianity a la carte.
Yeah.
You know.
And David. And although most slaves were...
You gave me this Bible and you told me to read this part about the meek inheriting the earth. I found this other stuff about Moses. And that sounds pretty sick.
This Moses guy actually sounds pretty lit. So
Master's like, no more reading.
Yeah, pretty much.
No one here will be able to learn how to read.
I mean, this is kind of a lot like that letter from King Leopold, right? It is exactly that, where it's tell them only what they need, or what we need them to hear, right? Which is like why there are such like great limitations on literacy, along with like the kind of proselytizing that occurred.
Absolutely.
Forbidden to learn to read and write, many did anyway, and some became preachers. Slave preachers were often very charismatic leaders, and they roused the suspicion of slave owners, and not without reason. Two of the most important slave uprisings in the South were led by preachers. Thanks, Thought Bubble. Oh, it's time for the mystery document? We're doing 2 set pieces in a row? All right. The rules here are simple.
It's me if I was doing this shit.
That, but Stan said no. I guess the author of the mystery document. If I am wrong, I get shocked with the shock pen. Since I have been in the Queen's dominions, I have been well contented. Yes, well contented for sure. Man is as God intended he should be. That is, all are born free and equal. This is a wholesome law, not like the Southern laws, which puts man made in the image of God on level with brutes. Oh, what will become of the people, and where will they stand in the day of judgment? Would that the 5th verse of the 3rd chapter of Malachi were written as with a bar of iron and the point of a diamond upon every oppressor's heart, that they might repent of this evil and let the oppressed go free. All right, it's definitely a preacher.
I think I know who it is.
What are you going to say?
I think he lies a moldering in a grave, if you know what I mean.
Who is it?
I think he lies a moldering in the grave.
Tell me who it is.
Let me put it to you this way. He's often, I think, mistakenly referred to as the only white guy that Malcolm X ever liked.
John Brown.
I think that's who it is. But we'll see. We'll see.
Maybe I've watched this video before.
Sure, because only preachers have read Malachi. Probably African-American, probably not someone from the South. I'm going to guess that it is Richard Allen, the founder of the African Methodist Episcopal Church. Ah, dang it! It's Joseph Taper, and Stan just pointed out to me that I should have known it was Joseph Taper because it starts out, since I have been in the Queen's dominions. He was in Canada. He escaped slavery to Canada, the Queen's dominions.
Said it had to be a white guy.
I blame
Had to be a white guy. That type of writing, that had to be a white guy.
I clearly missed a couple sentences, and my reading comprehension obviously fucking sucks. Unlike Pat's.
You're good. No, I watched the video before. I put the video in here.
I'm playing around.
Okay, I know. I'm sorry.
Although, thank you for abolishing slavery decades before we did. So
Please
the
leave.
document shows one of the primary ways that slaves resisted their oppression by running away. Although some slaves, like Joseph Taper, escaped slavery for good by running away to northern free states or even to Canada, where they wouldn't have to worry about fugitive slave laws, even more slaves ran away temporarily, hiding out in the woods or the swamps and eventually returning. No one knows exactly how many slaves escaped to freedom, but the best estimate is that 1,000 or so a year made the journey northward. Most fugitive slaves were young men, but the most famous runaway has been hanging out behind me all day long, Harriet Tubman. Harriet Tubman escaped to Philadelphia at the age of 29, and over the course of her life, she made about 20 trips back to Maryland to help friends and relatives make the journey north on the Underground Railroad. But a more dramatic form of resistance to slavery was actual armed rebellion, which was attempted. Now, individuals sometimes took matters into their own.
What was that?
They don't talk about that too much.
No, they don't talk about
Harriet Tubman. They like to talk about the Harriet Tubman and the Underground Railroads.
Right.
They don't like talking about the part where they started picking up guns and killing people.
The part where Harriet Tubman, was fucking strapped.
or that part where Frederick Douglass beat the ass of a slave master.
Exactly.
Own hands and beat or even killed their white overseers or masters, like Bob, the guy who received the arbitrary beating, responded to it by killing his overseer with a hoe. But that said, large-scale slave uprisings were relatively rare. The four most famous ones all took place in a 35-year period at the beginning of the 19th century. Gabriel's Rebellion in 1800, which we talked about before, was discovered before he was able to carry out his plot. Then in 1811, a group of slaves upriver from New Orleans seized cane knives and guns and marched on the city before militia stopped them. And in 1822, Denmark Vesey, a former slave who had purchased his freedom, may have organized a plot to destroy Charleston, South Carolina. I say may have because the evidence against him is disputed and comes from a trial that was not fair. But regardless, the end result of that trial is that he was executed, as were 34 slaves. But the most successful slave rebellion, at least in the sense that they actually killed some people, was Nat Turner's in August 1831. Turner was a preacher, and with a group of about 80 slaves, he marched from farm to farm in Southampton County, Virginia, killing the inhabitants, most of whom were women and children because the men were attending a religious revival meeting in North Carolina. Turner and 17 other rebels were captured and executed, but not before they struck terror into the hearts of whites all across the American South. Virginia's response was to make slavery worse, passing even harsher laws that forbade slaves from preaching and prohibited teaching them to read. Other slave states followed Virginia's lead, and by the 1830s, slavery had grown, if anything, more harsh. So this shows that large-scale armed resistance was, Django Unchained aside, not just suicidal, but also a threat to loved ones and really to all slaves. But it is hugely important to emphasize that slaves did resist their oppression. Sometimes this meant taking up arms, but usually it meant more subtle forms of resistance, like intentional work slowdowns or sabotaging equipment or pretending not to understand instructions. And most importantly, in the face of systematic legal and cultural degradation, they reaffirmed their humanity through family and through faith. Why is this so important? Because too often in America, we still talk about slaves as if they failed to rise up, when in fact, rising up would not have made life better for them or for their families. The truth is, sometimes carving out an identity as a human being in a social order that is constantly seeking to dehumanize you is the most powerful form of resistance. Refusing to become the chattel that their masters believed them to be is what made slavery untenable and the Civil War inevitable. So make no mistake, slaves fought back, and in the end, they won. I'll see you next week. Crash Course is produced and directed by Stan Mower. The script supervisor.
I mean, you know that like all that makes me think about like it's Palestine.
Yeah.
Right now.
Yeah. You know, it's hard not to think about that. A couple KRS-One fans in chat, I see.
Hell yeah.
KRS-One fans. Nothing wrong with that. All right, this one's me, I believe, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the Quakers, of all people, not really of all people, we know that the Quakers were pretty anti-slavery, lamented the advent of what seemed to be a new and repugnant system. Slavery for a determinate period of time and the other forms of more or less servile labor. There you go, Quaker Road Sky. What's up? Thank you for being here. Hitherto in force, tended to give way to slavery in the strict sense, to a permanent hereditary condemnation of a whole people. Hereditary was the word that I was looking for earlier.
That's it.
Hereditary slavery. Okay. Hereditary condemnation of a whole people who were denied any prospect of change and improvement, any hope of freedom. Again, in Statute 1696, South Carolina declared that it could not prosper without the labor and service of Negroes and other slaves. The barrier separating service and slavery was as yet not well defined, and that the increasingly reduced slaves to chattel and establish the racial character of the condition that they were subjected to was already underway. An unbridgeable gulf separated blacks from the free population. Even stricter laws prohibited interracial sexual and marital relations, making them a crime. We are now dealing with a hereditary caste of slaves, defined and recognized by the color of their skin. In this sense, in John Wesley's view, American slavery was the vilest that ever saw the sun. And this is important because we frequently hear from people like, oh, I don't know, Candace Owens, that it's like, bruh, everybody did slaves. Everybody did the slaving. Everybody did the slavery. It's not that big a deal. Why is it so bad that we did it? And it's like, this is a very interesting form of slavery that you had going on over here in the United States. The prospect that you could never be free in any realistic capacity. The prospect that your children will be born into slavery. The prospect that even outside of your situation as a slave, there was a bunch of institutionalized apartheid style laws that prevent you from, having interracial marriages, having certain, it's like it created a permanent caste slave system enshrined by law and made you effectively cattle. And your children will be cattle also. So like we need to talk about what is the difference between, slavery did exist all over, but even in Rome, I'm pretty sure a slave could eventually win its freedom and join society.
He literally stated it like 2 slides ago that like even in Rome, they could at least, expect that their children would be free, or grandchildren at least, or that, there was the opportunity was available that they could at some point no longer be a slave and then have some role of within society.
Right.
Outside.
And even in Africa, where there was slavery as well, it wasn't on this basis of so let's say you're a Roman slave or a European slave or an African slave or whatever you want to say it is, and you ran away from your captors and you got to cross the river to the next town. There's nothing like, there's no like slave thing on your forehead.
Right.
If you're in the American antebellum South and you run away from a plantation, just the fact that you're black is you are of a slave status imbued by your skin.
Right. Even in motherfucking Rome, an empire that was extremely high on that violence train. Well, I mean, like, I feel like they were more high on the taxation train, but like, I'll leave my don't tread on me, like,
just saying.
I'll leave that arc for a later date. But like, what the fuck is it? Like, again, right? Even the other African nations that were like, taking part in this. We just finished the book, How Europe Underdeveloped Africa, and it came up. Yeah. I don't think that any of those nations that were offering fellow Africans into that slave market could wrap their heads around the type of slavery that they were being sold into, where it's like, I'm sure to them it would seem foreign. That, like, what do you mean they don't eventually become part of society?
Right.
What do you mean
I'm
they?
pretty sure in our reading, Walter Rodney stipulated that was kind of the trajectory of slaves within Africa, the ones that weren't sold into the European slave trade. That there was still this time that you could be free and your family could be free also.
Right.
John,
Slavery.
It's a very interesting question for you, and it's a very pressing question. I think you need to answer.
Okay.
Go ahead,
Johnny. What about poop and pee?
Now, have you considered the variables of poop and or pee?
I think the pee is stored in the balls, and I don't know where the poop comes from. That could be anywhere.
It's shaped like a shaft, so
Could be stored there. Who knows?
What's up, Falcon? How are you?
The cologne. Oh man.
Yeah, the cheeks.
Oh shit. Dude, I haven't seen somebody else reference the book Things Fall Apart in so goddamn long. I remember reading that book in high school. Yeah, free and integrated into the society, which is very different from the chattel slavery in North America. Dehumanizing, yes, but not nearly as much, and not as in this inheritance, this intergenerational, caste that you are stuck within for the rest of your life. By the way, this one's you, Pat.
Did I? Okay, I didn't just read that one. That last one.
I don't think.
I didn't just read that one.
Oh, no, it is me. You're right. I'm sorry. I'm losing my mind. Mm-hmm. The verdict of American Quakers and British abolitionists has been fully confirmed by contemporary historians. At the end of a cycle of degradation of black people, with the ignition of the white engine of oppression and the conclusive soldering of slavery and racial discrimination we see at work in the colonies of the British Empire in the late 17th century, a chattel slavery unknown in Elizabethan England and also classical antiquity, but familiar to men living in the 19th century and aware of the reality of the southern United States. Hence, slavery in its most radical form triumphed in the golden age of liberalism and at the heart of the liberal world. This was acknowledged by James Madison, slave owner and liberal, like numerous protagonists of the American Revolution, who observed that the most oppressive dominion ever exercised by man over man, power based on mere distinction of color, was imposed in the most enlightened period of time. Correctly stated, in all its radicalism, the paradox we face consists in this. The rise of liberalism and the spread of racial chattel slavery are the product of a twin birth, which, as we shall see, has rather unique characteristics. Like, we just spent the last 5 minutes talking about how unique it is compared to even the slavery that existed in Africa or North Africa or the Arab states to the north and east to it.
Right. So in fighting for conciliation of the rebel colonies, Burke recognized the influence of slavery within them. But this did not impair the spirit of freedom. On the contrary, it was precisely here that freedom appeared more noble and liberal. Indeed, these people of the southern colonies are much more strongly attached to liberty than those to the northward. This is a consideration that we also encounter some decades later from a Barbadian planter. you will find that no nations in the world have been more jealous of their liberties than those amongst whom the institution of slavery existed. On the other side, in England, countering Burke and his policy of conciliation with the rebel colonists, Josiah Tucker pointed out how the champions for American republicanism were simultaneously the promoters of the absurd tyranny they exercised over their slaves. This was a republican tyranny, the worst tyranny of all time. So even, these liberal philosophers like Burke are saying that they're actually more liberal in the South, where they own all the slaves, because what they're saying is that, they're not being, it's more illiberal to try to stop slavery than it is to have slaves. And this is kind of like what Adam Smith was referring to when he said that there is a despotic government could end slavery quicker than a free government. So now we're into this conundrum. We're in a dilemma. Which is the true liberal? The one that owns people as property and it can effectively, treat them as property, or the despotic, authoritarian, totalitarian government that vanquishes this vile institution? Because that wouldn't be liberal.
No.
It wouldn't be liberal that sounds pretty authoritarian, right?
No. Especially if you're oppressing the free market.
Exactly. And that's what they said about Lincoln. They said this about Abraham Lincoln. They said that he is a tyrant. He is a totalitarian, authoritarian, and he doesn't care about states' rights, and he doesn't care about the freedoms and liberties of people.
Yeah. What is it? Semper Fidelis, Darth Tyrannus, or whatever.
Yeah. But yeah.
In the authors cited here, there is more or less clear awareness, accompanied by different value judgments of the paradox we are examining. And perhaps precisely now it begins to lose its aura of impenetrability. Why should we be surprised that those demanding or in the forefront of the demand for self-government and freedom from central political power were the major slave owners? In 1839, an eminent representative of Virginia observed that the position of the slave owner stimulated in him a more liberal cast of character, more elevated principles, a wider expansion of thought, a deeper and more fervent love, and juster estimate of that liberty by which he is so highly distinguished. The wealth and leisure it enjoyed and the culture it thus managed to acquire reinforced the proud self-consciousness of a class that became ever more intolerant of the abuses of power, the intrusions, the interference, and the constraints of political power or religious authority. Shaking off these constraints, the planter and slave owner developed a liberal spirit and a liberal mentality.
So again, just more of hey, this is a very liberal spirit and liberal mentality that people like John C. Calhoun and the slave owners of the South have developed.
Right. It's kind of like in Django Unchained where what's his name? Caprio's character is this well-read, I'm a cultured Southern, this is also you think that this is just, Leonardo DiCaprio being kind of a fucking eccentric character. Yeah. No, it literally I know I've talked about this before, and the War Nerd podcast kind of turned me on to it. But there's this guy Count. What the fuck's his name? He was from Poland or whatever. He was Polish, and he was kind of like a quasi-socialist for the time, right? Even though he kind of Adam Gurowski. That's it. Count Adam Gurowski, I think it is. He literally has letters and writings from that time where he's what the fuck is wrong with the North and why are they falling over their own 2 fucking feet to be basically in love with these Southern planters, There was this admiration from a lot of Southern senators or congressmen or whatever with the South, because they thought it was the most interesting place on earth, and they thought that everybody from there was this distinguished cultured debutante.
Debutante, yeah.
Debutante. I don't know. I don't even know what the fuck that word means. All I know is that he was kind of right, and he was also talking about how all right, all of these weapons going missing that are supposed to be going to these military bases in the South. You see what's happening here, right? Like,
Yeah.
they are going to start a war. Wake the fuck up.
I gotta go check.
Hi, my name's Clint Smith, and this is Crash Course Black American History. So, sometimes in life, who we say we want to be is not necessarily who we are in that moment. For example, when I was a little kid, I wanted to be a pro wrestler, and not like grow up and become one eventually. I wanted to be one right then, right there, in that moment. Now, the thing is, even if I wrote down on a sheet of paper that I was a pro wrestler, even if I got all my friends to meet in a room and agree that I was a pro wrestler, even if I got all those friends to sign a long scroll of paper calling me a pro wrestler, none of that, in fact, makes me a professional wrestler. See, there's a disconnect there between who I say I want to be and who I actually am in that moment. This is basically the same thing that happened with the US Constitution.
Obviously, this man has not been on the app now known as X, formerly known as Twitter, because you could just kind of like do whatever on there, and it's real and legal and true.
Stay with me. America said a lot of things about who it was and what it represented, even though for millions of people, the aspirations espoused in that document didn't apply to them. And not only did it not apply to them, but it further entrenched the racial caste system that was already in place. You see, who America says it is and who America has actually been have not always been neatly aligned. Far from it. It's more than a little ironic that the place where the US Constitution was drafted was later called Independence Hall. Because while it's true that the United States was effectively born there were millions of people who called the United States home who, in many ways, became even less free following the ratification of the Constitution. Now, this is not to imply that the colonial laws we've talked about in earlier episodes.
Hey, look, it's the thing that like Red Falcon and Neuro Riot or Dupmeister, I think we're just talking about a second ago. Let me just rewind that back for y'all, just real quick.
It's more than a little ironic that the place where the US Constitution was drafted was later called Independence Hall. Because while it's true that the United States was effectively born there were millions of people who called the United States home who, in many ways, became even less free following the ratification of the Constitution. Now, this is not to imply that the colonial laws we've talked about in earlier episodes weren't restricting or inhumane in their own right. They were. But the Constitution, even in its earliest days when so many people around the world weren't really sure what a constitution even was intended as an effort to solidify the legal principles of a nation. In the United States, the Constitution is the central legal document of our land. It is the thing that everything else comes back to. And in our foundational legal document, the one upon which the legal and political landscape of this country would be built, the founders failed to do away with slavery. In fact, they recommitted to it. And there were many people who felt strongly that this was a moral indictment of the country. Almost 70 years later, in 1854, the famous abolitionist William Lloyd Garrison would hold up a copy of the US Constitution and burn it, calling it a covenant with death and an agreement with hell. And it didn't have to be this way. The founders could have used this as an opportunity to say, hey, look, let's start this experiment fresh. They could have said, you know what, team? We inherited slavery from the British, we just fought a war of independence, and that means we should probably make everyone independent. But instead, the majority of them were like, nah. And the thing is, so many of them knew slavery was wrong. And so many of them knew that it was something they should be ashamed of. That's why the word slave didn't actually appear anywhere in the Constitution. They didn't want it anywhere on the document because they knew that it was something history would judge them for. This matters because it demonstrates what many founders of our nation valued and where they thought that black people should be on the social hierarchy. On an economic front, slavery was an incredibly lucrative business, and the founders knew that, many of them personally. Of the 55 delegates at the Constitutional Convention, about 25 owned enslaved people. This conflict manifested itself in two ways. the 3/5 Compromise, and the Slave Trade Clause. Let's start with the 3/5 Compromise. Article 1 of the Constitution set up a government with 2 legislative chambers. In the Senate, each state gets 2 senators. But in the House of Representatives, representation is determined by the population of the state. And these newly minted states had very different compositions. Northern states were more densely populated with white citizens, while southern states were heavily populated with enslaved black people. What this did was create a dilemma. The colonists were unsure if and how they should acknowledge enslaved black people as members of the population, and to what extent they should be counted as citizens in the context of allotting states political representation. Let's go to the thought bubble. Northern delegates did not support including enslaved black people in the population of the southern states, largely because it would give the South more political power. But the southern delegates knew they wouldn't be able to compete in the House of Representatives if enslaved people weren't counted. And this is where we get something called the 3/5 Compromise. The 3/5 Compromise was a clause in the Constitution that defined enslaved individuals as 3/5 of a human. It was placed in Article 1, Section 2, and it stated that representatives and direct taxes shall be apportioned among the several states which may be included within this union, according to their respective numbers, which shall be determined by adding to the whole number of free persons, including those bound to service for a term of years, and excluding Indians not taxed, 3/5 of all other persons. 3/5 of a person. That doesn't even make sense to say out loud. And it sounds absurd because it is absurd. Even though the South would have loved for black people to fully count for political purposes, this legislative compromise, which turned black people into fractions, came to serve as a larger metaphor for the way that black people were seen by many as less than human. The implications of this decision were profound. It changed the dynamics of the House of Representatives and the Electoral College. Without the 3/5 Compromise, some historians even argue that Thomas Jefferson would have never won the election of 1800. Thanks, Thought Bubble. The 3/5 Compromise wasn't the only negotiation about what slavery would look like in the new United States. The Slave Trade Clause was outlined in Article 1, Section 9, Clause 1 of the Constitution. Though it doesn't use the word slave, it was one of the original provisions of the Constitution that addressed slavery as a policy issue. The text says, "The migration or importation of such persons as any of the states now existing shall think proper to admit shall not be prohibited by the Congress prior to the year 1808, but a tax or duty may be imposed on such importation, not exceeding $10 for each person." This is basically a really fancy way of saying that the federal government cannot limit how many individuals were imported to the United States. According to legal scholars Gordon Lloyd and Jenny S. Martinez, when they said any such persons, they clearly meant enslaved people of African descent. They also point out that this clause was created to be another compromise between the northern and southern colonies. It allowed for slavery to exist in the South, where it directly sustained the economy, and allowed for slavery to remain illegal at the local level, where it had already been abolished. But what it did allow was for all the colonies to indirectly economically benefit from slavery. And the fact that so many across the country, North and South, benefited financially from slavery is part of what allowed it to sustain itself for so long. Some states, like Georgia and South Carolina, had a unique reliance on the transatlantic slave trade because their enslaved workers died at higher rates relative to places like Virginia or Maryland. They were particularly insistent on this point, so much that some feared they wouldn't join the Union if there were constitutional limits placed on the slave trade. So even though this document was written without saying the word slave, what this clause essentially said was, until 1808, the migration or importation of enslaved individuals of African descent cannot be regulated by the federal government, but only by the states, to allow for each entity to make the best economic decision for their white citizens. At the end of the day, southern states were able to benefit by keeping their property, and northern states, we shouldn't forget, also got to benefit from the impact of slavery on the northern economy. The Slave Trade Clause prevented action on the transatlantic slave trade for 20 years, and the 3/5 Compromise lasted for a lot longer than that. It took 75 years before the United States eventually pivoted on slavery, and it took a civil war and cost hundreds of thousands of lives to get there. So, what can we say about the Constitutional Convention? I mean, what can we say about the Founding Fathers? So often we're taught about how great they were and how great this founding document they wrote is. But remember that nearly half of the delegates at the Constitutional Convention owned enslaved people. It's important to understand who was and who wasn't included in their vision for this new nation. Who would be the beneficiaries of this promise of democracy, and whose bodies would be used and cast aside in pursuit of it. Sometimes, American history demands that we hold sets of complicated truths at the same time. These delegates at the Constitutional Convention founded a country that would go on to create unprecedented opportunity and upward mobility for millions of people across generations. But it did so at the direct expense of millions and millions of other people. Both are true, and both are America. And holding multiple truths that seem at odds with one another, well, that's American history in a nutshell. I'll see you next time. Crash Course is made with the help of all these nice people.
Bye-bye.
And our animation.
Another wonderful video as always.
Yep. We will be visiting our friend again. There's a engaging lead discussion going on in chat.
Which has moved directly into COVID causes or has some correlation to increased aggression. Which, I also would like to take a look at some of those studies. I have, some people that could...
yeah, if you got studies, pass them around.
We're very big on studies here.
Yeah. All right, this one's me. So, the advent of modern property entailed the master's ability to dispose of it as he saw fit. In the Virginia of the second half of the 17th century, a law was enforced that sanctioned the effective impunity of a master even when he killed his slave. Such behavior could not be considered a felony since it cannot be presumed that prepense malice, which alone makes murder felony, should induce any man to destroy his own estate. First with the Glorious Revolution, then later, more completely, with the American Revolution, the assertion of self-government by civil society hegemonized by slaveholders involved the definitive liquidation of traditional forms of interference by political and religious authority. Christian baptism and profession of faith were henceforth irrelevant. In Virginia, at the end of the 17th century, one could proceed with the solemn solemnities of jury to the execution of a slave guilty of a capital crime. Marriage between slaves was no longer a sacrament, and even funerals lost their solemnity. At the beginning of the 19th century, a Virginia jurist, George Tucker, could observe that the slave was positioned below the rank of human beings, not only politically, but physically and morally. So it's like these are just more of those situations where the unique form of American slavery, where like what they're saying, things like baptism and profession of a faith, that's irrelevant now. That's never that. Nice try, enslaved person. You think you believe in God now? We don't care.
Right.
You know what I mean? Which was a little bit different under Spain, at least in most parts of Spain. Not fully, but there was a while where that was the situation in Spain. It was even a thing with the natives, you know what I mean? Some of the natives attempted assimilation and being like, hey, what do you need us, we'll join the church or whatever, you know what I mean? It's like, no, that's not, we're done with that now. That arrangement is done with.
Right. The conquest of self-government by civil society hegemonized, I didn't even know that was a word, by large-scale property involved in even more drastic deterioration in the condition of the indigenous population. The end of the control exercised by the London government swept away the last obstacles to the expansionistic march of the white colonists. Already harbored by Jefferson and then explicitly and brutally formulated by the Monroe administration, the indigenous people of the East must clear off the land, whether or not they agree, whether or not they become civilized. The idea of deporting the natives became a tragic reality with the Jackson presidency. I wasn't sure whether to say I don't know if that was Domenico Losurdo's words or Jefferson's words or something. I didn't know if I was paraphrasing or not because I didn't read ahead. General Winfield Scott, with 7,000 troops and followed by civilian volunteers, invaded the Cherokee domain. seized all the indigenous they could find, and in the middle of winter sent them on the long trek to Arkansas and Oklahoma. The civilian volunteers appropriated the Native Americans' livestock, household goods, and farm implements and burned their homes. Some 14,000 indigenous people were forced to travel the Trail of Tears, as it came to be called, and about 4,000 of them died on the way. An eyewitness to the exodus reported even aged females, apparently ready to drop into the grave, were traveling with heavy burdens attached to their backs, sometimes on frozen grounds and sometimes on muddy streets, with no coverings for their feet.
Yeah, and I don't know if you remember. Remember, like last week, we were gonna watch a video on the Trail of Tears, and we kind of had to cut it off like halfway, because we had the audio issue.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, I was saying, remember we were gonna watch a video on the Trail of Tears, but we cut it off halfway last
Yes.
week because of the audio issues.
Yeah.
So I have a different video, but you know, obviously it gives us another chance to learn more about this sordid chapter of American history.
Right. And Powerful Finger, Maoism with American characteristics is just the kind of unhinged shit that I expect from, Maoism. So, let me just pause this, hit that, turn that up. Oh, nope, I didn't do it yet. It's not a full, it's not a full I fucked up yet. There we go.
Trail of Tears refers to the forced displacement of what white American colonizers called the 5 civilized tribes. Over 20 years between 1830 and 1850, somewhere around 60,000 to 100,000 Native Americans were forced from their homes into land the new government had decided would be Indian territory. During their removal, countless died from exposure, disease, and starvation. Their unnecessary deaths are now seen as a near-genocidal event, and the route they walked and died upon is forevermore known as the Trail of Tears. The 5 civilized tribes refers to the major Native American nations that originally lived in America's Deep South. These were the Cherokee, Chickasaw, Choctaw, Muskogee Creek, and Seminole tribes. In the early days of European colonization, tensions between the Europeans and the merciless Indians, as they were called, were high. The Native Americans understandably fought hard to keep their land, which the invaders didn't particularly like, as they felt they were entitled to it. Later, President George Washington deemed American natives as biologically equal, but with an inferior society. He encouraged the process of civilization at Thomas.
I actually did learn about the Trail of Tears in middle school and high school, Ray. Just as shocked as you are.
That happened a lot. Well, I guess it didn't happen that much longer than. But the thing is that they can teach that one because there's almost no Native people left. You know what I mean? Like, it's not dangerous to teach that one.
Right. Like, it's not as if like that lesson wasn't followed up with like, and now they're all gone.
Yeah. Right. Exactly.
Jefferson continued in his tenure. What followed was some tribes assimilating somewhat into European culture, with cross-cultural marriages even taking place in some instances. Although, more often than not, this was forced assimilation and erasure of their natural culture in order to avoid more deaths at the hands of European Americans. The 5 tribes we've all...
Can you explain what that means, like Cracker? That they represent the majority?
Already mentioned were the ones to do this, converting to Christianity and developing centralized governments, English literacy, written constitutions, and even owned their own African-American slaves like the white colonizers. This uneasy peace was maintained until the white Americans kicked things up a notch. It wasn't sufficient that they had invaded another culture's territory and brought diseases that ran rampant. They now decided they deserved all the land for themselves as their settlements grew and people became greedier.
Whoa, level
Even
1.
the 5 tribes who had shown up.
5 months with us. Thank you so much. Appreciate you hanging out.
No, Lightcracker, source. I don't care what you say. Source.
Lightcracker, even in countries that have like significant indigenous populations, like in Guatemala, for example, you know what I mean? Like they're still a minority of the population. I mean, Bolivia would probably be the only. Bolivia and Venezuela would probably be the only two nations in Central and South America that could say have indigenous political representation at the highest level.
Also, what does that mean? Do they look European to you? Does somebody from Calabria, Italy, look at like European to you?
Does who look European to me? Have you seen what people from Guatemala look like at the top of the political spectrum?
So
like the richest people in Guatemala.
So source, Lightcracker. Source or I ban you. You have 3 minutes.
Willingness to integrate with the European Americans became victims of their desire to own everything. In 1829, Andrew Jackson became president. He had been a strong proponent for removal of Native Americans for at least a decade already, and now that he was in power, he was determined to accomplish this goal. And he didn't waste any time. On May 28, 1830, less than a year into his presidency,
fuck off.
Jackson signed what was called the Indian Removal Act. The act allowed Jackson to negotiate with the tribes for their removal to land the European Americans had decided was more appropriate for them, west of the Mississippi River. In other words, the settlers wanted to expand and weren't going to let the native citizens of America get in their way. The act removed any claim the Native Americans had to their own land and supported relocation funded by the US government. And although the law stated that President couldn't move the tribes without a mutually agreed treaty, Jackson was not about to let that stand in his way should negotiations fail. Jackson continued to somewhat work with tribal leaders to negotiate their removal west, but history does not look favorably upon his treatment of Native American tribes and his aggressive pursuit of their removal. The first treaty was signed that first year with the Choctaw tribe after years of land loss and hardships for them. Their feelings can be summed up by their leader, George W. Hawkins, who wrote, "We as Choctaws rather chose to suffer and be free than live under the degrading influence of laws which our voice could not be heard in their formation." The Choctaw tribe were the first victims of the Trail of Tears. Between 1821 and 1833, all but approximately 5,000 to 6,000 Choctaw had been moved to the west. During their removal, they endured freezing temperatures, flooded rivers, and extreme food shortages. One group was completely lost in the Lake Providence swamps, while those who completed the journey experienced heavy losses of their family and friends along the way. All in all, it's predicted anywhere between 2,500 and 6,000 Choctaw tribe members died on the Trail of Tears from disease and mishaps along the way, prompting one chief to refer to the experience as a trail of tears and death.
It's honestly
Those
a
who
more
remained
apt title.
endured no better, victim to frequent harassment, intimidation, destruction of their proproperties, and in some cases, murdered by the European Americans who resented them.
Tears implies like, oh, it was just like a really sad time, you know, and without any of like the whole, no, they were like, you know, murdered and forced to march and like, you know, so many people dying along the way, kind of, you know, oh, well, it's implied. Is it?
Presence. Although the 7 chiefs of the Seminole tribe had signed a treaty agreeing to move west, upon returning home from scouting the land, most immediately renounced the statement, claiming they had been forced into signing. Given the general attitude of Jackson and his government, this is most likely true. What followed was nearly 7 years of fighting, starting in 1835 and ending in 1842. It was the longest and most costly of all the Indian conflicts. Can't say we feel too sorry for the US government there. As the Seminole resisted relocation, Florida and the US government sent troops and equipment to help the army force the tribe over the river. They were successful, and it's predicted they forcibly relocated somewhere between 3,000 to 4,000 Seminole tribespeople. The number of Seminole who died in the war is uncertain, but it's likely between 700 to 1,000 members of the tribe. Around 500 Seminoles did escape to the Everglades, whom the government, after much fighting, left in peace, realizing they would not be able to subjugate them easily because of the terrain and climate of the region. They remain the only federally recognized tribe which never signed a peace treaty with the US. The Muskogee Creek tribe had been working with the US government and Andrew Jackson before his inauguration as president. Although the Muskogee signed a treaty with the US government, the Treaty of Cassetta in 1832, whites moved into their territory before everything was settled, and land speculators deliberately defrauded and stole from the lands of the Muskogee Creeks. By 1836, there was an uprising from the tribe's people protecting their land from the fraudulent and invasive practices of the whites. The uprising ended abruptly when soldiers began rounding up Creek people and forcibly extracting them to the Indian Territory of Fort Gibson. Over the next year, more than 15,000 Muskogee Creeks were forced from their homes with nothing more than the clothes they were wearing. With the army in tow, they made their way along the 750-mile route, now known as the Creek Trail of Tears. It's estimated over 3,500 men, women, and children died on the journey. And that's not to mention those that were forced into concentration camps for their safety, but who actually found themselves raped, enslaved, and murdered. Overall, some numbers estimating the total Creek Trail of Tears death toll go up as high as 8,000, more than half of the tribe's entire number. The Chickasaw tribe was the only one to hold out for financial compensation from the US government. They signed the Treaty of Pontotoc Creek in 1832, but held out until 1837 for their agreed-upon $3 million. Unsurprisingly, they didn't receive this money until nearly 30 years later, despite their removal beginning in 1837. In the meantime, they negotiated with the Choctaw tribe, eventually paying them $530,000 for access to parts of their Indian territory. Once they agreed, the Chickasaw gathered at Tennessee with their belongings and African American.
Sorry, I just wanted to pause it real quick because Plant said something that I have for like the last year have been struggling to put in the simplest ways possible, and he just summed it up in like 2 sentences. Indigenous is a political identity, not a genetic thing. Only members of indigenous communities are indigenous.
Right.
Perfect.
That's like kind of like what was saying is like, you know what I mean? Whenever you hear like that, like random, you know, kid that you're in school with that they say like, I'm 1/3 Cherokee or something like that. And
my great grandma was a Cherokee princess.
They lived the same like white suburban existence as like everyone else that you go to school with. It's
right.
Like, you know, that does not make them authority to speak about Native issues. That does not make them authority to have any kind of like, you know what I mean? Like
I'm not offended by like, you know, this extremely racist caricature. And I'm 1/34th a Choctaw. Like it's, you have no connection to the community. You know nothing about the culture, right? Yeah. You are completely and entirely separate from it, and you for all like you know what's that thing that people are always mispronouncing? For all intents and purposes,
Cherokee great grandma doesn't make her Native American.
I thought it was disproven that like you know her great grandma was even Cherokee, and it was like her great grandpa was actually one of the people like doing the Trail of Tears. But I don't know. That was from like TrueAnon, and I like half remembered it. I was listening to that while I was working, so I could be misremembering things.
Slaves to cross the Mississippi River to their new homes along the Trail of Tears. Of the 3,100 who took part in the first movement, 500 died from dysentery and smallpox. By the end of their removals, over 3,500 had died. It wasn't until the 20th century that they were once again federally recognized as an independent government. Although approximately 2,000 Cherokee had relocated voluntarily to Indian Territory, this wasn't sufficient or fast enough for the US government, and by 1838, they stepped in to forcibly remove other members of the tribe. It was a 1,000-mile walk from the homes of the approximately 13,000 Cherokee tribespeople to their newly provided Indian Territory during an extremely harsh winter. On the way, their numbers quickly began to fall, as many died of disease, malnutrition, and exposure. One of the most tragic moments for the tribe came when they reached Berry's Ferry, a ferry they needed to cross the Ohio River. The journey usually cost around 12 cents. The Cherokee tribe members were charged $1 each. Many died huddled under the Mantle Rock, waiting for the ferry to allow them to cross. A volunteer soldier even wrote of their removal, "I fought through the American Civil War and have seen men shot to pieces and slaughtered by thousands, but the Cherokee removal was the cruelest work I ever knew." Approximately 4,000 Cherokee died on the Trail of Tears, almost a third of their total number. How European Americans treated Native Americans during their years of expansion and since has long been looked upon with disapproval and disgust, but few outside know the true horrors of the Trail of Tears and the unfathomable circumstances of the tribe's route to their new homes that resulted in a near genocide of the Native American people.
I don't know what the fuck that is about, but I'm not going to let that continue. So we're just going to move on. There was a very
like a European guy on top of a bunch of.
No, dude, is that a European guy? Because I think it's supposed to be like a Mongol.
I'm not sure.
But we're going to move on really quickly instead of just like leaving that up on screen like that. So, yeah, all right, look, as far as like Plant said, like, yeah, you know, another like white guy, you know, doing a video on this, sure, but it was informative. It was under 10 minutes, right? It was pretty engaging. You know, we were all talking through it. Pat, you might want to check your volume.
You might want to check my volume.
The little volume thing on the mic itself.
It's only down by 1. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. Look, I can always hear you pretty decently. I don't know what happens like when it goes through OBS to chat. But yeah, no, I mean, like, you know, the point is that, like, and yes, it was like a pretty Orientalist depiction. But the point is, though, of the video, right, is that it was concise, quick, it was visually kind of stimulating. Obviously, we all talked a lot, you know, about it. It brought up a lot of things for us to talk about throughout it, like Elizabeth Warren, for instance, you know, who, by the way, was considered, what was it, Harvard law, or was it like Yale law or something? She was considered their first teacher of color because of her alleged indigenous background. You ever heard about that?
No.
Yeah, she was considered their first, you know, law professor of color. You know, if I'm gonna be the first of some,
I think you still have it up, by the way.
Oh shit!
If you have a problem with it, I'm just saying.
God damn it! So all I'm saying is, right, that like, if you're gonna like, you know, acquiesce that role, right? You would think that, like, you know, you're going to be like 100% on that. You know what I mean? Not just like family lore kind of deal. Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
If you're going to go up there, if you're going to go up and like really put that out there to the entire world / country that's relevant for, and then it's like, oh, that's actually none of that's true. Because, you know, people are going to like investigate that.
Yeah. And then, like, you know, it took like, I think like 20 years before it was like, oh, turns out,
that scholarship that you got.
Yeah.
That's one of those things, though, is like when you let someone get away with it for so long, like then they just become more and more like cavalier. You know what I mean? Cavalier with the lie. They're like, you know, you know, trust me, drug addicts do this all the time. I've seen this.
Yeah.
Where like the lie becomes embedded into your personality type.
Maybe that's why I find like the pretendianism thing, right? That Rick, you know, has talked about and Plants have talked about, right? Maybe that's why I find it like so interesting that like these people adopt like an entire cultural background, right? For like just reasons like I can't really wrap my head around as like somebody that was like a pathological liar, you know what I mean? Especially in active addiction. It's just wild.
I mean, the thing is that white people are generally like desperately seeking some way to marginalize themselves and to escape like the moral conundrum of like being placed into like the privileged sector of society, that like instead of like reconciling with that and like making like a you know, objective understanding of like the society you live in, it just has to be like, actually no, actually I'm actually native,
right?
You know what I mean? Like, yeah, or something like that, like, or actually Irish people were slaves, actually, you know what I mean? Yeah. Actually we were treated worse than black people. That's just, or like, you know, everything has to be like, or it has to be something like, you know, I don't know. I don't want to go down the line of things. You know. Sometimes people assume a mental illness that they don't actually have.
Right.
And like, and this is, I'm way down the list on this. I'm not trying to like, put myself shoulder to shoulder with like a native person or something like that. But just as an example, like I got diagnosed with ADHD as a kid. I was on Adderall for 9 years. And I'm not saying that marginalizes me, but I get annoyed when somebody goes, I'm so ADHD. And it's like.
And like you definitely fucking have ADHD.
No, but it's like, I'm just saying I'm not even trying to make this as me marginalized.
Yeah.
I'm just saying like, it's annoying when somebody fucking does this because it's like, if you weren't taken out of school when you were in kindergarten and been like, you need to be on amphetamines for 9 years. You know what I mean? Like, I don't even want to hear about it. I don't want to hear about it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't like hearing about it because it became like a hot topic t-shirt thing to be like ADHD. I'm so ADHD. I'm so ADD. And it's like,
no, you're just disorganized. That's all it is. That's fine. Like, all right, so there's a couple things in chat, right? Like Ninja Can saying, I'm still not sure what to think of the Buffy St. Clair situation. That's not for us to figure out. All right. That's a whole other community, like to sort that out with that person. And that's not for us to weigh in on. And like, plants, like that. Sure. Yes. Right? Like I'm not going to weigh in on that in the same way that like I don't weigh in on like, fucking like Indian issues or Indian cultural issues because I grew up entirely separated
I'll talk shit about Modi right now.
I'll talk shit about Modi right now, but like not as somebody that is like, Indian.
Right. Not like as an Indian, let me tell you.
Right. Like, I'm not doing that shit.
I see what you're saying.
Like my dad, right? Like he did not grow up watching Bollywood or like, playing cricket or give any shit about like Indian culture like at all. Right.
Oh man, a huge way that people used to do this was being a drug addict, man. And this is something that I used to do when I was a kid. You know what I mean? Like when I was young, like pretty much like, and I had a lot of really fucked up beliefs like back in like maybe not like I've always considered myself staunchly anti-racist, like, being into punk rock as a kid. So it's never like, I was never like right wing. I was never a fucking all right person. I was never a fucking Nazi or any I never flirted with any of that bullshit. I always like from like a very young age have been like adamantly opposed to what I understood as homophobia, racism, shit like that. Like shit that kind of goes along with like the punk rock ethos. But then also like I got like, right probably like 2015 or something, right as I'm like just starting to get like the drugs out of my body. Like I think there was like this thing where like kind of like this like color blindness. Cause like there's like this conflation that color blindness is the real anti-racism. Like I hadn't been educated enough about anything that I still could have been convinced that like color blindness is just, that's the real anti-racism. You should just not treat anyone different. If you treat everybody the same, then that's non-racism. And like people used to be like, well, like for me personally, it would be like, well, I've been arrested 4 times. I've been to jail 4 times. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm a fucking, you know what I mean? Like, and look at me, I got better or something like that.
Yeah.
It's like, just like a really fucked up, confused thing that luckily did not last long for me. Luckily I opened up a book and then was like, oh, I immediately see why that's very stupid.
Yes.
Like it took me about 15 minutes to figure out why that's kind of ridiculous way to think.
There's a lot of old timers that have not done that investigation.
That's what I mean. Yeah.
I mean, part of what makes me hesitant with Buffy is just the fact that CBC did a giant. She's a singer, okay, that like has made being Indigenous part of like the brand, all right. And there's like a whole like Canadian journo article about it, and I don't know. She might just be Italian but adopted by an Indigenous community. I don't know.
I want to ask the Indigenous friends that we have in our community: is the only way that you can have a legitimate claim to indigeneity?
Yeah.
Is by having like a verifiable attachment to some kind of like a nation or like whatever it would be referred to as. Like,
community.
You know what I mean? Like community. Right. You know what I mean? Like, I know that we have a friend specifically that told us that like, my children may look a certain way or something like that, but they can speak a certain language. They went to certain school. Like they you know what I mean? Like they are a part of this of the community, this indigenous community. You know what I mean? Like, so it's like, you know, like this singer, like when she says, I'm part of this, but she had, like, it should be pretty easy for her to be like, you know, this is specifically what I'm involved in, and these are the people, and this is my family members, and this is this, and this
the issue is that, like we've talked about, there were these schools, right, where children were taken from, you know, and there's like, there's not a whole lot of records. There are some people where like those kind of records are difficult to attain, right? And so, like, that's where there's this kind of wiggle room where, like, you know, is she, isn't she, you know, and Plants is yeah.
Right. Didn't Law Sue have that issue? Didn't Law Sue was adopted. Law Sue was adopted and didn't even realize
white people.
That adopted by white people and did so. Yeah, that's like so you can reconnect. It doesn't have to be that you were brought up in that, like, necessarily like raised on like a reservation or something like that.
Right. And Plant says some people are reconnecting. Like, I am still learning my language and haven't even ever been to our island. Only one of my siblings have been able to go. Mad expensive to fly to Guam. So, like, you know, there's a lot of moving pieces to a conversation like that. You know what I mean? And I would prefer to give it, like, you know, the kind of weight and gravity, because there's a lot going on. And, like, Rick has literally had multiple episodes of Decolonized Buffalo discussing pretendianism and, like, move to settler innocence and, you know, people, like, kind of, like, faking or adopting, like, you know, indigenous culture and stuff like that, but for a profit. And then, like, you know, people that are reconnecting but acting as if they're an authority on these cultural practices and things like that, and oftentimes making money doing it. Plant says it's fine to be reconnecting, but if you're reconnecting, you shouldn't be trying to represent your community, which is exactly what's been going on, you know. But that's the thing, is that, like, Buffy has been like reconnecting for the last 50 years. You know what I mean? Like, it's a messy topic. Judgment for easy one. I don't know. My mother was adopted from the reservation during a time when they were taking children from the reservation to give them a better life, quotations, in schooling. Yeah, like, quote unquote. Yeah. Judgment free zone. Okay. Like, I don't need to act like I'm the voice of go on. We have a very strong independence resurgence movement. Of course. I believe I remember listening to your episode with Rick where you did talk about that. But yeah, that's what's been going on with the Buffy St. Clair, whatever her name is. I don't know. I've never heard of her. It's interesting because there's literally another, like, Canadian, like, formerly indigenous singer, or formerly recognized as indigenous singer in Canada that, like, thought for, like, you know, she's much younger. I think she's only in her 20s or 30s, right? But she's, you know, part of, like, the whole ethos of her artistry and band is, like, being indigenous and talking about indigenous issues and whatnot. And she recently was like, I need to do some investigating, because I can't just be going off of, like, a story that my dad said, you know, and stuff like that, because she has been reconnecting to the community. But then it turns out, right, that the father, right, the story was bullshit, right? And she's not actually Micmac. And even though she's been reconnecting, like, with this community and, like, educating herself about this community and the culture and everything else, that she in fact is not Micmac. But, you know, at least, like, it doesn't make her resentful of, like, the indigenous community or anything like that. It's just, you know, it's just part of the ever, like, complicated trauma, right, that you know, colonialism has subjected to you know, this entire various nations of people. So I think this one is you or me.
This one's me.
Okay.
All right. So now we're getting back into Locke a little bit here. So Locke urges us not to confuse servant and slave. Grotius compared the slave to a perpetual hireling or a wage laborer bound for the duration of his natural term to the same master. By contrast, Locke stressed that we are dealing with two different statuses. In addition to being temporary, the power exercised by the master over a servant is no greater than what is contained in the contract between them. If on the one hand, this made the condition of the servant better, on the other, it rendered that of the slave proper manifestly worse. Shaking off the moral inhibitions of Grotius, who called on the master to respect not only life, but also the specificity of his slave, Locke endlessly stressed that the master exercises over the slave an absolute dominion, an absolute power, a legislative power of life and death, an arbitrary power encompassing life itself. At this point, the slave tends to lose his human characteristics and become reduced to a thing and a chattel, as emerges in particular form the reference to the planters of the East Indies who possesses slaves as horses on the basis of a regular purchase, and by bargain and money, without any hint of criticism. Locke engaged in a conjunction that signifies a firm, indignant denunciation in abolitionist literature. This applies to Mirabeau, who, as we shall see, compared the condition of American slaves with our horses and our mules, and to Marx, who observed in Capital, the slave owner buys his worker in the same way that he buys his horse. So more on John Locke here, how, Grotius, who was a Dutch, Grotius, I don't know exactly how to say it, who is a Dutch
Grotius
liberal, who actually had some more ideas about how a master should respect their slave and things like that. What Locke is taking that and it's making it more into this eternal bondage of chattel slavery in the way that he views the relation of master and slave.
Locke marks a turning point, theoretically. Sometimes freed by their masters, black slaves were long subjected to a condition not markedly dissimilar from that of indentured servants, that is, temporary white semi-slaves on a contractual basis. And it is this ambiguity that finds expression in the text of Grotius, who can hence also apply the category of contract to servitus perfecta. In Locke, by contrast, we can read the development which chattel slavery and racial slavery began to undergo from the late 17th century. A whole series of English colonies in America enacted laws intended to make it clear that the slave's conversion did not entail his emancipation. Locke expressed himself thus in 1660 when, referring to Paul of Tarsus, he asserted that conversion did not dissolve any of those obligations they were tied in before. The gospel continued them in the same condition and under the same civil obligations under which it found them. The married were not to leave their consorts, nor the servant freed from his master. In complete conformity with this theoretical position, in the draft Carolina Constitution, Locke reiterated the irrelevance of possible conversion to Christianity for the condition of the slave. Sometimes words make me cry.
Yeah.
Well, judgment, free zone. We're going to be doing a lot more crying. You'll find that crying is a very common side effect of watching subversive history. Well, just gotta pause this fucking thing. What the fuck?
Hi, I'm Clint Smith, and this is Crash Course Black American History. There are all sorts of ways that societies restrict people's movement. For example, people can put gates and fences around their homes and communities. Or there are traffic cones that tell us where we can and can't drive. Even though sometimes I might accidentally run over them. I'm working on it. But some methods that society uses to restrict the movements of people are far more sinister, far more serious, and based on distorted beliefs, have no sincere interest in the safety of those people. What I'm thinking of, in this case, are something called slave codes. Slave codes were based on the belief that Black Americans were just an economic investment. They were purposefully designed to condone harming Black Americans and keeping them enslaved. Though some textbooks on slavery and slave codes refer to enslaved people simply as workers, They were not simply workers. They were treated as an underclass, and the legal system perpetuated that underclass status for economic and prejudicial reasons. Learning about slave codes makes all of this profoundly clear. Slave codes were laws and policies developed during the colonial period to restrict the movement and freedoms of black people. Though they were called slave codes, many times they were applied to free black people as well. Remember that the distinction between Negro and enslaved was essentially meaningless during this time. The primary reason the slave codes were implemented was to explicitly and legally reinforce the racial hierarchy within the colonies. Slave codes were a method of protecting the investment of white enslavers by restricting the lives of enslaved people in almost every imaginable way. The codes restricted enslaved people's ability to move around or engage in commerce that would make them financially independent. They basically restricted the very opportunities that would allow them to live with even relative freedom. When there were hints of enslaved people questioning their status, or even the possibility of someone planning a revolt, new slave codes were quickly passed to prevent such a thing from happening. Virginia was the first of the 13 colonies to implement large-scale slave codes. Since the United States was not quite the United States yet, each colony had their own version of these codes. At the time, they were not yet even referred to as slave codes, but even without the formal title, their purpose remained the same: to fundamentally restrict the rights of Black Americans, free and enslaved, and to explicitly deny them the rights afforded to white members of society. Let's take a look at an example. In 1662, Virginia passed this statute: whereas some doubts have arisen whether children got by any Englishman upon a Negro woman should be slave or free, be it therefore enacted and declared by this present Grand Assembly that all children born in this country shall be held bond or free only according to the condition of the mother, and that if any Christian shall commit fornication with a Negro man or woman, he or she so offending shall pay double the fines imposed by the former act. After Elizabeth Key's case in 1656, which we talked about last episode, the Virginia House of Burgesses passed this official law. It mandated what's known as partis sequitur ventrum, determining one's enslaved status based on their mother's labor status, as the legal method to determine whether an individual is enslaved or not. Some scholars, such as Jennifer L. Morgan.
This is so interesting because I don't know if you've ever heard me talk about decolonizeallthethings.com or whatever, or .org. It's
I'm not sure.
But the man who runs that, he talks about this at length, that slavery is it's based off of who the mother is, and it's about restricting I don't know, I'll let him keep on talking.
Posit that it was actually Key's freedom suit that drove the Virginia House of Burgesses to create this law in the first place, a law that was also designed to discourage intimate interracial relations between Black and white people in the colonies. Virginia didn't just stop there. In 1705, Virginia passed another law dedicated to regulating the movement and behavior of enslaved people. It was called an Act Concerning Servants and Slaves. This act banned Black people from owning white servants and penalized those who presided over the marriage between a white and Black person.
Wait, pause it real quick.
It banned enslaved people.
I never even thought about that needed to be enshrined into law. By the way,
we're not letting this go the other way around.
Yeah, none of that. We will have none of that. I didn't even realize that because you never think of that, but they must have been sitting there ready, so we're gonna have slavery, right? We're gonna enshrine slavery. And
yeah.
Okay, so what if? Just hear me out. What if there's some of them get away and they get over there and start a community, and they're free or whatever. And what if they get some white people? No. Wait, write that in.
Oh, yeah.
Write that. Put a little line. Write that in. No white people will be slaves.
Preemptively, we have to ban that, okay? Just in case.
They're all just yes. A room full of white people writing about slavery. And they're actually, let's add this.
Do you think that could ever happen? We're going to make sure it never happens.
Yeah, Jesus Christ.
All right, Benjamin?
Have you seen what we do to those people?
Have you seen what I did to that guy? I can't let him out of the closet.
From owning weapons. Other laws around the same time banned black people, regardless of their servitude status, from testifying against whites in court. You might think that in a country where those same colonists would soon be demanding freedom while espousing the importance of liberty and equality for themselves, that those same people would be a bit more, I don't know, concerned about liberty and equality for everyone. But the truth is, America's promise and America's actions are very often inconsistent. Let's go to the thought bubble. In 1671, Maryland passed a law stating that even if an enslaved person converted to Christianity, that conversion did not change their servitude status.
I'm not going to lie. Gun to my head to save my life. If somebody told me, draw the shape of Maryland.
Yeah, no.
I'm dead.
I'm actually bad. If you asked me to, I could draw New Jersey, like not
Right.
well.
Right.
I could draw
Obviously.
Texas. I could probably draw Texas. I could probably draw Florida. I could probably do California, because California is kind of just like New Jersey.
Yeah.
But the other way, right?
Yeah. Well, no, but yeah, it is the other way.
Draw anyone that's like a random square. Like I could just write a square and be like, I guess that's Kansas or something like that. But like most
half those states out there are all just fucking
that's what I mean.
Squares and rectangles and shit.
Square, that knocks off like half the country.
One of them's like a triangle, sort of.
Like, draw Delaware or draw New Hampshire. I'd be like, I'm cooked. I'm done.
Just shoot me now.
Just kill me. Have you ever heard the Patrice O'Neill thing about spelling restaurant? Like if somebody had a gun to his mother's head and told him to spell the word restaurant.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's pretty much what he says. So good.
This was important because of the legal debate around whether Christians could be enslaved. In a place like South Carolina,
no, Danette, no.
Society around slave codes. They did it.
What the hell is going on with your states, Easties? Yeah, we didn't have a real good vibe on things.
These codes banned black people from engaging in any type of trade, did not allow for enslaved folks to travel without notes from their enslaver, banned enslaved black Americans from keeping loud instruments like drums and horns, and gave law enforcement the authority to search enslaved black people and to whip them if they appeared to be engaging in what was deemed disorderly behavior. Many of these codes showed up after slave rebellions, when enslavers were particularly interested in protecting themselves and their property from enslaved people who wanted their freedom. Enslaved codes weren't just in the southern colonies. New York, for example, had their own set of these laws. A 1702 slave code in New York banned people from trading with enslaved people at all. It also prohibited 3 or more enslaved people from meeting together at the same time. From 1703 to 1704, Rhode Island banned the enslaved from being out after 9 o'clock at night unless they had what was deemed a lawful excuse. Pennsylvania, they also had infamous slave codes. Punishment for offenses committed by white and black people could be deeply and even lethally unequal. While a certain offense committed by a white person might result with them being whipped or branded, a black person charged with committing a similar offense might be killed. Thanks, Thought Bubble. White colonists worked overtime to make sure that the law was used to hurt and constrain black Americans, just because of the color of their skin and their place in the American economy. In early colonial history, white indentured servants and enslaved black people actually had somewhat similar positions in society. But as we've seen in this episode, that wouldn't last. Colonial governments created specific laws that would clearly and legally demarcate what rights a white person could have and which rights a black person could have. Or perhaps, more appropriately, which rights they couldn't have.
Blair?
I'm sure that many people look at these laws and are appalled that such things ever passed. But it's important to note that while today such discrimination might not be explicitly stated in the language of the law itself, laws across the country have different implications and are often enforced differently based on someone's race. This impacts jobs and housing and our criminal legal system, our schools. The list goes on. Looking back, it can be hard to stomach that our country ever implemented these horrific slave codes. But it's important to note that, as is the case throughout Black American history, people pushed back against these laws because they knew they were wrong. Later in this series, we're going to learn about the myriad ways that Black people have resisted these injustices over time. Thanks for watching. I'll see you next time.
It's a good thing that those things didn't have like, intergenerational, like, reverberating effects or anything like that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's so interesting just to think about that, because it's like, when people just reductively talk about slavery and be like, I don't know, everybody had slaves, you know what I mean? Like, why is it so bad that white people in America had slaves? You're applying a double standard because everybody just had slaves. I'm being Candace Owens right now. If you don't know, I'm not just making this up. I'm not just being hyperbolic. This is literally the position of like Candace Owens on Prager University when she's like, actually, everybody had slaves.
Actually, they didn't.
Yeah, but also it's like you have to understand. Even this video said, yeah, sure, there was indentured white servants like in the beginning, and then guess what? They got freed, and their family members weren't perpetually in hereditary bondage, and there was laws that consecrated this apartheid slave caste into perpetuity that did not exist. You can't say that these are the same thing. This is a unique crime here.
Sam, I don't think that like Crash Course has ever gone that spicy,
I wouldn't commit to them. I don't know what committing to them means. I think a lot of their stuff is great. Trust me, you can find John Green saying some very mean things about Lenin and things like that. Like, I wouldn't say cancelable, where like I don't think you're ever going to find anything that's like explicitly racist or homophobic. Or they definitely walk a pretty good line on a lot of stuff. But if you hear them talk about the Soviet Union, they're going to say no good things.
Right.
So it depends on what you mean by what you need for commitment.
Oh, Plants, I don't think that Candace Owens is like
Crash Course, Snake, and Lamp. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna get John Green on that
doing racist caricatures with inanimate objects. But like, as far as like Candace Owens, it does bring up the question, like, doesn't she have like family that was like alive for Jim Crow? Like,
who knows? You know what I mean? Like,
who knows what her relationship is with her family? I'm going to go out on a limb.
You know what I mean? Like, I think she grew up like a rich part of like suburban New York, right? Like Westchester, New York or some shit like that. You know what I mean? Like, who knows what the fuck her family says?
True. Fucking Killer Mike's dad was a cop, so.
All right, where are we? Okay, we got like 8 of these before there's the next video. So let's try to jam through these. We're
just going to breeze right through them, man.
So, although rejecting an abolitionist interpretation of Christianity, Grotius repeatedly appealed to Christian literature to underscore the common humanity of servant and master, both of them subject to the Father in heaven, and hence in a relationship with each other that was in some sense one of fraternity. So meaning like even this guy, you know what I mean? Like notice that it's like, even this Grotius guy is like, hey, we're all God's children here. Some of us are slaves, but we are kind of like one of the same flesh in some degree. John Locke is like, nope. The second treatise of government is concerned instead to make it clear that the principle of equality applies exclusively to creatures of the same species and rank, and only if the Lord and master of them all should not, by any manifest declaration of his will, set one above the other and confer on him, by any evident and clear appointment, an undoubted right to dominion and sovereignty. Black people were burdened by the curse which, according to the Old Testament story, Noah had uttered against Ham and his descendants. This ideological motive, often invoked by the defenders of the institution of slavery, seems also to find some echo in Locke. I gotta run real quick. My girlfriend has groceries, and it's raining out, so I'm gonna go help her real quick.
Go for it, dude. I got it. Holding the fort down. Ham! There is no doubt the English liberal philosopher legitimized the racial slavery that was being established in the politico-social reality of the time. Subject to ever more onerous conditions, the practice of emancipation tended to disappear, while together with the neutralization of religion and baptism, laws prohibiting interracial sexual and marital relations sanctioned the insurmountable character of the boundary between whites and blacks. At this point, the category of contract can serve to explain only the figure of the servant, while the slave is such a result of the right of war, more precisely just war, of which Europeans engaged in colonial conquest are protagonists, or of a divine manifest declaration. In order to clarify the difference between the perfect condition of slavery and that of the indentured servant, Locke referred to the Old Testament, which provides for permanent hereditary slavery for Gentiles, excluding from its servants who are blood relations of the Hebrew master. The Old Testament line of demarcation between Hebrews and Gentiles is configured in Locke as the line of demarcation between whites and blacks. Servants of European origin are not subject to perfect slavery, in which is intended for blacks and repressed to the colonies. This is Shebrew erasure, Ross. Atlanta has probably the most wealthy black community in the U.S. Yep. I think we covered that in the counter-revolution of 1776 as to why that is. And yes, Kamala Harris's father is, I believe, a Marxist professor who has completely disowned her and written her off. What else am I looking for here? Your girlfriend sounds pretty. I'm a proud Pardo, black, Indian, white, and my blood is the Brazilian. I stand with my nation. What? I didn't know where that was going, Brazilian radical, but you know, glad to have you, I guess. I think I read that right. Yeah, all right. So I guess, you know, I'll read one more of these, you know, because we got like, you know, a couple of these, and like I said, 10 o'clock, you know, the stream turns back into a pumpkin. Not a cop, father. All right. Liberal unease over slavery found what is perhaps its most acute expression in Montesquieu, who devoted some memorable pages to a critique of the institution. The reasons traditionally adduced by jurists in justification of slavery were not sensible, and it was pointless trying to find others. If I had to defend the right we had of making black people slaves, here is what I would say. The peoples of Europe, having exterminated those of America, had to make slaves of those of Africa in order to use them to clear so much land. Yet this condemnation, so ringing and seemingly unequivocal, soon gave way to a much more ambiguous discourse. There are countries where the heat invenerates the body and weakens the courage so much that men come to perform an arduous duty only from fear of chastisement. Slavery there runs less counter to reason. In such cases, while not conforming to abstract reason, slavery was in accord with natural reason, raison naturelle, which took account of climate and concrete circumstance. So this goes to like that age-old misunderstanding that like, oh, the heat either makes them lazy or makes them like simple because everybody over there is just like dying of a heat stroke and is like hypnotized by the heat, I guess.
That's the only way we can make sense of colonizing and enslaving these people. There has to be some rationale.
I feel like, you know, talking to like a white colonizer from like this time period must be like talking to like a boomer that's so fucking lead poisoned and like, you know, asbestos like toxicity that like, you know, they're just like like literally like just like a mindless beast that like
Last of Us zombies. Just cordyceps are just taking over their brain.
Just like I don't get it. That's the only way I can make sense. You mean Joe Biden? Speaking of heat, it is so fucking hot wearing this thing. I either need to open the window or take this fucking thing off.
So, true, Montesquieu observed that there is no climate on Earth where one could not engage free men to work. But if the tone is uncertain here, much clearer is the assertion that a distinction must be made between those countries where the climate can in some way be an element justifying slavery and those where even natural reasons reject it, as in the countries of Europe where it has so fortunately been abolished. Hence, it is necessary to take cognizance of the uselessness of slavery among ourselves and restrict natural slavery, servitude naturale, to certain particular countries of the world. On the one hand, Montesquieu endlessly stressed that freedom is an attribute, in fact, a way of living and being of Nordic peoples, while on the other, slavery had been naturalized among the southern peoples. A general law could be formulated. One must not be surprised that the cowardice of the peoples of hot climates has almost always made them slaves, and that the courage of the peoples of cold climates has kept them free. This is an effect that derives from its natural cause. So this is like, we're like looking into like more of like the philosophy. I don't know if you can call this philosophy. I don't know if you know what I mean? Like, I loosely use the term philosophy when I say this, but the liberal philosophers and like how they like make sense of this world arrangement that they have. And you have to understand, this is also at the time where they're starting to like have the moral righteousness to be like, in England, there will be no slaves, but we'll still have slaves in Jamaica and Barbados and, you know, everywhere else, everywhere that isn't within the American colonies, you know what I mean?
It just makes sense, Pat.
Yeah. This is the kind of like eve that we're on. Like, well, you know, now that we vanquished slavery from our borders, let's talk about why us here in the cold are so civilized, and those other people in the hot climates are not like us, even though we just enslaved and colonized and raped and pillaged people for hundreds of years.
You know, it's no wonder that like climate change is not being taken care of like at all, because it's like the same family of people that are descendants of people that are like that made sense of like, oh, well, stop it there, but not here. I'm gonna keep making money. Right?
Exactly.
It's like, you know, kind of like the person like in their room like burning tires, and it's just like, well, you got to do something to get rid of the smoke out of the other rooms. All right.
Yeah.
Don't mind what I'm doing in here. All right. I have to burn these tires.
They're therapeutic tires.
This is my aromatherapy. All right. You don't want to see what happens to me if I stop burning these tires. Okay. As regards to the colonies, it was a question of seeing what the laws ought to do in relation to slavery. Rather than abolition, Montesquieu's discourse focused on amending the institution. Whatever the nature of slavery, civil laws must seek to remove, on the one hand, its abuses, on the other, its dangers. Are those civil laws, the Code Noir issued some years earlier by Louis XIV, which consecrated black slavery and at the same time proposed to regulate it? The language of that document suggests as much. While he reiterated his power in the preamble, the sovereign asserted his concern for black slaves who lived in climates infinitely remote from our habitual sojourn. They were to be guaranteed food and adequate clothing. Articles 22 and 25, and such guarantees, together with any treatment that was necessary, also regardless of whether the illness is curable, Article 27. These are concerns that also find expression in the spirit of the laws. The magistrate should see to it that the slave is nourished and clothed. This should be regulated by law. Montesquieu went on to assert that the slave must not be left completely at the mercy of the master's arbitrary power. The latter might impose a death penalty in this capacity as a judge, respecting legal formalities, not as a private person. The Code Noir argued in analogous fashion, providing for sanctions for the master guilty of the arbitrary mutilation or killing of his slaves. Articles 42 and 43. Sorry, yeah, no, I didn't know what word was coming next, and I just Gwar. Jesus said I gotta burn the storage unit of old car batteries to keep the nation free from lizard people. just dumping fucking like used car batteries into like, you know, the local drinking stores for an entire town. Like, no, Jesus said I have to do this, all right? It's philosophy. Might be dumb, but it's still philosophy. So, what is the philosophy of dumping used car batteries into like a drinking reservoir. Further confirming that he intended... Oh, there we go. This one's you, dog.
Okay. Furthermore, confirming that he intended to amend rather than abolish slavery is the fact that Montesquieu, as well as to its abuses, called attention to the dangers it entailed and the precautions. This is where we're getting into real Gerald Horne territory here, everybody. This is real Gerald Horne hours, so strap in. Further confirming that he intended to amend rather than abolish slavery is the fact that Montesquieu, as well as talking about its abuses, called attention to the dangers it entailed and the precautions required to confront them. Particular attention must be paid to the danger of a large number of slaves, and that represented by armed slaves. This warranted a recommendation of a general kind. In the moderate state, the humanity one has for slaves will be able to prevent the dangers one could fear from there being too many of them. Men grow accustomed to anything, even to servitude, provided the master is not harsher than the servitude. That's some liberalism. That's a fresh hot cup of liberalism right there.
Scalding hot.
Yeah. In his desire to temper colonial slavery, Montesquieu looked for an inspiration to the norms promulgated by the ancient regime, which in fact had no influence in the English world admired by him. In any case, his condemnation of slavery is sharp only when it also seeks to break in among ourselves, thereby throwing Europe's proud self-consciousness about being the exclusive locus of liberty into crisis. Along with despotism, slavery was present in Turkey, in the Islamic world, and in Russia in the form of abject serfdom, and prevailed unchallenged in Africa. But there was no room for it in Europe, or rather, on metropolitan territory. The discourse relating to the colonies was different and more complex. And so, this is like, just self-sucking by liberals at this point, of just being like, Europe is just like the pathos of liberty because we don't have this, but all of our colonies, still engage in it, and we still profit from it. And
we are the greatest. We are the freest, but only because we oppress the living shit out of other people not here. Like a Duracell, well-thrown DSL will just keep going and going. And going and going and going. No, wait, that's Energizer. Never mind.
It's,
Duracell is, what is it? Like, D the max or something like that? I don't know.
I forget the old battery commercials, to be honest.
Remember when batteries had commercials?
Yeah, that was a fun time.
Right? It was a fun time to be alive.
Dude, sometimes I watch episodes of Liberty, what the fuck am I talking about? I'm too Liberty pilled right now for reading this goddamn book. Sometimes I watch Jeopardy.
Yeah.
And I watch these ones that are like random, like illegal ones on YouTube. Like for about 1 or 2 days, for about 48 hours, you can watch an illegal Jeopardy of like that day or the day before it gets copyright removed. It's always some like Vietnamese name of like random channel that uploaded it. And sometimes they have the commercials, and I don't fast forward them because it makes me feel so nostalgic. Yeah. I'm like sitting there and I'm like, man, remember watching commercials?
Hell yeah.
I'll turn to my girlfriend and be like, remember when you used to do this? You used to just sit here and you would just endure the commercials?
Right?
Remember when you were happy?
Remember how much, like, at the time you hated them, but now you're just like, I miss old school, like, capitalism. I miss the capitalism of my youth.
There are compilations of 90s commercials.
I know. Me and the wife have watched them sometimes.
I sit and I watch them.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I go, I remember that snack cake. That was, yeah.
Yeah. Me and Nicole have like literally watched like hours long, like, just compilations of commercials from the 90s and shit. It is insane what has happened to our brains. But like, I think that might have been literally like mid-COVID too.
Yeah. 877 cash now.
877 cash now.
If you have a structured settlement and you need cash now.
It's my money and I want it now. Now.
Also, a structured settlement has to be one of the stupidest things that you could ever possibly do. If you actually have that. If you get doing a cash now reaction to having a structured settlement is so stupid.
Like, it's like having a reverse mortgage. Like, only old people that are so brain broken from just like leaded gasoline, lead paint in every day. David, thank you so much, homie. Like,
happy anniversary. Here's $5. Thank you so much, David. Appreciate you, man.
But do not say Cars for Kids. But like, you know, only like people that like are so broken could ever fall for something as dumb as a reverse mortgage. Why in God's name would you do that? Remember when Folgers did an incest commercial? We watched that very recently. Like very recently. It's a big reason I'm not really nostalgic for my... Like, I'm at a point where I'm accepting of how much of it I've internalized. All right, so Blackstone's position is close to Montesquieu's. We are in the mid-18th century. The law of England abhors and cannot endure the existence of slavery within this nation. Not even its humblest, most base members, not even idle vagabonds, could be subjected to slavery. The spirit of liberty, argued the great jurist, is so deeply implanted in our Constitution and rooted even in our very soil that it could not in any instance permit the presence or spectacle of a relationship that was the concentrated expression of absolute power. Don't these people have a fucking monarchy? Didn't they have like multiple? What? Strict slavery existed in old Rome and continued to flourish in modern Barbary, but was now incompatible with the spirit of the English nation. On the other hand, among the rights enjoyed by free men was free, undisturbed enjoyment of property, including property in slaves, on condition that the latter remained banished to the colonial world. The relationship between the master and the slave, and this applied to all sorts of servants, including slaves, was one of the great relations in private life. Political authority had no right to intervene in it, and thus celebration of England as the land of liberty was not perceived by Blackstone as being in contradiction with his reassertion of the black slave's duty to serve his master. That was a duty which, on the basis of the general principles of the laws of England, did not come to an end, even were the heathen Negro to be converted to Christianity. Not even in that case could the slave stake a claim to liberty.
So this is more of like the liberal gymnastics of like how you're going to say how great and free and libertarian that you are in your state, but while also being, but a slave has to listen to his master. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like one breath, they're just like jerking themselves off, just self-stroking so hard about how free and virtuous they are, while at the same time being like, and then make more laws. Actually, can you make it harder for a slave to become free? We need that to be actually a little bit tighter of a system. We want to make sure that like, you know, it'll never actually happen. It's legally there. How are we gonna adjust? I don't know. Say it's because it's hot down there. I don't know.
Say it's because it's hot. It's just so hot.
Yeah. Well, just something.
You ever been there?
I don't give a fuck what you say, actually.
I literally stepped foot out onto the port, and then I was like, no, it's too hot here. Get me back on the boat. I'm going back.
All right. Although recognized, the institution of slavery was, as it were, repressed from the soil of England, confined to the border zone between the civilized world and barbarism. But what happened when a white master brought one of his slaves with him from the colonies as movable property?
What if?
This was the problem raised by an impassioned debate in England in 1772. Turning to the courts, a slave named James Somerset succeeded in extricating himself from the master, who attempted to take him with him in his capacity as movable property on his return journey to Virginia. The Chief Justice's judgment did not challenge the institution of slavery. It limited itself to asserting that colonial laws only applied in the colonies, and hence that slavery had no legal basis in England. Somerset's counsel eloquently proclaimed, "The air of England is too pure for a slave to breathe." Can you imagine just how fucking pretentious you have to be to say that? But okay. But from this principle, he deduced that the conclusion that it was necessary to avoid an influx of blacks from Africa or America into England. Somerset's master was held responsible for an assault on the purity of the land of the free, who could not tolerate being confused and mixed up with slaves. Rather than a violation of the liberty and dignity of a human being, not by chance, The 772 judgment provided the premises for the subsequent deportation to Sierra Leone of black people who, as loyal subject of the crown, sought refuge in England after the victory of the rebel American colonists.
That adds just another layer of intrigue to the whole history of Sierra Leone.
I know. The enigma that is Sierra Leone.
Yeah. Do you think that like the what's his nuts, the master of the dude Somerset? Do you think his lawyer was like had like a Larry David moment where he's like, oh, why'd you bring a slave? Why didn't you just hire somebody? Well, you can't carry your own luggage. Why are you bringing that much luggage? Why not just pay the porter? What? Yeah. Why did you do that?
But so this Somerset case, if you've read the 1776 Counter-Revolution by Gerald Horne, this figures prominently in the beginning of everything, where this is 1772. This is 4 years before the revolution or counter-revolution of 1776, when the United States of America is consecrated. That's my emotional support slave.
Oh, fuck.
God damn it.
I need him.
Thank you, Plants. Thank you for that.
He tells me what I need to hear when I feel down and blue.
But so this Somerset case, so they had already stopped using slaves in England. Now that doesn't mean that slavery was completely abolished. It just means you couldn't trade in human beings in England. You could do it in Jamaica. You could do it in colonies. You could still do it in India, actually, also too. You know what I mean? Like, you can still do it in British colonies, just not in. The air here is very pure and free and liberty and all that. Now, again,
I think you can also do it in Ireland.
Yeah, exactly. So it's full of contradictions and hypocrisy. We're not even gonna. We don't even need to get deeper into that. But this here, Somerset, is when now we're seeing a big drive between the British colonies that are vying for independence and Britain. And this thing that happened just on the eve of independence really had a lot to do with it, according to Gerald Horne. So we have a video here. It's short. We'll just watch this real quick about the Somerset case. Thank you, David. That's very sweet that you would think of us.
James Somerset and his friends went to court and won the chance for enslaved people in England to be free. It was a landmark ruling, and one that had a big impact on the other side of the Atlantic too. So who is James Somerset? In truth, we don't know much about his life. What's certain is that he was enslaved, taken to the American colonies, and bought by an English customs officer named Charles Stuart. In 1769, Stuart returned to England, bringing Somerset with him as a servant. But in London in 1771, Somerset escaped, or perhaps simply walked out.
Like, wait a second. He
lived as a free
it's not free. I can be free here? There's slavery's not legal here? Oh, dude, I'm out. Like,
yeah. He's like, I'll be right back. I just like to imagine that he's like walking down the street with the guy, and then he just kind of like darts to the other side of the street.
I think
like,
it's
still in vision, like not runs or anything like that, just kind of saunters to the other side of the street and looks over at him, and he's just like,
I have a feeling it probably was more like he handed like a constabulary or whatever, like the note that he probably needed back in America to be like, no, I'm out like getting supplies for my master, and like the what are the like the bobbies or whatever, the cops, whatever, the constable. He's just like, oh, you don't need any of that here.
Yeah, you don't need that. We don't have slaves here.
He's like, really? Stuart's just like waiting, for the rest of the night. Well, where is he with that bag of sugar? I need it for my tea. He's been gone quite a long time now.
Man.
Is that a jiu-jitsu joke? Is that a Derek Lewis jiu-jitsu joke that you just slyly tucked into a historically significant comment? Did you just do that to me?
Left to buy a pack of smokes and never came back.
Was baptized at a church. 3 members of the Christian community became his godparents. But Somerset was soon recaptured and
Bullshit.
imprisoned on board a ship due to leave for Jamaica. Before the ship set sail, Somerset's godparents appealed to the Court of King's Bench, invoking habeas corpus, a law which meant Stuart had to prove Somerset was being imprisoned legally. The case attracted huge public attention. Somerset's legal costs were covered by human rights campaigner Granville Sharp,
Hell
while
yeah.
plantation owners from the Caribbean funded Stuart's fees.
What?
After over 4 months in court, Chief Justice Lord Mansfield had a difficult question to resolve. Could anyone in Britain be legally held against their will as a slave? In June 1772, he announced his judgment.
He wants to say yes, but he just can't come up with the right way to say it.
Slavery had never been authorized by statute, and therefore there was no basis for it in common law. Somerset was free.
Hell yeah.
Many people on both sides of the Atlantic believed that slavery had been effectively outlawed in England. But there were comparatively few enslaved people in England. Most worked on plantations across the British Empire, where the ruling had no effect. Nonetheless, the case provoked wide debate and encouraged the anti-slavery campaign. It was a boost to the emerging abolition.
I love that one of the little like sound bubbles was, "We need sugar. We need slaves.
Yeah.
I'll simply die without sugar. You don't understand. That's 40% of my caloric intake is sugar."
This movement in North America, at a time when ideas of liberty and individual rights were leading to revolution. And later, in the 19th century, it inspired calls to end slavery in America as the divided country headed towards civil war.
You don't understand. Sugar tea is the only thing that makes life bearable on this foggy, wet island. What is that? Produced with the support of an award of federal funds from the American Battlefield Protection Program administered by the National Park Service. How many? What is this? Like fucking like a money laundering service? Like it's just a shell within a shell? Like the views and conclusions contained in this product are those of the authors and should not be interpreted as representing the opinions or policies of the U.S. government.
I think this video only has like 2,000 views on it.
Jesus Christ!
How many views are on this video?
Only 1.4 thousand. It's from 9 months ago, and this channel has 384,000 subscribers. So
like, what the fuck?
It says a lot about what people thought of it.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Your teachers lied. There are stupid questions. Grandpa Simpson says, I mean, they discovered spices in tea and took over 1/3 of the world so they'd have something to eat besides cheap entrails and turnips. And, you know, like...
It still sucks.
You got to think how bad life really fucking was for a man to just spend, like, months at sea getting scurvy, right? Only around the company of other men, right? Just, like, you know, getting all horned up, like, at the yeah, exactly. Yeah, looking like that, right? You know, just another man's dick and balls is all you have to look at all day long, right? You know, on that piece of shit boat for months.
It's a 3-panel thing for the raft of Medusa that I'm going to hang up down here.
Nice. It's going to look so good, dude.
I don't know if this is the right way. I'm not sure. But yeah.
You can only eat beans on toast for so many years before you need to add spices to it. I mean, they still don't even do that, though. But, you know, at the end of the day, right, they did all that for basically pumpkin spice. When you think about it. Men conquered like 1/3 of the world and massacred hundreds of thousands of people so that we today can enjoy pumpkin spice lattes.
This one's you.
Oh, shit, is it?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So the contours of liberal freedom are beginning to become clear. Authors like Berg and Fletcher could still be regarded as champions of the cause of liberty by Jefferson, who lived in a situation where black slavery and widespread ownership of land taken from the indigenous people, made the project of enslaving white vagrants purely academic. In Europe, things were different. As emerges from the interventions of Montesquieu and the Blackstone, those who did not subscribe to the principle of the inadmissibility and uselessness of slavery among ourselves began to be regarded as foreign to the emerging Liberal Party, starting with Montesquieu and then, more clearly, Blackstone, and the judgment in the Somerset case would characterize the emergent Liberal Party were two essential points. One, condemnation of despotic political power and the demand for self-government by civil society in the name of liberty and the rule of law. Two, assertion of the principle of the inadmissibility and uselessness of slavery among ourselves, or of the principle on whose basis England and prospectively Europe possessed too pure an air to be able to tolerate the presence of slaves on its soil. The second point is no less essential than the first. The legitimation of slavery among ourselves would involve the dispersion of the pathos of liberty that played a key role in the liberal demand for self-government by civil society, or the self-government of the community of the free.
All right, so we got a video here.
Alrighty. Well, this one looks interesting.
I have to pee.
Very good. Do you want me to just hit play on it?
Yeah.
All right.
Hi, my name's Clint Smith, and this is Crash Course Black American History. At this point, we've made clear that slavery was full of so many devastating and horrifying realities that no human being should have ever had to experience. The physical violence and torture that people were subjected to, the way so many families were separated and split apart, the way that your status as property was passed down from parent to child and from parent to child across generations. Among these horrifying realities is the way that someone could live in relative freedom for years and then, seemingly out of nowhere, be kidnapped by a slave catcher and brought back into bondage, or brought into a bondage that they had never even known. It sounds like a nightmare, but it was real. And it's something that often left Black folks living in free states with a profound sense of fear and anxiety, even when they were just walking down the street. It left many feeling like their freedom wasn't really that free at all. Today, we're going to learn about the Fugitive Slave Act of 1793. Let's start the show.
Imagine like a hardcore band covering this and just starting off their set with that.
Not long after the Revolutionary
War.
There's
like people in the crowd that's like, that's Crash Course.
Holy shit, hell yeah, let's go. Punching some teenage kid in the head.
The adoption of the Constitution, a national debate arose on how to control fugitive slaves in the United States. There were multiple laws and policies created to prevent uprisings and rebellions, and to generally control the movement of enslaved people. But the Fugitive Slave Act of 1793 is perhaps the most expansive, far-reaching manifestation of this effort. It was signed into law in February 1793 by President George Washington, and the act did three main things. One, it empowered enslavers to capture enslaved people who ran away from their plantations. This meant that any enslaver could bring an escaped enslaved person before any federal or state magistrate and reclaim the property the law said was theirs. Two, it stated that there was no need to have a trial by jury to return an enslaved person to bondage. It only required oral testimony from the person making the claim.
I've seen Painted Black a number of times.
You what now?
Doc Feelbad asked if I've heard of the hardcore band Painted Black from Philly.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. I've seen them live before.
You like Black Kites?
Seriously, I buy hoagies from their guitar player. Do you really? Whoa.
That's awesome. He sells.
What the fuck? I'm pretty sure he used to play in Kid Dynamite too.
You seen Kid Dynamite?
Me, no.
Oh.
I missed that, which makes me very sad.
Damn. But anyways, I love pumpkin spice because I embrace my inner white woman, right?
Yeah.
And the confidence that it brings me like a white woman.
So yeah. Ask if he was also in Kid Dynamite, because I know they shared members. I don't know which ones specifically, but that's awesome. That's some Philly history right there.
Philly hardcore history.
If you want, tell him I saw him play a secret show, Mischief Night 2014, at the Grays Ferry Skate Park.
It stated that anyone who interfered with the recapturing of a fugitive slave could be
Mischief
fined,
Night 2014,
imprisoned, or
Grays
sued
Ferry
by the
Skate
enslaver.
Park,
Part of why this matters from a legal standpoint.
Oh yeah, and I want you
is
to
that
report
the U.S. was
report
still
the findings back to me after you get that hoag. Are the hoagies good? You can go on. I'm sorry.
You're good.
a really young country and was still trying to figure out how this constitution they had created would end up working in practice. And as you can imagine, given that they were British until just a few decades before, many of their legal principles were still heavily influenced by their mother country. An example of this is the concept of property rights, and even the very notion of what constitutes as property. The case that prompted the newly formed United States to more directly address how they were going to deal with fugitive enslaved persons was Somerset versus Stewart. This case happened a few years prior to the United States being officially founded, and it was actually an English case, but its outcome would determine how a nation on the verge of becoming its own would navigate the thorny question of fugitive slaves. In 1769, James Somerset, an enslaved person from what would become the United States, was brought to England by his enslaver, Charles Stewart, a man who had been a customs official while he was in Boston, but who was now moving back to Britain. In 1771, while still in England, Somerset ran away from Stewart, only to be recaptured about 2 months later. Stewart then had Somerset imprisoned on a ship bound for Jamaica to be sold into bondage on one of the plantations there. So in this case, Somerset was enslaved under Virginia law, but there was no comparable law justifying his enslavement in England. The absence of such a law led many British abolitionists to claim that slavery was thus unlawful in their country. A group of these abolitionists filed a writ of habeas corpus, a document used to determine if the detainment of an individual is legal, which ultimately led to the dispute. The British justice presiding over the case, Lord Mansfield, agreed with the abolitionists to an extent, proclaiming that no enslaved person, quote, could be forcibly removed from Britain and sold into slavery. The ruling, though, didn't immediately free enslaved people in England, and it certainly didn't free enslaved people in the British colonies. This ruling presented a very real problem for Southerners.
That's the main point I'm trying to get at.
Still then England's American.
What?
That's one of the main points I'm trying to get at there.
That like England did not eliminate slavery within the colonies, and then the American colonists were like freaking the fuck out.
No. That it's not that fucking enlightened when you still allow slavery in the colonies where it matters.
Right.
How many fucking fucking cotton plantations do you have in fucking London?
Right. It's kind of like PETA with the animals, where it's just like, I feel like you kill more dogs than you actually save.
Yeah.
American colonies. Whatever the status of enslaved people following the decision, there was great concern about where the political winds were blowing. This fear and sense of anxiety became the backdrop of many debates on slavery during the founding of the United States. And it also led Southerners to push for constitutional protections that would preserve slavery and ensure that, if they escaped, enslaved people would be brought back to their enslavers. Thus, the Fugitive Slave Clause was born, not to be confused with the Fugitive Slave Act. The Fugitive Slave Clause said that no person held to service or labor in one state under the laws thereof, escaping into another, shall, in consequence of any law or regulation therein, be discharged from such service or labor, but shall be delivered up on claim of the party to whom such service or labor may be due. Let's go to the thought bubble. Though the Northerners allowed the Fugitive Slave Clause to be included in the Constitution, they did what a lot of lawmakers and law enforcement do when they don't like something. They just didn't enforce the law.
They just ignore it.
From a moral standpoint, many Northerners viewed the Fugitive Slave Clause as kidnapping, and essentially decided that they would just ignore this portion of the Constitution. When the South said, hey guys, you're not really enforcing the law.
That's my property.
Basically like, what? What's that? It's so loud in here, I can't hear you over all of the moral inconsistency in the room. Anti-slavery sentiments were rising in the North, and some northern states even started passing state laws banning the kidnapping of free people of color and criminalize wrongful enslavement. All of this prompted Southerners to move away from the Constitution as their main enforcement mechanism and instead use Congress to force the northern states into compliance. So they went to Congress and started lobbying for a new law that would more consistently enforce the terms of the Fugitive Slave Clause. And what they got was basically a law that provided more details about how the spirit of the Fugitive Slave Clause could be put into practice. For example, the Fugitive Slave Act gave enslavers and slave catchers the right to go into free states and search for those who had escaped, and imposed a $500 fine on anyone who assisted escaped slaves or withheld information that would be helpful in their apprehension. And $500 is a lot of money now, but back in the 18th century, it was a whole lot of money. Thanks, Thought Bubble.
It's still a whole lot of
So
money.
the legislators in Congress justified this by arguing that it was important for the Union to protect everyone's property rights, and that not enforcing the Fugitive Slave Clause was standing in the way of those rights. Individuals like Northern abolitionists, on the other hand, opposed the law, arguing that the act was unconstitutional because it curbed states' rights to make their own decisions on the issue of slavery. At the end of the day, though, the Southerners' argument won out, and the Fugitive Slave Act passed with a large majority in the House and no real opposition in the Senate. Abolitionists in the North were furious about this and felt like it would turn many of the cities that served as a refuge for Black people into places where glorified, federally sanctioned bounty hunters roamed around kidnapping Black folks at will, regardless of whether or not they had actually been escaped slaves. A white person could effectively just lie and tell the court that someone was an escapee who belonged to them and claim them as their own. No jury, no due process, no nothing. Just a white person's word against a Black person's. And in 18th century America, you can probably guess whose word carried more weight. As a result of all of this, many continued to ignore the laws in the Fugitive Slave Act, just as they did with the Fugitive Slave Clause. But many other people readily took advantage of powers bestowed on them by this new law. Even our first president, George Washington, who signed the Fugitive Slave Act into law, used that very act in an attempt to recapture Ona Judge, an enslaved woman who was living and working at the president's house in Philadelphia. When she learned in 1796 she was going to be given to one of Martha Washington's granddaughters, she ran away. George Washington was supposedly furious.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I know that bitch. I am not going to her fucking home. Fuck that. Fuck no. Fuck no. I'll risk it. I don't care. I'm not fucking doing it.
Oliver Wolcott Jr., the ingratitude of the girl, who was brought up and treated more like a child than a servant, she ought not to escape with impunity if it can be avoided. Judge was later tracked down in New Hampshire. Customs collector Joseph Whipple talked to her and wrote to Washington that Judge would willingly return if she could be freed after George and Martha passed away. But this wasn't good enough for Washington, who demanded that she be returned immediately. At the same time, however, he knew that many of the northern states would not react happily to him, the President of the United States, tracking down an escaped slave. He wanted her returned, but also didn't want it to become some sort of public spectacle. So he wrote to Whipple, "I do not mean, however, by this request, that such violent measures should be used as would excite a mob or riot." A few years later, Martha's nephew, Burwell Bassett Jr., was in New Hampshire and tried to take Judge by force, but New Hampshire Senator John Langdon heard the plan and sent a messenger to Judge, allowing her to escape. The Fugitive Slave Act made clear to even more people that slavery was an inhumane enterprise. The spectacle of people being pulled from the streets, from their communities, from their homes, and brought back down south was horrifying, and for some in the North, forced them to see and confront the insidiousness of the institution for the very first time. There was no averting their eyes from this, And looking back, we shouldn't avert our eyes either. As has been the case with so much of the violence that Black people have experienced, we have to look at it directly and sit with it in order to understand it. I'll see you next time. Thanks for watching. Crash Course is made with the help of all these.
I love this dude. I like. Did they keep making videos with him, or was it only?
Yeah, there's like a million of them.
Okay.
This is a whole, like, there's Crash Course history, and then there's Crash Course Black history, and this guy has his own like
good. Okay.
series.
Just wanted to make sure of that.
Yeah.
This one you were
like 1,000 videos. Yeah.
like, I know that Crash Course has like an endless amount of videos.
But like also with Crash Course, they have like a division of labor. Like John Green does like the history, like general history stuff, and then like whatever the other Green, like his cousin or something, does like philosophy. Then like they have like
isn't that his brother?
His brother, his cousin, I don't fucking know. Then they have like one of them just died of cancer.
No, he didn't. He didn't die.
He just had it. Okay, I'm sorry.
He lived. Jesus.
Okay. Sorry. What the fuck, dude? What are you fucking?
No, I actually followed like his whole like cancer journey and stuff.
Okay.
You know. Yeah.
Well, I'm glad he didn't die. I'm sorry. I misremembered.
It's okay. It's okay.
Now, and then like they have one that's like Crash Course Geography where they have a lady do it, and then this is Crash Course Black History, and they have this guy do it. There's like a ton of videos with just this guy.
Gotcha. Good. No, I just wasn't sure if this was only like a temporary thing they only did for like a little while or not. What the fuck? Oh, that's why. So I forget if this one's you or me.
Pat accidentally spreading the fake news that I spread on purpose. All right, this one's me. So, but the metropolis/colonies opposition, with its tendential exclusion of the latter from the sacred spaces of civilization and liberty, was bound to provoke a reaction from the colonists. Independently of particular concrete political and social demands, what was wounded was their self-consciousness. The metropolis seemed to be assimilating the American colonies to the modern barbarity denounced by Blackstone. It seemed to be degrading them to a sort of dustbin, where the metropolitan rejects or prison population were dumped. Okay, sorry. It seemed that they were degrading them to a sort of dustbin where the metropolitan rejects or prison populations were dumped. The inmates of the mother country's prison were deported across the Atlantic to supply, along with black people from Africa, the more or less forced labor required by it. According to the observation of the English abolitionist David Ramsay, slavery continued to survive in the region of the confines of the civilized world, namely the West, where its proper religion and laws are not deemed to be in full force, and where individuals too often think themselves loosened from ties which are binding to the mother country. So now there's like this thing going on where it's like now like England is like turning its nose up at the colonies. We're too good for them. That there are a bunch of ruffians and miscreants over there. That's just all of our, we send slaves over there, we send prisoners over there, and we send a bunch of Welsh and Irish people over there. You know what I mean? It's like the dregs of our society all go over there. We, on the other hand, are the enlightened, mother country. So now this is kind of being like, like disrespectful, or like there's a dichotomy. There's that's separating the mother country from the colonies at this point.
Yeah. If it saved the metropolis's honor as the privileged site of liberty, despite the persistence of slavery on its extreme periphery, this view was wrong in the colonist view because it confounded and assimilated free Englishmen, prison rabble, and people of color. In this way, lamented James Otis, a prominent supporter of the liberal revolution underway, one forgot that the colonies had been founded not with a compound mixture of English, Indian, and Negro, but with the freeborn British white subjects. Even more swinging was Washington, who was warned that the American colonists felt as miserably oppressed as our own black people. Having repeated that the American colonists could boast a lineage not less noble and deserving of liberty than the metropolitan English, John Adams exclaimed with reference to the rulers in London, "We won't be their Negroes." Good Lord. Quite a John Lennon moment. Quite apart even from the problem of representation, the spatial delimitation of the community of the free was perceived as an intolerable exclusion. On the other hand, the colonists, in demanding equality with the dominant British class, widened the gulf that separated them from black people and indigenous people. While in London, the zone of civilization was distinguished from the zone of barbarism, the sacred space of the profane, primarily by opposing the metropolis to the colonies. The American colonists were led to identify the boundary line principally in ethnic identity and skin color. On the basis of the 1790 Naturalization Act, only whites could be citizens of the United States. So we talked about this a lot covering Gerald Horne's book, The Counter-Revolution of 1776, in that, like, you know, the construction of race was like a thing that was still actively being constructed while the colony was continuing to expand and while it was continuing to grow, like literally up until the Counter-Revolution of 1776. There was just constantly like sort of shifting relations between these various ethno-nationalist identities of like Irish, Welsh, Scot, and also religious, like Catholic, Protestant, you know, but like the one thing that like kind of glued them all together with like spit and cum was the fact that they were white.
Sorry, I'm full of food here, but yeah, absolutely. So, the transition from a spatial delimitation of the community of the free to an ethnic and racial one brought with it combined contradictory effects of inclusion and exclusion, emancipation and disemancipation. Whites, even the poorest among them, also came with the sacred space. They found themselves forming a part of the community or race of the free, albeit situated at inferior levels. White slavery disappeared, condemned by New York polite society as contrary to the idea of liberty this country was so happily established. But the tendential emancipation of poor whites was only the other side of the coin of further disemancipation of blacks. The condition of the black slave deteriorated by virtue of no longer being, as in colonial America, one of the several systems of unfree labor. In Virginia and other states, land and black slaves were given to veterans of the War of Independence in recognition for the contribution to the cause of the struggle against despotism. The tendential social rise of poor whites coincided with the consummate dehumanization of black slaves. So, like, even like lowly soldiers that fought in the War of Independence, they're like, "Congratulations, thanks for your service. Here's some slaves."
Thanks.
Yeah, let's hear a word from our from one of the ideological, spiritual predecessors of this stream and what we talk about here.
Welcome back to the Real News Network. I'm Paul Jay in Baltimore. Welcome back to Reality Asserts Itself. Now joining us again in the studio is Gerald Horne. He's the author of The Counter-Revolution of 1776, Slave Resistance and the Origins of the USA, and about 30 other books. Thanks for joining us again.
Thank you.
So we're going to jump ahead now. You've said you're going to come back and we'll be able to do more of this history in more detail. But let's kind of make the leap to the Civil War. As you've argued earlier, much of the construction of capitalism in the United States is based on these massive profits that were developed in the slave trade. The Revolution of 1776, you would call a counter-revolution in the sense that it was to maintain the institution of slavery. But that starts to change as capitalism develops, particularly in the Northeast. Why can't industrial capitalism in the Northeast accommodate slave society in the South? Why couldn't they get along?
It's a good question. It requires a complicated answer. One is that after the Haitian Revolution, 1791 to 1804,
can you turn up the volume just a little bit?
Adrenaline to the movement to abolish slavery. It helps to encourage London in particular to start moving away hesitantly and reluctantly from slavery, not least because of Haiti's proximity to their cash cow, that is Jamaica. And like revolutions before and since, the Haitian revolutionaries were interested in spreading their gospel throughout the hemisphere, not least in neighboring Jamaica. So once again, Britain was faced with the prospect of either a helter-skelter retreat from slavery towards abolition, or a measured retreat, which of course takes place 1833, 1834 with abolition throughout the empire. Secondly, U.S. leaders used to argue that Britain, in a sense, was jealous of the United States because the U.S. leaders thought that the U.S. was beginning to exceed Britain because it was more adept at the slave trade. It had a larger land mass. For example, after Britain lost the 13 colonies, it lost a major market for enslaved Africans. The U.S. nationals could then build upon that market to then expand into Cuba, expand into Brazil, etc. And from their point of view, Britain was moving away from slavery not because of morality and the campaigns of William Wilberforce and all the rest, but because it was just being squeezed out of a market, and therefore it then ascended the high ground of
we didn't like slavery anyway.
Equipped the
Doc Feelbad, is this like socialist unproblematic Charlie Rose? I think there's one more difference, and it's Charlie Rose like to use like a soft focus for some reason, but this guy loves to make himself look like a fucking late night lawyer commercial for some reason. Have you or a loved one been harmed by asbestos? Call TRN law legal firm and whatever. I lost it.
Call Horn and Horn.
Call Horn and Horn.
Yeah.
Royal Navy to stop U.S. ships on the open seas, which leads to further conflict with Washington, with the United States, over the question of slavery. And in a previous book, I made the argument that it's British abolition and the strength of British abolition, for whatever reason, whether motivated by economics or moralism or a combination of the two, that puts enormous pressure on the United States to move away from slavery, because the abolitionist movement, the movement to abolish slavery in the United States, was heavily dependent, both politically and financially, and from a point of view of obtaining simple arguments, they were dependent upon their counterparts in London. And then there's the question of whether or not slavery was becoming a fetter on the productive forces of the United States of America. As you've already noted, even though slavery was profitable, questions were beginning to arise whether or not the United States could become even more profitable without slavery. Not least because slaves oftentimes tended to destroy the instruments that they were working with. And keep in mind that slaves were not just deployed in the fields in Virginia, they were deployed in factories, they were deployed in mines, etc. But if they're destroying the enterprise that they're working in, questions are raised about profitability. And then there's the idea that under slavery, that you're shrinking a market. That is to say, if you have wage workers, and you pay them money, then you can get it back by forcing them onto the market to buy food, to get housing, et cetera.
You also can't fire a slave. I mean, it's a big, if a slave doesn't work very hard in your factory, what are you going to do except terrorize the person?
You terrorize the person, you sell them down the river, you sell them to Cuba. I mean, but in any case, oftentimes that's not very practical. So there are many forces that are pushing the United States towards abolition, but not necessarily pushing the United States towards anti-racism. And I think that's oftentimes confused. That is to say, the U.S. Civil War is oftentimes seen as not only a war against slavery, and even that's questionable.
But it wasn't a war against whiteness.
To put it mildly. And it wasn't a war in favor of anti-racism, as suggested by the fact that in New York City, in the middle of the Civil War, 1863, you had these so-called anti-draft riots that are portrayed in the movie by Martin Scorsese with Leonardo DiCaprio, the Gangs of New York, which is a remarkable scenes, if you've seen that movie, of anti-black racism, and people being immolated and burned at the stake. And
an anti-Catholic popery.
Lynched from lamp poles, et cetera, et cetera. This is in New York City. This is not in the Deep South. So the Civil War, as we well know, fortunately, leads to the liberation of enslaved Africans, but it leads directly into the construction of a then Jim Crow regime, that is to say an apartheid regime, a segregated regime, which then only erodes beginning in the 1950s under enormous international pressure, which is when I come into the story in St. Louis, Missouri.
Which is where we started.
Exactly.
Let's go back to the Civil War period more, though. Mm-hmm. From what I understand, and my understanding is pretty thin about this period, but that part of the issue was that this need for wage labor in the North, that elite was also contending with the very powerful elite in the South, which actually may have even had more power over American national politics than even the Northerners did, even though the Northerners represented the kind of new productive forces that were exploding.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes, and it's even more complicated than that in a sense, because as already noted, the slave trade itself was financed from places like New York. I should also mention that Baltimore was an epicenter of the slave trade. There was a firm in Baltimore, which I mentioned in my book, The Deepest South, the United States, Brazil, and the African Slave Trade, that can take major responsibility or discredit, depending on how you look at it, for the fact that there are so many people of African descent in Brazil right now. So you had forces in the North.
Just to add to the Baltimore story, just about 4 or 5 minutes from here, Fells Point, I've seen pictures where there are actual storefronts, where there was a point where even though Maryland was a slave state, if I'm correct in my understanding, the majority of blacks in Maryland were actually free blacks, and but that there was such a need at a certain point for slave labor that they had storefronts where people could come and sell their slaves to these stores that were then shipped down to the South, and that there's a lot of kidnapping. So that movie, 12 Years a Slave, where they would kidnap these free blacks in Maryland and sell them into these stores down south.
That was a real problem, the kidnapping.
Yeah, that was a big problem.
Africans. Not only kidnapping of free Africans, but say if Britain was heavily dependent upon Negroes in terms of their fleets, their commercial fleets, and so in terms of trading with the United States, when they were coming into U.S. ports, say Charleston, for example, oftentimes in Charleston, South Carolina, there were laws passed that would try to keep these free Negroes from getting off British ships to come into Charleston, because it was thought that they set a bad example, because they had money. Oftentimes, they were free individuals, and that was seen as a bad example. But if they had the temerity to get off the ship nonetheless, they could be kidnapped and wind up working in a field in Louisiana sooner rather than later. And this is part of the tension between London and...
I'm sorry, what were you saying?
Gerald Horne. That is, Doc, feel bad. That is Gerald Horne.
Yes. If you have never...
Yeah.
If you've never read him or watched any of his interviews, please do. Watch more of his interviews, read his books.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Washington that continues after 1776. In fact, if I'm allowed to mention the dates, in a few weeks from now, in August 2014, there would be the 200th anniversary of a remarkable historical episode, although I don't think it'll be marked in most of the mainstream media. I just pitched the idea to one of your producers. And that is to say that in August 1814, during the War of 1812, which, by the way, was marked ceremoniously in Canada, but somehow was not marked here because part of the purpose of the War of 1812 was for the United States to seize Canada.
Yeah, well, Canadians tend, rightly or wrongly, think of that as the one real victory other than world hockey over the United States. So.
Well, they have a point. And one of the reasons the United States went to seize Canada was
that,
Canada to become a sanctuary for fleeing Africans, and London was not allowing the return of this property, this runaway capital, to the United States of America. But in any event, August 1814, during the War of 1812, the Redcoats sack and plunder Washington, including the White House.
Which burned down the White House.
Absolutely, they did. And in an early form of reparations for enslavement, they were joined by enslaved Africans in Washington, D.C., who were stealing the dishes and the silver, et cetera. As the 5'4" bookish president, James Madison, fled into the streets of Washington with his gregarious spouse Dolly in tow, one step ahead of the posse, that is to say, the Negroes fleeing after them, trying to catch them and exact some revenge.
Can you imagine
I don't
if
think that's going to be
James
marked.
got slapped by a group of runaway slaves?
Do you have any idea how much I would celebrate that little part of American history? That little
James Madison and his wife getting run down the street.
just literally getting everything they had coming to them. That would just be so sweet, you know, like baklava drenched in honey.
In the United States, although it's a heroic episode in Black history. Whenever I tell a Black audience about that, I can see the glow on their faces to see that, because the way this history is portrayed in the United States, either the Black people are absent.
What's that?
Like, you're saying they almost fucked up James Madison,
and you're laughing. You're happy about that?
Funny? You think they almost killed James Madison? You're laughing.
I do, and funny? I'm tired of pretending it's not.
Or they're chumps. That is to say, either they're not there, or they're just doing whatever the master tells them to do, like some sort of robot or something. And because if you tell the real story, it's inimical to the glorious, uplifting, propagandistic narrative that is so prevalent nowadays.
Okay, in the next and final segment of this series of interviews, we're going to talk about, again, today, and how this history weighs on people's minds today, how whiteness was so important in the whole American narrative. And
why is he saying it like that?
So please join us for the concluding.
This is from 9 years ago. And I'm trying to think, like, what was even happening then for him to say it like that?
That was 2014.
Like, what even was happening? That Trump hasn't even been a thing yet. Like, what is happening? Was it Mike Brown? Was that what was happening in 2014? I don't even remember. Like the last, like, Freddie Gray. I don't know. I'm trying to think, like, what was happening at that time for him to say it like that.
What did he know? What did he know that we didn't?
James Madison was so scared that he ran and left his wife Dolly responsible for organizing the evacuation and moving of furniture and artifacts from the White House. Okay, that would have been Ferguson. All right, or would have been Trayvon? No, Trayvon was 12 years. Or it's almost 12 years ago now, I think.
Obama.
Episode
Obama.
This series of Reality Asserts Itself on the Real News Network.
Or never mind. That's the end. I don't even know why I fucking paused it.
Yeah, dude.
Fucking, I didn't notice.
I didn't know. There's no way I could have known.
You're telling me now for the first time?
All right, is this one me or?
I don't remember. It's
Let me see.
either or. I don't care. Take it.
No, this one's you.
All right. On close inspection, it can be said of emancipated Negroes that their situation with regard to Europeans is not unlike that of the indigenous. In fact, in some respects, they were still more to be pitied. In any event, they were deprived of their rights and exposed to the tyranny of the laws and the intolerance of the people. The conditions of black people not reduced to slavery was no different and no better as one moved from south to north. In fact, de Tocqueville pitilessly observed, the prejudice of race appears to be stronger in the states that have abolished slavery than in those where it still exists. And nowhere is it so intolerant as in those states where servitude has never been known, like Boston. The despotism exercised over slaves was bound to affect, in one way or another, the population of Calore as a whole. This was explained in 1801 by the Postmaster General in the Jefferson administration in a letter in which he recommended to a Georgian senator that black people and men of color be excluded from the postal service. Everything which tends to increase their knowledge of natural rights of men and things, or that affords them an opportunity of associating, acquiring, and communicating sentiments, and of establishing a chain and line of intelligence, was extremely dangerous. Even the communication of feelings and ideas must be blocked or impeded by all possible means. In fact, the situation in Virginia immediately after 1831 revolt was described as follows by a traveler. Military service by white patrols is performed night and day. Richmond resembles a town besieged, and the Negroes will not venture to communicate with one another for fear of punishment.
And this is another thing that's very reminiscent of King Leopold, being like, do not, what does he say? Everything which tends to increase their knowledge of natural rights of men and things. I love how vague, like, there's all this very specific shit, and then in the middle of it, it just goes, and things, really just anything.
Just things. Like, I mean, dude, it literally even says, like, even the communication of feelings and ideas must be blocked or impeded by all possible means. Like, how do you even fucking do that?
Yeah, that's right.
What?
It's like so fucking, like, it's so bad what it's saying. It's like,
if we could just figure out a way to, like, mentally block.
Take a knife to them and blind them, if you could take a knife to them and blind them and still have them work 16 hours a day, then do that. But whatever you can do.
Literally any possible means. If we can just, like, kind of like Magneto helmet them, just to make sure that, like, no empathy or emotional, like, communication is at all possible.
All thoughts and feelings must stop.
Yeah, like, what?
That's what it reads like, yeah. All right. Let's go here. Okay. The American Revolution threw into crisis the principle of uselessness of slavery among ourselves, which seemed to be established within the liberal movement. Now, far from being confined to the colonies, slavery acquired a new visibility and centrality in a country with a culture, religion, and language of European origin, which conversed with European countries as an equal and in fact claimed a kind of primacy in embodying the cause of liberty. Declared legally void in England in 1772, the institution of slavery received its juridical and even constitutional consecration, albeit with recourse to the euphemisms and circumlocutions we are familiar with. In the state born out of the revolt of colonists determined not to be treated like word I will not be reading, there thus emerged a contrary characterized by a fixed and direct tie between slave ownership and political power, as strikingly revealed by both the Constitution and the number of slave owners who acceded to its highest institutional office.
Do you think Domenico Losurdo said it?
He said it in the book, for sure. I mean, I don't know if he said it out loud, but it was definitely in the book, that's for sure.
Like, the way he talks, he sounds like an Italian Werner Herzog, you know?
Werner Herzog.
Yeah. He's a German, I think he might be Austrian director who talks so much like... He was on the episode of Rick and Morty where they, are trying to get Jerry's balls to replace the heart valve of an alien. But yeah, like more Italian. He sounds like he's got like the voice of like Werner Herzog, but like Italian. Like old Italian man. And I'm just imagining him reading this book while I read it, Mm-hmm. He's Italian, so there's your answer. Herzog was in The Mandalorian. Yes, he was. I want to see the baby. This situation. Oh wait, is this me or you?
This one's you. I just read.
Okay, all right. The situation in the North was different. Here, slaves were small in number and performed no essential economic function. Abolishing slavery, but at the same time adhering to the federal order that legitimized and guaranteed it to the South, the northern states seemed to want to give a new lease of life into the new situation to the compromise we have already encountered. Without being abolished, the institution whose presence constituted a kind of ironic counterpoint to the claim to be champions of the cause of liberty was banished to the Deep South. In fact, 4 states, Indiana, Illinois, Iowa, and Oregon, strictly prohibited access into their territories by black people. They thus avoided being contaminated by the presence not only of slaves, but also of black people as such. This ban was the equivalent of the measure whereby, in the aftermath of the Somerset case, England deported to Sierra Leone black people who not only were free, but also had the merit of having fought against rebel colonists on behalf of the empire. Nevertheless, even in the north of the United States, although it had been abolished, slavery had achieved the recognition it lacked in England, as demonstrated in particular by the constitutional provision that required the return of escaped slaves to their legitimate owners in an indirect sanction of the institution of slavery in states which were formerly free. This was a point to which a representative of the South smugly drew attention. We have obtained a right to recover our slaves in whatever part of America they may take a refuge, which is a right we had not before.
I like that you kicked on the
Foghorn Leghorn,
or just the guy from.
I'm just a small town Southern lawyer, but Your Honor.
Okay, what's the next one here? I gotta get through here. Oh, is Judas in here today? Oh, Liar Judas. Yeah, what's up?
It was good, man.
Good to see you. Sounds like most of my friends until one day I idly comment on the attractiveness of a man.
What's happening right now?
All right. So for some time, Lincoln harbored the idea of deporting black people, likewise regarded by him as ultimately alien to the community of the free, from the United States to Latin America after their emancipation. In this sense, having confronted one another for decades, what clashed during the Civil War were the causes not of liberty and slavery, but precisely two different delimitations of the community of the free. The opposed parties accused one another of not knowing how or not wanting to delimit the community of the free effectively. To those who brandished the specter of racial contamination as an inevitable consequence of the abolition of slavery, Lincoln replied by emphasizing that in the United States, the overwhelming majority of mulattoes were the result of sexual relations between white masters and their slaves. Slavery, quote, is the greatest source of amalgamation, end quote. For the rest, he had no purpose, also quote, no purpose to introduce political and social equality between the white and the black races, or to recognize the right of blacks to participate in the political life or hold public office, or perform the role of jury member. Lincoln declared himself well aware, like any other white man, of the radical differences between the two races and the supremacy of whites. So we got a nice little video here about
one tyrannical lizard man.
Yeah.
There we go. Okay. Sorry. At some point, I need to get like a mouse pad. I feel like that would make all of this
I definitely could use a mouse pad myself. I think
so much easier. What were we saying?
I think I have a weird. I think I have a bad mouse too. I think I might need like this is a mouse that came from my work computer.
Oh yeah, you probably need a better mouse.
Do you have a nice one?
Yeah.
He wasn't particularly keen on integrating African Americans. He said, quote, "I am not, nor have ever been, in favor of bringing about in any way the social and political equality of Black and white races." I just can't believe that the day he signed the Emancipation Proclamation, that night he made this fateful decision to send them abroad. It's a story filled with ambition, hope, and ultimately heartbreak. Hi, I'm Danielle Romero. Thank you so much for joining me again today on my channel, where I started digging into my family's hidden history in Louisiana. And the channel has been evolving into digging into questions of genealogy and what does it mean to be American. History has a way of revealing complexities and contradictions of even the most revered figures. Today, I want to take you back to a pivotal moment in American history, a time when President Abraham Lincoln, the great emancipator, sought to end slavery and bring freedom to the oppressed. But here's the twist. He wasn't particularly keen on integrating African Americans into U.S. society. Instead, he had an audacious plan to resettle them in the Caribbean. It's a story filled with ambition, hope, and ultimately heartbreak. In 1863, Abraham Lincoln enacted a plan to resettle 453 freed Black Americans to a Haitian island. Picture this. It's the night of December 31st, 1862. And President Lincoln sits down to sign a contract with Bernard Koch, a Florida cotton planter. Their agreement to relocate 5,000 formerly enslaved people.
I'm sorry, I heard political cuck. What happened? Should I rewind it? I'm not gonna lie, I was making the bone face joke and I kind of missed that part. I'm gonna
Let's go back. Whatever year. I'm sorry.
Freed Black Americans to a Haitian island. Picture this. It's the night of December 31st, 1862. And President Lincoln sits down to sign a contract with Bernard Koch, a Florida cotton planter. Their agreement to relocate 5,000 formerly enslaved people from the United States to a tiny island off the coast of Haiti. I think the pronunciation is Isle la Vache, but I never took French. Let me know in the comments just how bad I butchered that. But let's rewind a bit. You see, Lincoln had been grappling with a dilemma for years. Lincoln despised slavery, but he didn't believe in racial equality or the successful integration of people from different races. So what was his solution?
Boy, do I.
Colonization. He advocated for shipping Black Americans to Central America, the Caribbean, or even Africa.
Why don't we just send them somewhere else?
Wanted emancipation, while appeasing those who feared possible repercussions. I want to read a couple quotes from Abraham Lincoln that they weren't the Lincoln that I was taught. He said, quote, "I am not, nor have ever been, in favor of bringing about in any way the social and political equality of Black and white races, nor to intermingling with white people. There is a physical difference between the white and Black races, which will ever forbid the two races living together on terms of social and political equality. There must be a position of superior in favor of having the superior position assigned to the white race."
So eloquent. So, the man was really like an orator of the ages. You know what I mean?
A Hemingway of his time, which may have been the same time as Hemingway. I'm not exactly sure.
I hope Hemingway is a man of his time, and that we could just use that. A Hemingway of his time, when Hemingway was still alive.
Hemingway was probably in Cuba at that point.
Quote. Now, the Essential Civil War Curriculum website had a lot of interesting information that I pulled from, and I want to read a quote from one of their essays, kind of discussing this idea of taking these freed African Americans and offering an opportunity for them to colonize these islands. Quote, "Lincoln always insisted that the enterprise should remain strictly voluntary, but he also considered it a necessary component of the eventual pathway to emancipation, and genuinely believed that African Americans would come to discover that relocation was in their best interest as well once the project was underway. Elements of racial prejudice and perhaps more pronounced with Lincoln, racial paternalism shaped this belief, although it encompassed an honest concern for the well-being of Blacks in a post-slavery society, where other and more malicious forms of racial oppression would likely persist in no shortage, unquote. Fast forward a few weeks before the historic contract signing, and Lincoln proposed a constitutional amendment to Congress, suggesting that the colonization of African Americans outside the United States was a good idea. He even included compensation for slave owners who would lose their, quote, property due to emancipation. And now he was searching for a proof of concept, and he considered a couple different colonization plans. I want to read another quote for you. Quote, in August of 1862, Lincoln invited 5 prominent Black men to the White House, the first Black delegation invited on such terms. The topic was simple, that whites and Blacks cannot coexist, and that the separation is the most expedient means to peace.
The Potato King.
Lincoln encouraged these 5 men to rally in support for an exodus, unquote. This intent is actually even echoed in the preliminary Emancipation Proclamation, that the effort to colonize persons of African descent with their consent upon this continent or elsewhere will be continued. Dr. Philip Magnus wrote a book about this, and I want to quote a little bit from an interview I found where he was talking about the African-American community's response to this idea. And believe it or not, it was actually split. There were people who thought this was a good idea and had warmed up to it, and then there are people like Frederick Douglass who disagreed with it vehemently. So Dr. Philip Magnus says, quote, there's a genuine effort on Lincoln's part to market this to the Black community. There are very mixed reactions to it. Some African Americans are outraged by it. Frederick Douglass calls it a silly idea. Shame upon the guilty wretches. We live here, have lived here, and have a right to live here and mean to live here. Douglass argues that African Americans have a historical presence
No,
here.
tell me that doesn't like echo in the statement that fucking Paul Robeson made to the HUAC committee. Wait, no, that's redundant. To the HUAC, the House of Un-American Committee's activity thing. You know what I mean, right? All right.
What was it one more time?
Same as any.
Like, tell me that like that statement like doesn't echo like what Paul Robeson was saying to the HUAC.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, for sure. What Frederick Douglass was saying to being sent to Haiti?
Yeah. He's
absolutely.
No, you're not sending me fucking anywhere.
Yeah.
I'm here.
My family built this fucking country, you piece of shit.
Exactly.
Other American, and why should they leave? Which is a very powerful and valid argument, he says. But Dr. Magnus goes on to say, there are others, though, that maybe don't fully agree to the motivation of Lincoln, but they do believe it's an escape from violence. There are several African Americans, 2 in particular, John Willis Maynard, who's the first African American elected to Congress, and Henry Highland Garnett, who was a very vocal Black abolitionist pastor in New York City, who were warmer to this idea of African Americans voluntarily colonizing other locations. They believe that maybe they could find somewhere where they would have their rights respected and they could attain better political equality abroad, he says. They liken themselves to the condition of, say, the Irish leaving the famine just a decade earlier, unquote. In April 1862, Lincoln was still of the mind that emancipation and deportation were actually the key to a peaceful United States. But by 1863, he realized that Liberia were really not reasonable for resettlement because they were too far. And Lincoln actually had considered moving the, quote, whole colored race of slave states into Texas. I had never heard that before. Lincoln supported a bill in Congress that provided $600,000 to, quote, be expended under the direction of the President of the United States to aid in the colonization and settlement of such free persons of African descent. Lincoln settled on Cox's proposal for the island off of Haiti.
Is it Cox or Cook?
The former enslaved people would work on a cotton plantation. Each family would receive homes, access to hospitals and schools, and after fulfilling a 4-year work contract, they would be granted 16 acres of land there and the wages that they had earned. It was voluntary colonization, but it was highly encouraged by Lincoln and its supporters. On a mid-April day in 1863, hundreds of African Americans hoping for better lives had boarded the Ocean Ranger at Fort Monroe, Virginia. Bernard Koch, an entrepreneur and Florida cotton planter, had promised the roughly 450 new freed Black immigrants on board that in exchange for working on a cotton plantation, they would receive homes, health care, schooling. I want to read a quote from Koch's proposal. He said, quote, "The intelligent Negro may enter upon a life of freedom and independence, conscious that he has earned the means of livelihood, and at the same time disciplined himself to the duties, to the pleasures, and the wants of free labor." It was meant to be a new beginning, a chance at freedom, prosperity, but unfortunately, the mission very quickly turned into an unmitigated disaster. When the ship arrived in early May, over 30 passengers had already succumbed to smallpox. The promised second ship was supposed to carry essential supplies, never showed up. The reality on the island was far from the idyllic vision that they had been sold. Families were sleeping on the ground in makeshift huts instead of the homes that they were promised. And Koch's self-printed currency and exorbitant prices in his company's shop left the settlers struggling to make ends meet.
Self-printed currency? This is basically fucking, what the fuck is it? Bitcoin Island or whatever the fuck it was.
Bitcoin Island.
This is some fucking dumb, stupid assholes like Firefly Bitcoin Island where he's like, oh, I'll print all the money and you'll all use all my money and everything will work itself out and you'll live in these homes. It's like, no, dog, we're living in fucking huts and half of us are fucking like dying of fucking influenza or whatever the fuck it is.
It sucks.
This sucks. We are succumbing.
Do not succumb.
Do not succumb to Koch Island.
Loomed, tensions were escalating, and Koch fled the scene. By the summer of 1863,
of course he fled. He's a
the
cock.
news of the horrendous conditions on the island reached Lincoln's ears. He couldn't ignore the suffering of those that he had believed he was helping. Orders were given. A naval vessel was commissioned to rescue the survivors. In March of 1864, the 350 remaining immigrants returned to America. Their dreams shattered as they landed in Alexandria, Virginia. But Lincoln's dream of colonization had failed. As the survivors returned to America, they carried with them the bitter taste of disappointment and disillusionment. Lincoln's grand vision of colonization had crumbled, and with it, their hopes for a better life for all of those brave people who had dared to embark on this ill-fated journey. The failure of this experiment actually left a profound impact on President Lincoln. It became increasingly clear that the solution he had sought was not in removing African Americans from their homeland, but instead working toward true equality and integration in the United States itself. Although Lincoln's attempt at colonization in the Caribbean was a resounding failure, it offers valuable lessons and insights to the complexities of our shared story and history. It serves as a reminder that even the most revered figures in history are fallible, like us, and their actions should be scrutinized in the context of their time. It reinforces the understanding that equality and justice can't be achieved through segregation or exclusion. Let's remember this history not as a chance to diminish Lincoln's legacy, because, like I said, I think that these historical figures, like there's good and there's bad that comes with them. But to acknowledge that history is complex and the ongoing work that lies ahead is ours to do. That is to say that this isn't a smear campaign against President Lincoln, but it is an awakening, I think, to the fact that history is full of nuance and failures, and it's full of people, and people make mistakes. All kinds of people make all kinds of mistakes. Hindsight's 20/20. We look back and we say, well, that's so obvious. Of course that wouldn't work. But reading history in the context of history of the time that's happening is so important. It's so important for understanding why something happened or why something worked or didn't work, and not imagining how it would play out in 2023. I just can't believe that the day he signed the Emancipation Proclamation, that night, he made this fateful decision to send them abroad.
We'll just use them to colonize Africa. It's perfect.
Okay, Mr. Lincoln. See, now also, can I throw this out here now? Well, I guess let the video finish first. Okay, I guess we'll let the video finish.
A lot of my family, I don't know if any of my family was still enslaved by the time the Emancipation Proclamation was signed. My family, from my research, and understanding is that they were able to purchase their freedom and purchase the freedom of others and their family. And so I believe that by the time this was happening, they were not enslaved. But it's interesting to ask the question of who would have had the option to go. Would my family have had the option to go even if they weren't formally freed during the Emancipation Proclamation, but that they had been enslaved at that time? It's something to think about. And so if you're interested in seeing some of the resources I pulled from, I'll link to them in the description below. And thank you so much for being here as I delve into a little bit of the American story and what does it mean to become an American. If you'd like to support the channel, you can hop over.
So I watched this video and I was like, oh, okay, cool. This is great. This is like a really good way of figuring out, there's not like a lot of videos on like these like downfalls of Lincoln kind of situations. So then like I noticed like I don't know if this person's crazy or not. Because I think one of the videos I noticed and like the suggested after I watched this video was like if Abraham Lincoln was actually black.
You know what? There's a lot of things that happen. Do
you see that in the side real quick? Do you see like a suggested video?
Yes, I see that, but that's not her channel. Oh, it is her channel. Never mind. So, there's a lot of things that happen on social media, and there's a lot of theories abound about a lot of different things, and I can't blame somebody for maybe falling down a little bit of a rabbit hole. And
hold on. Meiser said my social studies teacher in middle school was adamant that Lincoln was black and grew a beard to hide that fact.
I don't think that would hide it, but that's just an opinion. There's the same way that in my head, Abraham Lincoln sounded like this. And although he was an amazing orator, I still think that when he talked, we have no recordings of what he sounded like, and I think he sounded a lot like this. And talked for 4 hours, giving an emancipation speech, and it sounded like this. So, no, I don't think we have a recording of his voice. I refuse to accept the fact that we did, even if you try to show me one. And also, seabed sailor, right? History must be viewed at the time it occurred, not from a present-day perspective. Yeah, we have abolitionists like well before Abraham Lincoln's time, and then we, have the perspective of enslaved people and people colonized all throughout the Caribbean and Africa and everywhere else that didn't think that was chill. So I don't know what the hell you're on about.
Wait, did I miss something unhinged?
No, Seabed Sailor literally said, like I just said before, that like history needs to be, viewed from the time it occurred, not from the present day perspective.
Who is Seabed Sailor?
I don't know, man.
Is that somebody in our chat?
Yeah.
Oh, hey. How you doing?
And everybody's dragging him. But like, hey, it's nice to have you here. I hope that you stick around and, just keep them hot takes cranking.
I agree that things need to be viewed like that, but we're bringing this from the perspective of like the day of like praising Lincoln as like perhaps the greatest American president of all time, and like there is like a current fallacious understanding, I would say, of how virtuous and benevolent he was, or how egalitarian he was in his campaign to free the slaves of the South and abolish the Confederacy. So what we're doing right now is like we're not trying to bring things out of its historical perspective of the time, but we're trying to like make a more historically accurate portrayal of Lincoln.
Right. If anything, I think we are actually putting things more in perspective of like the history when it was happening. Lincoln was a compromiser who sought to amalgamate the competing sides.
It's like even like just like one of those statements that doesn't mean anything.
That doesn't mean anything. Not to mention the North was completely reliant on the raw materials of the South. It's not a competition, you fucking rube. What?
Is this one me or you?
I don't remember. I'll take either.
This one's you. This one's you.
So, now that the hot takes, can subside for a second, we'll continue. The crisis took a decisive step towards the breaking point following the Supreme Court's judgment in the Dred Scott case in summer of 1857. Like an ordinary article of merchandise and property, a black slave's legitimate owner had the right to take him with him in any part of the Union. We can now understand Lincoln's reaction. The country could not remain permanently divided, half slave and half free, in contrast to the England of the Somerset case. The north of the United States could not pose as a land of the free whose air was too pure to be breathed by a slave. Just kidding. I don't know. Ad hominem attacks. Straw man. The transition from the spatial delimitation of the racial delimitation of the community. I don't know what either of those terms mean. I'm not going to lie. Of the community of the free henceforth made it impossible to repress the reality of slavery. There was now no alternative to the condemnation of this institution except its explicit defense or celebration. As the conflict dividing the two sections of the Union emerged more clearly, the South's ideologues all the more provocatively mocked the circumlocutions and linguistic interdictions that had facilitated the Philadelphia Compromise of 1787. Negro slavery, declared John Randolph, was a reality that the Constitution has vainly attempted to blink by not using the term. With the lifting of this taboo, the legitimation of slavery lost the timidity that had previously characterized it, assuming a defiant tone. Having been a necessary evil, slavery became, in the words of Calhoun, with which we are familiar, a positive good. It made no sense to try to repress it as something to be ashamed of. In reality, it was the very foundation of civilization, throwing into crisis the pathos of liberty that had presided over the foundation of the United States and in a way delegitimizing the very War of Independence. This new attitude helped make the clash between North and South inevitable. So this brings up like the whole point of when we read the counter-revolution of 1776, that like it can't really be considered a revolution if the entire like reason d'etre or whatever for the counter-revolution of 1776 was the fear that England was going to ban slavery within its white majority colony. Or I don't even think it was a majority actually, right? But they wanted it to be one.
What was the majority of what?
The majority of like the U.S. colony when it was still a colony of England, right? Mm-hmm. Was that like they did not want this disparity of like there are more enslaved people than white colonists.
Right. Well, because and there was times where they tried to be like, all right, that's it. That's enough slaves. We have too many. They're going to revolt. We've seen this happen in the Caribbean. But the thing is, like I said, you can't like convince like a capitalist not to make money. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't convince a capitalist not to make money. So even while like there's like a bunch of people at like the state level that are like, hey, not good things are coming. We can't be doing this right now. There was still like people that were just like, well, I'm gonna keep fucking buying slaves. I don't know. I'm gonna keep getting.
They're gonna keep coming.
Yeah, we're getting slaves. That's the end of the story, pretty much.
Sorry, the gravy train keeps it flowing.
Exactly. But yeah, they wanted there to be like a safe, like what should I say, like demographic, kind of like Israel. Exactly, like damn, this keeps coming back to Israel. You know, Israel needs to maintain a certain kind of a majority to maintain like the government and expansionism that they desire.
Yeah,
it's exactly like that.
Shit, it's already 10 o'clock.
Are we cutting it or what? There's 2 videos. The one is short. It's only like 5 minutes. The other one's about 10 minutes. And then there's a couple slides.
Okay, we'll keep going, but only for like, 10:30, and then that's it. I gotta wake up at like 6 o'clock.
We'll be done by 10:30.
Is it okay if I just put this at like 1.25?
Yes. Smith.
Okay.
And this is Crash Course.
Come on. Let me pause it. Fucking cock. All right.
Hi, I'm Clint Smith, and this is Crash Course Black American History. When you think of U.S. citizenship, you might think of your blue passport, or placing your hand over your heart and saying the Pledge of Allegiance, or waving an American flag as you watch fireworks during the 4th of July with a plate full of barbecue. Citizenship is something that matters to people. Not only is citizenship a source of pride for many, but it has vast implications for how someone can live their life.
Like
It can
Palestinians.
determine where you work, where you can travel, whether or not you can vote.
Like
and even
Palestinians.
if you'll be allowed to stay in the country with your family.
Like
But the very
Palestinians.
concept of citizenship, who should be a citizen of the United States and how people should be allowed to become one, has been at the center of U.S. political debates for centuries. It was happening in the 18th century, and it's still happening today. Today in the U.S., according to the law,
And in
if you're born
Israel.
in this country, you're considered a citizen. Shout out to the 14th Amendment. But it wasn't always this way. For black people in the 19th century, the question of whether they were or could ever be citizens of the United States was part of a decade-long court battle that centered on the circumstances of a black man named Dred Scott. Though Scott's case, which ultimately ended up in the Supreme Court as Scott v. Sanford, was initially about whether one man would be able to live his life as free or enslaved, it became something much larger, centered on the very prospect and possibility of black citizenship. Let's check it out. The person at the center of this case, Dred Scott, was an enslaved black man who was living in Missouri. Historians estimate that he was born into slavery around the start of the 19th century in Southampton County, Virginia, and his enslaver was a man named Peter Blow. Scott was eventually purchased by an army surgeon named John Emerson, who moved Scott from the enslaved state of Missouri to the free state of Illinois, and then again to the free territory of Wisconsin. There, Scott met and married his wife, Harriet Robinson, and they started a family. In 1840, John Emerson's wife, Irene, returned to St. Louis along with Dred Scott and his family. And in 1843, John died suddenly, and Dred Scott and his family became the sole property of Irene. It's possible that Dred Scott attempted to buy he and his family's freedom from Irene, but from what historians can tell, she refused. So in 1846, Dred Scott filed a suit for his freedom in a St. Louis district court. His claim was based on Missouri law and precedent that if an enslaved person was relocated to a free state or territory, they were then considered free. And thus, they couldn't be re-enslaved upon entering a slave state. And since John Emerson had taken Dred Scott to live in both Illinois and the Wisconsin territory at various points, both of which were free domains, it seemed like they had a pretty good case. After a bit of back and forth, Dred Scott did eventually win his family's freedom in 1850. But the case got appealed to Missouri's Supreme Court, which ruled against the lower court's decision while noting, quote, "Times now are not as they were when the former decisions on the subject were made." Dred Scott and his family were sent back into slavery, but Scott kept going. He received assistance from local abolitionists who helped him file suit in a federal court. By then, Irene had left Missouri and remarried, and for reasons historians have never quite figured out, the focus of the case went to her brother, John Sanford. The case eventually found its way to the U.S. Supreme Court, but once the case got there, things, to put it mildly, did not go well. The moment this case arrived at the Supreme Court was a pivotal one in the larger context of U.S. history, because it was a time in which the issue of slavery hugely animated the political debates in Washington as the country expanded. At the beginning of 1820, the United States was composed of 22 states, a big jump from the original 13 colonies. The Louisiana Purchase had doubled the landmass of the country, which meant that there were new states to admit. And what this did was created some real tension between the North and the South on the issue of slavery. Would the new states be free states? Slave states? Would they get to decide for themselves? Let's go to the thought bubble. The entire nation was dependent on slavery to some extent, but some states, as we've discussed, were more directly involved than others. So, with predominantly northern states pushing to end slavery and southern states pushing to keep it in place, it became a bit of a moral and economic tug of war. This dispute led to the Missouri Compromise, which designated part of the Louisiana Purchase as free territory and part of it as slave territory, which would balance congressional power as more states entered the Union. This compromise, though, came at the expense of black people's lives. But as the United States expanded, more individuals wanted to travel across state lines, and that created some unique legal issues. The core of Dred Scott's legal argument was that he had lived in free areas of the country with his enslaver, Illinois and the Wisconsin Territory. The federal government, at this time, did not have specific legislation addressing the issue, so the United States Supreme Court was left to sort things out. If an enslaved person is moved from a slave state to a free state, is that individual now free? What if you're riding on a train leaving a slave state and pass through a free state? Is that black person free on the train while it's in the free state, but enslaved again when it passes back into the slave state? These were big questions that the country was wrestling with, and the stakes truly could not have been higher. Thanks, Thought Bubble. The Supreme Court didn't buy Scott's arguments, and the justices sided 7-2 with Sanford. Chief Justice Roger Taney wrote in the majority opinion that Scott did not have the standing to sue because enslaved African Americans weren't citizens of the United States. And if that wasn't enough, Justice Taney stated that even free black people in the North could never be considered citizens. He wrote that black people, quote, are not included and were not intended to be included under the word citizens in the Constitution, and can therefore claim none of the rights and privileges which that instrument provides for and secures to citizens of the United States.
SCOTUS has always been awful.
Now, for his decision, he stated that when the Constitution was framed and adopted, black people, quote, had no rights which the white man was bound to respect. I have a lot of feelings about Taney that are not appropriate to say in this video. So let's keep going before I get in trouble. What's more, Taney's decision declared that the ban on slavery was unconstitutional in territories that were part of the Louisiana Purchase, and it also upheld that neither Congress nor territorial governments had the power to ban slavery. This ruling infuriated abolitionists, who perceived this as an attempt to prevent any debate and discussion about how and where slavery would exist in the United States, and it further exacerbated the already high tensions on the issue. Historians point to the decision as one of the factors that more directly set the country on the path towards civil war. This was a consequential and deeply shameful moment in American history. Many historians consider it to be the worst Supreme Court decision ever. And it's hard not to agree. This decision created a new legal precedent that solidified Black American status as an underclass. It kept them from being able to vote, from being able to defend themselves against explicit discrimination, or even domestic terrorism at the hands of white Americans. Black Americans were sometimes successful in court after Scott v. Sanford, but that wasn't the norm. And Black people were now legally barred from filing suits at the federal level. What this did was limit the mobility of their cases. Even after the ratification of the 14th Amendment, which overturned Scott v. Sanford by upholding birthright citizenship, African Americans were still treated in accordance with the ideas that had been espoused in the case. And later in this series, we'll cover the experiences of Black Americans between the 14th Amendment and the passage of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. They weren't great. The Scott v. Sanford decision also hung like a shadow over U.S. immigration policy for decades. Scott v. Sanford, though eventually overturned, perpetuated this idea that if you were not considered a white American, then you were not entitled to dignity or safety. These ideologies pushed immigrants to start proving in social settings and in court that they were white enough to have the benefits of citizenship, just to get the basic opportunities in the United States. And this created deeper divisions between Black Americans and many immigrant populations. According to the Historical Construction of Race and Citizenship in the United States, a 2003 report done by the United Nations Research Institute for Social Development, quote, harder to imagine is conferring on African Americans the degree of respect and recognition that would make them full and equal citizens in substance as well.
God damn it, Seabed Sailor. Egypt, Greece, among other cultures practiced slavery, but in other aspects developed the universal lifestyle of the modern world. Humans do wrong until change of behavior is compulsory, enforced, or peacefully modified over time. Capitalism is not the cause of slavery. You can't even you have all this time to write this out. Slavery existed prior to capitalism and James Smith. Dude, also, you should know that in Egypt, Greece, and other cultures that practiced slavery, that it wasn't intergenerational, and that their kids and grandkids could at least hope to be free, and that even though those cultures practiced slavery, those slaves could at least purchase their way out of slavery.
It's just real annoying when you have like somebody that comes in when like we're reading a book that like we covered this 3 hours ago. Like we went like in depth with citations like 3 hours ago that kind of like, you know, specifically talked about the unique kind of, you know, capitalist golden age of liberal era American chattel slavery and how this may have been the most grotesque form of slavery to ever exist, and all the very specific peculiarities of that system that justified it being different. And like, you know what I mean? Then somebody just comes in at the end and they act like they're kicking the door in and like dropping.
Excuse me.
Yeah, it's like, okay. Oh, did I say okay? Yeah, correct, Liar Judas. I do my best to do that, but you're right.
Is in law.
And
no
remember, I
no racial
the same thing. Like it's the same thing. Candace Owen says everybody had slaves. Like, you know what I mean? Like it's as if I made this person out of like clay of my mind of who I was talking about a couple hours ago.
Like a golem of everything that I fucking hate.
Was enslaved for 2.5 centuries in what became the United States, or, despite the attainment of de jure citizenship in 1868, was subjected to such an elaborate and comprehensive system of legalized discrimination and segregation. There is a long history of the incorporation of groups that initially inspired hostility and discrimination, but which were able to exploit their putative whiteness to gain entry at the expense of the perennial other. The African Americans, who remain to the present day the principal negative reference group against which white or non-black America persists in defining itself. This is a powerful quote and a sobering one. And what it shows is that while there most certainly has been discrimination against many different groups of people throughout U.S. history, discrimination that must be taken seriously, there is a specific sort of insidiousness to the nature of anti-black racism that is important for us to understand if we are going to fully account for our history. Thanks for watching. I'll see you next time.
Thank you for another wonderful video.
Let's hurry up. We just got a couple things to read here and then a quick video. We'll be done in just a few minutes. This next slide is really interesting. And I really only put it in here for one reason. And it's this crazy mental gymnastics. So listen to this. In these circumstances, while the abolitionists adopted the arguments used during the American War of Independence by the British and the loyalists in their polemic against the South, the theorists of the South used arguments deployed by the rebel colonists. We have seen O'Sullivan, a New York lawyer and journalist, regard the South, bordering as it was on Mexico and Latin America, as the best place to deposit the black people temporarily, pending their emancipation and deportation from the United States. Hence, the South was a territory by no means uncontaminated by the barbarism of black people who lived there as slaves. Cohabitation with black people and sexual contamination, attested by a high number of mulattoes, the abolitionist Theodore Parker piled it on, had also left profound traces on Southern whites. It was precisely the influence of the African element that explained attachment to an institution contrary to the principles of liberty. So this abolitionist is saying that the reason that the South is so, white people in the South are so amenable to slavery is because they've effectively been influenced by the black people that are there. This is how like the white liberals need to fucking, the type of fucking like mental gymnastics. They're like, oh, the Confederacy, the reason why they love slavery, the black people rubbed off on them. That's why they're doing something contrary to the principles of liberty. That's what it is.
If there's one abolitionist that I think needs to have their head caved in,
it's Theodore Parker.
It's Theodore Parker.
And Maverick said, well, it is hot in the South. And just as pre-revolutionary and revolutionary America had done, so too the South protested against the tendential exclusion of which itself the victim from the authentic community of the free. It was now no longer the American colonies in their entirety, but the southern states that considered themselves to be assimilated to the modern barbarity mentioned by Blackstone. All right, Johnny. Let's keep it pushing.
Along with the one just noted, further aspects of the legal argument reappeared that had opposed the rebel colonists to England. In Calhoun's view, the abolitionists of the North who wanted to abolish slavery by a federal law were riding roughshod over the right of each individual state to self-government and seeking to found the Union on political slavery, on the bond between master and slave. Naturally, the North reacted by ironizing about this impassioned defense of liberty by the democratic slaveholding South. To understand the latter's subsequent response, we can return for a moment to Franklin, replying to his English interlocutors who scoffed at the flag of liberty waved by the rebel colonists and slave owners. He did not limit himself to recalling the Crown's interest and involvement in the slave trade. He also employed a second argument, drawing attention to the fact that slavery and servitude had not disappeared across the Atlantic. In particular, coal miners in Scotland were absolute slaves by your law. They were bought and sold with the colliery and have no more liberty to leave it than our Negroes have to leave their master's plantation. The authors of the denunciation of black slavery were responsible for a white slavery that was certainly no better than the one they condemned so vehemently. Corollary.
All right, let's keep it moving. Let us focus now on the first point. Already during the Philadelphia Convention, the slave owners rejected the lectures given them in the name of morality, pointing out that the North derived major benefits from the institution of slavery, since its merchants shipping transported the slaves and the commodities produced by them. In 1808, the ban on the immigration or introduction of black slaves provided by the federal Constitution had come into effect. But it remained the case, observed by the ideologues of the South, that black people in the North, in addition to suffering the poverty and oppression that were the lot of the poor in general there, were exposed to maltreatment and violence of every kind, as demonstrated by the periodic outbreak of veritable pogroms. Even more repugnant, stressed Calhoun in particular, in the years leading up to the Civil War was the hypocrisy of Britain, the country which, having abolished slavery in its colonies, had become the model for the American abolitionists. The greatest slave dealer on earth, the country more responsible than any other for the extent of that form of servitude in the American continent, then engaged in waving the banner of abolitionism with a view to attracting the lucrative production of tobacco, cotton, sugar, and coffee to its colonies and ruining potential competitors.
You all right, bud?
Yeah, I'm good.
Have you been to a doctor yet?
No, I haven't been. I really don't go to the doctor.
In reality, what results had the putative emancipation of the slaves produced in the English colonies. The condition of the blacks was in no wise improved. Was it in no ways improved? In their case, freedom was more of a mirage than ever, while the supremacy of the European race continued to be undisputed. Inevitably, when two races of men of different color and markedly unequal in terms of culture and civilization tried to live together, the inferior race was destined for subjection. The very country that elevated itself into champion of the struggle against slavery distinguished itself in completely the opposite direction. Not only did it use the labor of slaves in India and other colonies, but it held in unlimited subjection not less than 150 million human beings, dispersed over every part of the globe. We find an even more explicit reference to the lot of the coolies in another eminent representative of the South, George Fitzhugh. Arraigned once again as Britain, which lauded itself for having abolished slavery in its colonies, in reality the temporary slaves from Asia who had taken the place of the blacks, if not worked to death before their terms of service expire, subsequently died of starvation.
All right, so last video here, it's kind of a short one, and this is about how things weren't so great after the slaves got freed, which is kind of what those last two slides were talking about, that it's like, just because you were so great and you freed the slaves doesn't necessarily mean that everything was just sweet from that point forward.
Shit.
What happens when you build an entire economy on suppression, subjugation, and strain labor of an entire race, and one day it is rightfully taken away? Well,
USA,
obviously,
USA, USA.
But was it the end of Southern plantations as we know it? Today on Nutty History, let's explore what happened to the infamous Southern plantations after the end of the Civil War. As ironic as it may sound in the modern context, the radical Republican Congress of the 1860s was fighting tooth and nail for equal rights and emancipation of the African American population of the South. They saw plantations as evil grounds where slavery was conserved and nurtured, and they intended to divide these farming lands among the people who shed their blood, sweat, and tears on them, the slaves. With the end of the American Civil War in 1860.
What?
I said right?
Right?
1965 and the victory of the Union, the Reconstruction era quickly commenced. This encompassed abolishing slavery with the passage and ratification of the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment. This enabled black citizens of the South to work for wages, own 40 acres of land and a mule, vote for their government, and start their own family. All good and dandy, ain't it, son? Well, no.
Why is it? Yeah, well, I was like waiting for like the flip. It was like, this sounds all fine and dandy because so far it sounded like a fucking like Chevy ad.
All of that was true, but only in theory.
Dodge Ram.
Because if it was real, then this guy wouldn't have to live through nightmares just to have a dream. And why? Because this guy happened.
This
Andrew
prick.
Johnson was one of the most controversial presidents of America. Yes, even more controversial than this guy. Johnson succeeded Abraham Lincoln and devoted his presidency to undo all of his predecessors' work, and that includes the settlement about who plantations belong to. The Emancipation Law proposed by Abraham Lincoln proposed to distribute the land of the wealthy slave owners among their black slaves, a typical French Revolution-like idea, and also why the law became famous by the term 40 acres and a mule, because that's exactly the share every slave was promised to get, 40 acres of land and a mule from his former owner. But President Andrew Johnson, a Southerner himself, was a fan of the bourgeoisie France, and Lincoln's assassination gave him the chance to turn the very regime in favor of Southerners and work against all the rights slaves were fighting for. While radical Republicans like Thaddeus Stevens were trying to assimilate and uplift black citizens of the South in the process of reunifying the nation, President, by a technicality Johnson, worked hard to rewrite the terms of reunification in favor of the slave owners of the South and help them to retain their plantations. That means bye-bye 40 acres and a mule, and say hello to my little friend called sharecropping. President Johnson managed to save the plantation owners' land, but with no more slaves to work on them, there was no manpower to grow and pick cotton. The Southern economy was stagnant, as they were hardly interested in industrialization, and they were just too blindsided by their prejudices to pay a black farmer his fair pay. That's why they came up with a conniving plan, but without the sensational crescendos and epic pose like Scarlett O'Hara. The plan that was called sharecropping enabled plantation owners to exploit newly freed black farmers by making them work on farms in return for a very small portion of the crop. On paper, plantation owners were leasing the land to black farmers, but in reality, the revenue share was so unfair that the system was just a workaround to deny black farmers fair wages. Sadly, black farmers who were denied any form of education as slaves had no other skill other than picking cotton. And frankly, the South had no other job to offer them, so either they work for plantation owners on their terms, or they don't work at all. Cornered with two terrible options, they had no other choice but to take the lesser of two evils. When President Johnson turned his back on President Lincoln's promises, Republicans in the Congress called for his blood. Andrew Johnson survived the nightmare of impeachment by just one vote. This escape gave him and Southern states more confidence to battle Reconstruction. To counter the 14th Amendment, Southern states created black codes and Jim Crow laws to segregate and discriminate against black citizens even further. The vagrancy law, created under black codes, enabled the police to arrest and try any black citizen under the crime of unemployment. It's pretty obvious to assume how fair these trials were, and they always ended with the accused being guilty and charged with punishment of hard labor. The criminal was then auctioned to plantation owners to work for them, with a punishment sentence that was then extended numerous times to teach the importance of work. Plantation owners may not have read Shakespeare, but they took his quote about calling a rose by any other name really to their heart. These laws kept the plantations producing cotton upon the backs of not-so-free black men until the Civil Rights Act was signed by President Lyndon B. Johnson in 1964. At the height of slavery, the antebellum South had 46,000 plantations. And though a significant number of plantations were burned down or destroyed during the Civil War, most descendants of plantation owners rose back to wealth and prosperity within 2 decades as the exploitation continued. As time passed, plantations either transitioned into real estate ventures, tourism resorts, or some other business. But the stain of slavery remains hard to miss. Thanks for watching Nutty History. Don't forget to subscribe.
Subscribe now.
God damn it. All right. Let me just throw this thing back up and take that thing down. Is this one you or me?
If you want to do this one, and then there's one left.
Okay. A similar argument can be advanced in connection with Calhoun. In his view, it was the North that was guilty of betraying the liberal principles which had inspired the American Revolution. In fact, the defense of human liberty against the aggressions of despotic power had always been most efficient in states where domestic slavery was found to prevail. Within the Union, it was the South that had constantly inclined most strongly to the side of liberty, and been the first to see and first to resist the encroachments of power. And it was the South that liberalism found its most authentic and mature expression. The term liberal, warned John Randolph, sometimes defined as the American Burke, which originally meant a man attached to enlarged and free principles, a votary of liberty, would see its true meaning twisted if it had to be used to refer to those who flirted with abolitionism.
All right, and let's go to the very last one. And we got John here exactly 10:30. In any event, at the end of the Civil War, a historical cycle came to a close, having emerged together from a unique twin birth which saw them entwined in a relationship not without its tensions. Liberalism as a whole now broke with slavery in the strict sense that with hereditary racial slavery. But before examining these new courses, it is appropriate to extend our analysis of the society that was established on the two Atlantic shores up to the Civil War. We have hitherto focused attention on the problem of black slavery, but what relations were developing within the white community? And we'll talk about that next time. Thanks everybody for stopping by. Appreciate it. Johnny has to go, but we'll put up a raid poll real quick. And also follow me on Twitter, dog. Like, I'm out here on Twitter now. I'm making spicy takes. I'm talking shit about Zionists.
You're going, like, you know, deep diving into stuff about Gaza that, like, I don't think a lot of times before a lot of other creators are putting out stuff about it.
Tidbits out there. There's tidbits. You know what I mean? If you want the tidbits, Only Sans wants us to watch the Lincoln voice video. Yeah, I'm on Twitter now, Maverick. So hit me up.
All right. Did they whisper it to us?
Yo, Sans, it's only 11 seconds. Sans, you got to whisper it to us. You got to message it to the thing. Also, as you all already know, the YouTube channel, please check that out. Definitely continuing to try to grow the YouTube channel. If you could give us a follow there, if you can give us, all that good stuff. Watch the YouTube video, all that. Please, please, please. Maverick, I already follow. Thank you. Guys, just pick one, John.
Hey, you guys, I'm just gonna rate Silver Spook, but all right, I'm just gonna play this real quick. All right, make sure it's loud enough.
Thank you for the follow, Maverick.
Make sure it's absolutely loud enough.
I am Abraham Lincoln, and I want to put my dick in your mouth.
Is that Gandhi?
I want to put my balls in your jaw and liberate my sperm cells.
Get the fuck out of here.
That's not real, dude. That's a fucking joke.
I am Abraham Lincoln, and I want to put my dick in your mouth, and I want to put my balls in your jaw and liberate my sperm cells.
Yeah, it's real. Yo, it's real. That's real. That's real.
I hate you, chat, so much.
Nah, I love you, chat. That's the best. Bring more stuff like this to the table, please. Yo, guys, I'll be out here on Tuesday. And you know what? On Tuesday, I think things might be a little bit more loose. I might not just be reading for hours at a time. I actually have a couple ideas of some videos that I want to watch that might be fun for everybody to react to.
Oh, I'm sorry tonight had to be a little bit of a quickie. Everybody.
Sometimes it's got to be a quickie.
He needs the transatlantic accent. I don't even think that was a thing yet. But anyways, what do we got coming up this week?
I'm going to be doing my thing.
Tuesday. Be here Tuesday. Okay?
Yeah. Tuesday around 8 o'clock.
Tuesday around 8 o'clock. Wednesday, right? And Friday. All right? We're now doing 4 nights a week, everybody. For you.
Come on. Come on now.
Right. And hey, the more hype trains we get that aren't within like the first hour of the stream, the more chances there will be for more Palestinian hip hop that like I've just been deep diving for you.
Yeah, and not only that, I'm going to fucking, if you haven't, I don't think I can go to Ecuador anymore because my friend has visa issues, so I will be going to Colombia for the same COFON people that exist in Colombia as they do in Ecuador. So if you can, support, send us some gifted subs, send us some bits, send us some donations, subscribe to the Patreon, anything like that, because we have about 3 months left.